Can we start, please? Can we start? Okay. Respected dignitaries, distinguished speakers, sponsor representatives, overseas chapter representatives, invited guests, friends from the media, and my dear professional colleagues. Good morning to you all. I am CA Ajay Kumar, Secretary of the Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. On behalf of the BCICAI Chairperson, CA Mahesh Kumar Narayan, and the Executive Committee, it gives me immense pleasure to welcoming each one of you to this flagship event of our chapter, the 11th Annual International Conference, with the theme, Disruption, a Catalyst for Growth. The annual sponsors are UAE Exchange, Tally Solutions, and the title sponsors of the event are Al Hilal, Life, and GFH Financial Group. Before we proceed to the opening session, may I request your attention to these announcements. I know the theme of the conference is disruption is there, but the last thing we want is the disruption of mobile phones ringing when a session is going on. So may I request everyone to switch off their mobile phones, which I know is not possible, so at least alternatively if you can put it on silent, this will be much appreciated. As auditors, we might do a sample testing by calling some of the numbers in random. Members, I hope you have registered yourself at the registration desk because that is important to claim the CPE hours for the event, and registration is compulsory on both days. Kindly wear your badges at all time. The badges are required to claim your gifts at the end of day 2, as well as raffle prizes if you are winning. The conference delegates will be given a special BCICAI branded t-shirts at the end of day 1. You are requested to wear this t-shirt while coming for the conference tomorrow. The doors to my right will be closed once the inaugural session begins. Request you all to use the other doors to move in and outside the hall. Kindly restrict your movements when the session is in progress. Please do visit our sponsor stalls which are outside and chance to win some exciting raffle prizes. There are, of course, many other raffles which is a highlight every year that we are going to roll out during the year. We will run an IPL sound which is an indication that the raffle prizes session is about to begin. Please note it is necessary for the winner to be in the hall when we announce the prize. Only the executive committee members and volunteers are exception to this rule. In case of emergency, please leave the hall through the side doors. You must have seen a photo wall at the entrance along with a hashtag BCICA sign. Please do feel free to click pictures with that, post it on the Facebook and Twitter and tag BCICI, and there are some prizes for that. Now that the ground rules are set, let us proceed with the inaugural session. I will hand over the stage to our past chairperson, CA Uday Shanbag, and Joint Treasurer, CA Sunita Gupta, to take us through the inaugural session.
Thank you, Ajay. I am CA Uday Shanbag.
I am CA Sunita Gupta. Hello. Yeah. I am CA Sunita Gupta. We shall take you through the inaugural ceremony.
CA Mahesh Kumar Narayan, Chairperson of BCICI, Honorable Member of Parliament Rajya Sabha, Shri Suresh Prabhu, His Excellency Mr. Alok Kumar Sinha, Indian Ambassador to the Kingdom of Bahrain, dignitaries from the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, representative from the Central Council of ICAI, respected speakers, invited guests, past chairpersons and executive committee members of the BCICI, representatives from the overseas chapters, fellow members of our Bahrain chapter, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. We welcome you to the 11th International Conference of BCICI, theme, Disruption, a Catalyst for Growth, being held under the patronage of His Excellency, Mr. Zayed Al-Zayani, Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We have a team of very talented children who will sing the national anthem of the Kingdom of Bahrain followed by the national anthem of India and the ICAI motto. May I request the gathering to please rise as a mark of respect.
Here, there. Close, let them stand close all together.
Bahrain na, Malik na, Ramzul Viyah, Mistura Halim Makarati wal Maqam, Misa Walad Sharati wal Arufati wal Fiyah, Hashim Mamlakatul Bahrain, Radul Kiram, Madul Salam, Mistura Halim Makarati wal Maqam. ميزة ولد الشريعة والأروبة والقيم عاش مملكة البحرين जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
यैष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति यैष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रदब्रह्मा तदब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शितः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्द्वैता 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 एतद्द्वैता
Thank you all. Please be seated. We will now move on to the inaugural performance. This performance is based on Adi Yogi, which means first yogi or the originator of yoga, Lord Shiva. In this performance, our 10 little yoginis are going to perform a yoga dance consisting of different postures or yogasanas along with different combinations.
शीस दो अस्तित्व मेरा और कर दो चूरा चूरा, पूर्ण होने दो मुझे और होने दो अब पूरा पूरा। भस्म वाली रस्म कर दो आदि योगी, योग उत्सव रंग भर दो आदि योगी। बज उठे ये मन सितारी, झनन 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 झनन, सांस शाश्वत झनन सदनम, प्राण गुंजन झनन झनन, सांस शाश्वत झनन सदनम, प्राण गुंजन झनन झनन, सांस शाश्वत झनन सदनम, प्राण गुंजन झनन झनन। पुत्र मुझ में आदि योगी, योग धारा छलक छन छन, सांस शाश्वत झनन सदनम, प्राण गुंजन झनन झनन। पुत्र मुझ में आदि योगी, पुत्र मुझ में आदि योगी।
Wow, that was a brilliant performance. Can we have a loud round of applause for the super flexible yoginis who readily agreed to perform such an amazing dance sequence for us. This performance was led by Ms. Pragyan Nitin and Shri Rudresh Kumar Singh ji, who was kind enough to support us before leaving Bahrain.
Ladies and gentlemen, disruption, a catalyst for growth. In the contemporary scenario, we are facing disruption in all walks of life, whether it is technology, communication, automation, production, the list can go on. Every sphere of human existence is facing some kind of disruption, but it also opens the doors for many opportunities to grow. The most important thing is to proactive as an individual or an institution and use this disruption as catalyst for the ultimate growth. Today we are assembled here to witness an array of speakers who will be sharing their thoughts on this topic.
Over the next 2 days, you're going to listen to some of the finest technical experts, motivational speakers, industry leaders who will present a holistic view of different aspects of commercial and personal life. All of these exceptionally talented and experienced people are here to share their knowledge and experience with us, to encourage us, to motivate us, and to transform us. All in all, it's a sumptuous treat of knowledge, inspiration, happiness, motivation, leadership, and wealth creation. Let's move on to the inaugural program of this morning.
May I request CA Mahesh Kumar Narayanan, Chairperson of Bahrain Chapter of ICAI, to come up on the stage to welcome the dignitaries for the inaugural session. CA Mahesh Kumar Narayanan. You can do.
I request CA Sandeep Shah, Vice Chairperson of the Bahrain Chapter of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, to escort our dignitaries to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to welcome each of our dignitaries with a loud round of applause as we invite them on stage.
His Excellency Shri Alok Kumar Sinha, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Shri Suresh Prabhu,
Mr. Ali Abdul Hussain Maki, Assistant Under Secretary of Commercial Registration and Companies, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism.
CA Rajendra Kumar, Central Council Member, ICAI.
CA Narayan Ramchandran, Advisory Partner, KPMG.
Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, Chairman, BAA. You can call Sandeep.
I would now request our Vice Chairperson C.A. Sandeep Shah to present a bouquet to welcome each of our dignitaries. People are sitting down. I will announce your name just Ibrahim Zainal and Mohammed Daga. Okay. We have a couple of dignitaries of the stage who have kindly accepted our invitation and are present here to grace the conference. May I request C.A. Raghupati Ayar and Ajay to welcome them with a bouquet each. Mr. Ibrahim Ali Zainal, Chairman, Trafco Group of Companies. And Mr. Mohammad Dadabai, Chairman, Dadabai Group. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Light symbolizes knowledge and energy. In accordance with our ancient tradition, we light the lamp to begin every auspicious occasion. We will now light the lamp to fill the hall with the wealth of knowledge and divine grace. I request the dignitaries on stage to kindly step forward to perform this auspicious ceremony. To mark this occasion of our international conference, our editorial team of BCICAI, led by C.A. Garvita, has compiled a souvenir. Request C.A. Garvita to please be on stage to launch the souvenir.
Ladies and gentlemen, a visionary leader is the one who is able to communicate what lies beyond the horizon and inspire with the confidence. He is also a person who ahead of his time and who has the powerful plan of future.
There was not a single day in the last 2 months when each one of us, the members of the executive committee, did not start or end our day with a call from our chairperson, C.A. Mahesh Kumar.
Ladies and gentlemen, with huge round of applause, please welcome an energetic and exemplary chairperson of Bahrain chapter, C.A. Mahesh Kumar Narayan, for his welcome address.
C.A. Mahesh Kumar Narayan.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Distinguished dignitaries on the stage, Mr. Ali Maki, Assistant Under Secretary of Commercial Registration and Companies, C.A. Suresh Prabhu, Member of Parliament Rajya Sabha and Prime Minister of India's emissary to G7 and G20, His Excellency Alok Kumar Sinha in absentia. His Excellency had to excuse himself because he has an open house today at the embassy where he is going to meet the Indian community to address their grievances, if any. Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, the Chairman of the Bahrain Accountants Association. His Excellency Abdul Nabi Al-Shola, former Minister of Labour, Kingdom of Bahrain. Mr. Ramachandran, Partner, KPMG. Central Council Member, ICAI, C.A. Rajendra Kumar. Learned Speaker, invited guests, valued partner representatives, members of the media, past chairpersons and mentors of BCICAI, executive committee members of BCICAI, members of BCICAI, friends and well-wishers. C.A. Uday Shanbag mentioned that the next address is going to be from the visionary leader. C.A. Uday has been using the script for several years, so he's just changing the name and the adjective remains the same. On a beautiful weather, cold weather outside, I extend you all a very warm welcome to the 11th Annual International Conference of the Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, themed Disruption, a Catalyst for Growth. As chairperson, my role is to warm you up for the stimulating and enlightening sessions that await us over the next 2 days of this international conference. Delegates, the preparation for this conference has been going on for well over 6 months. And it all began with the new ExCom deliberating on what should be the right theme for the conference. After deliberating for about a month and excluding about 35 different options, we diluted on this disruption, a catalyst for growth. Growth of any sort has generally been the phenomena for which there has been a catalyst. When human beings were evolving from the Homo sapiens from the caveman days to the Homo sapiens days, they have gone through radical phases of growth and improvement, necessitated because of the ever-increasing needs for improvement. Though generally seen as a threat, disruption is always a catalyst for growth, and it has been the source for many discoveries and inventions in the last several decades. Several new incubators and accelerators are working on redefining and reinventing the way we do our work. According to KPMG's 2017 Global CEO Outlook, which gauges the view of 1,300 chief executive officers of some of the well-known companies in the world, 74% of these CEOs would like to be their company a disruptor in the sector. With so much disruption happening across the world, it's only apt that this conference is going to deliberate, discuss, exchange views and ideas that how do you navigate through disruption and transform that as an opportunity for all of us to grow. Delegates, we owe our sincere gratitude to many whose support led us to the place where we are today. Firstly, the support and cooperation extended by the government of Bahrain, and for which we are thankful to His Excellency Zaid R. Al-Zayani for extending his patronage for the conference. We are thankful to C.A. Suresh Prabhu, the guest of honor for today's conference. We are thankful to His Excellency, the Indian Ambassador to the Kingdom of Bahrain, for all his support to the activities of Bahrain chapter. We also extend our sincere gratitude to Mr. Jamal Fakhru in absentia for his guidance and mentorship. We extend our thanks to Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, the chairman of the Bahrain Accountants Association, for his affiliation to the Bahrain chapter of ICAI. I extend my gratitude to all our valued partners, the sponsors, both the regular sponsors and the first-time sponsors. The annual sponsors for this year's conference is UAE Exchange and Chali. The title sponsors is GFH and Al Hilal Life. Friends, my sincere appreciation and thanks to all the eminent speakers who accepted our invitation to be with us for the next 2 days and share their learning and experiences with us. I extend my gratitude to the office bearers of the overseas chapter who are attending this conference today. My thanks to our leaders in India from ICAI, the President, the Vice President, and the Central Council member representing the President today in this conference. Your executive committee has been working tirelessly over the past several months to put this conference together. My sincere gratitude for the hard work and commitment. I also owe a big thanks to their families for putting up with their absence for last several months, busy preparing this conference. Lastly, many thanks to all the members of the Bahrain chapter for their support, which has been a catalyst for our success. I'm looking forward for an enlightening and illuminating 2 days of conference with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Mahesh. We are fortunate to have with us an eminent personality. He is a member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. He was All India 11th rank holder in CA final. He has held many cabinet portfolios in the Indian government, such as Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Union Minister of Aviation, and Union Minister of Railways. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please welcome CA Suresh Prabhu to share his initial thoughts about the conference.
Good morning, friends.
Good morning.
Excellencies, and all my professional colleagues. Very heartening to see that not just in Bahrain, but in this part of the world, particularly in the GCC countries, the chartered accountants playing a very key role in running the economies of these countries. We, in India, we share a very strong relationship with the region, and we have one of the best reciprocity that one could think of. I was just telling my friend from the Commerce Ministry that you cannot have trade unless there is a counterparty. So in case of this part of the world, we buy the fossil fuels, the oil and the gas, but the people working here, they send back more than $72 billion to India as remittances. And India is the single largest destination for remittances. So therefore, on one hand, we send money here by buying oil. On the other hand, the people working here send money back home. And therefore, this is an extremely mutually rewarding relationship. And I'm sure this kind of relationship should be developed all over the world. I don't want to disrupt the morning session, the inaugural session, by speaking more. This is what we are talking about, disruption. So I don't want to give an example of disruption by speaking more than what is necessary. So I would speak a little later, but all the best to you. Happy to be back in Bahrain, a country which I always love, and the people here are probably one of the best people that one could meet anywhere. So I thank you, all of you. I really look forward to working very closely with this part of the world to make sure that India will actually achieve its goal of being, hopefully, the second largest economy in the course of next few years' time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request CA Mahesh Kumar to present a memento as a token of our gratitude to CA Suresh Prabhu. BCICI is always grateful to the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism in the Kingdom of Bahrain for their continued support to the BCICI over the years, and this year as well. The Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism has kindly extended their patronage to this conference. Today we are honored to have with us Mr. Ali Abdul Hussain Maki, Assistant Under Secretary of Commercial Registration and Companies in the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism. May I request Mr. Maki to share his thoughts with the audience, and I request you all to give a thunderous round of applause for his.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm very honored to be here today with you. Mr. Mahesh Kumar, Chairperson, BCICAI, His Excellency Mr. Alok Kumar, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, dignitaries on and off the stage, member of ICAI, and all friends. His Excellency Mr. Zaid Zayani, Minister of Industry and Commerce and Tourism, is pleased to give his patronage to this 11th edition of the International Conference of the BCICAI and send his best wishes to the success of the conference. Thank you. We at the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and Tourism, and myself particularly, are happy to be associated with the BCICAI and their events even since the inception of the chapter many decades ago. It has been my pleasure to attend many of your international conferences in the past, which have always been very interesting, giving a new learning experience. I congratulate the Bahrain chapter of Chartered Accountants for organizing such grand events over the past 10 years with such galaxy of speakers ranging from CAs, writers, entrepreneurs, and also Hollywood celebrities and Oscar winners. This helps us broaden our understanding, keep ourselves abreast with the current trends, as well as challenge our intellect to come up with answers of this demanding world. The theme of this conference is extremely relevant to the current time. Understanding the disruptors to change is the first step in adapting to change. And unless one adapts to change, we will not evolve. You need to upgrade yourselves to meet the new expectation of your client. Bahrain has always been considered to be very business friendly, as we are always striving to make our process in line with the business expectation and government priorities. When you visit MOC, I am sure that you must have experienced the streamlining of procedures, high level of computerization and solution-oriented interaction with our staff. We have a social and moral duty to help our nation progress and to use our skills, experience, and knowledge for the same. Progress of any nation is measured in economic terms, and it is only by continuous interaction with well-reasoned, experienced people can we get more insights and different perspectives around us. Our distinguished speakers in this conference, I am sure, will enlighten us with their words, views to address the challenge facing us. I once again congratulate BCICAI for organizing such excellent event and wish them all success in this conference and in the years to come. Thank you. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I invite CA Mahesh Kumar to present a token of gratitude to Mr. Ali Makki. And also, token of our gratitude for kind patronage to His Excellency Mr. Zayed Al Zayani, Honorable Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism. We request Mr. Ali Makki to please accept a memento on his behalf. Thank you. Just as children admire and seek their parents' support, we look to our parent body, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Delhi, for their support and guidance. Today, we are fortunate to have with us one of the Central Council members, ICAI. He was the past president of International Chamber of Indirect Tax Professionals. He loves reading and a wonderful singer also. Please welcome, with a round of applause, CA Rajendra Kumar to share his thoughts with the audience.
Chairman Mahesh, Chief Guest Suresh Prabhu, Excellencies on the dais and off the dais, and the visiting dignitaries, past chairman and also the chairman of various chapters of ICAI abroad who have come here in large numbers, and delegates. Good morning to all of you. On behalf of my president, CA Prafulla Chajed, and on behalf of my president, Vice President CA Atul Kumar Ji Gupta, I bring you greetings, I bring you best wishes for this conference, and I also wish to assure you excellent support from the Institute Central Council, and I also wish to inform you that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the Central Council and its committees are working extremely hard to ensure that the Institute continues to engage with the government and its policies continuously. For this conference, the message is, I would like to take a quote from Thiruvalluvar, who says, Karka Kasadara Karpavai Nirka Adarku Pin Taga, which means continuous learning. Thank you, Sivanandan sir, for that applause. Thank you very much. I know you understand very much good Tamil. The quote says that continuous learning alone will ensure success. A person who does not continuously learn, a person who fails to update, a person who does not keep himself updated will no longer be required in the current scenario or in whatever it may be. It was not told today, it was not told yesterday, it was told some 2,500 years back. And that is the reason why I would say that what the profession of chartered accountancy, with its continuing professional education, stands the foremost as the best profession, because this is the profession which can adapt to the change. This is the profession which can change with the change, and this is a profession which can succeed with the change. That is the reason why the great Thiruvalluvar's saying is always quoted, at least by me, in all the conferences. Thank you, Mahesh. I have just taken 1 minute as you told me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I invite CA Mahesh to present a token of our gratitude to our President, CA Prafulla Chajarji, and Shri Rajendra Kumarji to please collect the memento on his behalf. Friends, I would now call Mr. Abdul Nabi Al Shola, His Excellency, former Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, founder and advisor to the board of Alfanar Investment Holding Company, and a true friend of the Indian community in Bahrain, to share his initial thoughts.
Thank you very much indeed. I think I have a session later to address to the members of the chapter here, but I was asked to say a few words to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to join you and to say and to express our gratitude and thanks to you all as professional people who continues to contribute to the growth of our economy in Bahrain. So to you, many, many thanks indeed. And I have seen for the last 11 years, the chapter have been regular in organizing such an event through which an exchange of a view, healthy exchange of view, which only will help and contribute to the development of our profession or of your profession in this island. I heard the chairman of the chapter saying that they have spent 6 months to think about the theme of the conference. And I was surprised because disruption has been with the humanity since day one. You know, we have seen in history many disruptors, you know, including messengers and etc. They have disrupted, they saw that there is stagnation, and they decided to shake this stagnation and start forward. So disruption is an element of a factor of growing forward together. And India in particular, because we are talking about Indian chapter, full of disruptors from the beginning of history. And they were scientists and thinkers and contributed to humanity through their disruptions. One of them is Mahatma Gandhi, about which I may have the opportunity later to say a few words to you. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, sir. CA N. Ramachandran. He heads the advisory services practice at KPMG in Bahrain and Qatar, and he has been a member of global valuations and M&S committees. Ram currently leads the firm's government and public sector and infrastructure sector groups. Please welcome with a round of applause CA N. Ramachandran to share his views.
Good morning. First of all, it's an immense pleasure to be on this platform sharing with eminent personalities, excellencies, dignitaries, our visitors. And first of all, I think as a fellow member, it can't be better in terms of how honored and privileged I do feel. Jamal has sent his wishes, best regards, and every success to this chapter and this particular conference. There are way too many eminent personalities, people who know the subject far better than any of us do, to be telling us more about how technology is disrupting our lives or not. We as kind of recipients or perhaps benefactors, if you look at saying, we demand everything faster, cheaper, better, and disruption is an inevitable process of that necessity. And if I kind of say, are we not using artificial intelligence, perhaps unwittingly, unknowingly, or knowingly, we are a part of that culture now. Anything we do today is influenced by artificial intelligence. The way we eat, the way we want to travel, the way we want to stay somewhere, even Google tells us how to go, where to go, which way to not to go. Our lives are driven by artificial intelligence. So are we disrupted? The answer is absolutely we are. And it's only going to get increasingly more as time goes by. Now, when we say we are disrupted, the only thing we can do is embrace it, adapt it, but not get perhaps overwhelmed with it. Because sometimes I know artificial intelligence, the kind of stuff that we hear, or I'm going to say more people that are better informed than we are to be able to say to us, that is going to take over us humans. Now, the reality is, of course, that is a bit far-fetched to say humans, because I would say common sense is not common. Because in the world of artificial intelligence and binary, you can always say everything is 1 or 0. But in the real world, there is always a maybe, which is neither a 1 nor a 0. So you can never code certain things which can go beyond saying what our emotions will be, what our feelings are, or what is integrity, what is morals. All of this will hold true. Only thing is we have to learn to adapt to saying this is the new reality, and how do we embrace to sort of say change our lives or make it better. I'll just leave it with a lighter note to saying that every profession is undergoing a change, no different that as fellow members of chartered accountants, we all have to embrace this a bit faster. He's saying even if you think of other professions, even if someone needs to, on a lighter note saying, needs to be a robber, right? Where does he find his targets? It is technology. It is Facebook, your Instagram, and any other sources. If pickpocket sort of say robs money off your pocket, he probably doesn't find cash in it. He's got to be smart to saying how does he use technology to do it. So every life is going to get disrupted, not just our profession. All we have to do is to say, how do we adapt to this change and embrace it to make things better? Have a fantastic conference. Best wishes to this August audience.
Thank you very much, C. Ramachandran. May I invite C. Mahesh Kumar to present a memento as a token of our appreciation for the support by Mr. Jamal Fakhru, and request C. Ramachandran to please collect the memento on his behalf. Our chapter is affiliated with the Bahrain Accountants Association. We are grateful to the Bahrain Accountants Association for their unstinting support and guidance. Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, chairman of Bahrain Accountants Association, has been playing a key role in the development of the accounting and auditing profession in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Besides being a strong pillar of support, he is a patron of our chapter. I am delighted to welcome Mr. Abbas Al-Radi and request him to share his thoughts with the audience. Please welcome Mr. Abbas with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. After listening to His Excellency, Mr. Abnabi Shala, and other dignitaries sitting on the stage, there is nothing left to me to say. But I'm very proud to stand for the 11th time in my life in front of our colleagues and friends, the accountant, who has determination to make this event alive. And it is an annual event that makes every accountant working in this island proud of the achievement, of his personal achievement, and the chapter of the Indian Institute of Chartered Accountants in Bahrain. Believe in me, we as accountants has to be proud of ourselves. And we have to continue our commitment to the growth of the economies in which we are active members. And just to say to those who are in business more than in accounting, especially Muhammad Dadabai, please believe you are one of the supporters of the Institute, but we have to remind you that behind every great businessman is a great accountant. Accountant can make peace. Accountant can improve the lifestyle of the humanity. because all they are working with is goodwill. Accountant has nothing other than the reputation, that is goodwill, and can save the world all the disruption by reconciliation. Accountants are doing a lot with reconciliation. The association between the Bahrain Institute of Accountant and the chapter goes all the way to the great days of the accountancy profession in Bahrain. If to know the history of the accounting profession in Bahrain, it came with Ernest and Winnie, 1994. It moved from Basra with the Gray Mackenzie to Bahrain. And since then, we are almost associated with the Institute of Chartered Accountant in India, as well as the Chartered Institute of Accountant in England and Wales. History makes the present. Since then, we are working hard on making the membership of the Bahrain Accountant Association an equivalent to the membership of the Charter Institute, the chapter of the Indian Charter Institute. Therefore, there is no accounting profession without your commitment and support. Therefore, always, every year I stand in front of you and say, Bahrain Accountant Association is the Indian chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountant. We are very proud of our association, and we have learned from this association the ethics of the profession, the commitment, and day we have been learning. You guys are the pioneer in supporting the accounting profession. And my special message from the officials at the government level to thank you all for helping for the implementation of the VAT program in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Colleagues, be proud of your achievement and start your day surrounding yourself with assets, not liabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I invite CA Mahesh to present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Abbas Radi. May I request CA Mahesh to escort the dignitaries to their respective seats. We can start the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude the inaugural session of the 11th International Conference of BCICI Disruption, a Catalyst for Growth, being held under the patronage of Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Tourism. I thank you all for the active participation in these proceedings. I can guarantee you, over the next 2 days, you are going to witness some of the best speakers who will be sharing their thoughts on this topic. So sit back and relax and enjoy the conference. Thank you very much. Handing over to CA Ajay Kumar.
Thank you, CA Sunita and CA Uday. Before we go to the speech from the guest of honor, I would like to play the sponsors AV.
Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, Wat E. Genie, Diyar Al Moharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth.
Thank you to all the sponsors who have made this event possible. Ladies and gentlemen, to give our conference a grand opening and to kick off the technical sessions, we are extremely fortunate to have as our guest of honor an eminent personality who is the pride of our profession. His story is one befitting the theme of our conference, Disruption, a Catalyst for Growth. He was a practicing chartered accountant from a business family who had a successful practice going when he decided to disrupt the pattern and took up politics in 1996 at the age of 43. I mention the age because I am close enough to that and he's giving me a career goal. He got elected to the Lok Sabha in 1996 and has had various stints as a central cabinet minister, during which time he has held 7 important ministries. Currently, he is on an important mission as India's emissary to the G20 and G7 to expand India's influence on the global stage. To put things in context, collectively, the G20 economies account for nearly 90% of the gross world product, 80% of world trade, 2/3 population, and approximately half of the world's land area. And of course, there is a BCICAI connection as well, because we received the Best Chapter Award in 2018 from his hands. Any length of introduction wouldn't be sufficient to cover his achievements. I know the AV team had a tough time compressing his profile into a short introduction video. Can we have the AV, please?
CA Suresh Prabhakar Prabhu, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, India, Prime Minister of India's emissary to G7 and G20 Summit. CA Suresh Prabhu's career showcases a near perfect blend of a seasoned politician with over 2 decades as an administrator and as a passionate entrepreneur who has led businesses. He is currently official emissary of the Prime Minister of India in the G7 and G20 forum preparing the official agenda. He featured amongst the top 3 Indian leaders of the future in the cover story, Giant on the Move of the Hong Kong-based Asia Week magazine. He was the youngest ever chairman of the Saraswat Cooperative Bank. He was member of UN Commission for Biodiversity and Land Use Change Global Advisory Council of the WEF. He was the chairman, Maharashtra State Finance Commission Council on Energy, Environment and Water. He was the former Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Civil Aviation, Power and Railways. His life has been devoted to social impact engagements connected with over 150 social and cultural organizations. CA Suresh Prabhakar Prabhu.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for CA Sri Suresh Prabhu.
So good morning once again. I wish I could speak little later, so I could have said good afternoon. Because I have already said good morning. Let me congratulate the Bahrain chapter, its chairman, all the members of the managing committee and all the fraternity for organizing a program on a theme like this. Because this is the most appropriate, most relevant, extremely contemporary, and probably something which is going to affect the whole world order in a very significant way. The disruptions are part of nature. You'll be surprised that one of the biggest forests, probably the biggest in the world, Amazon, which is in South America, largely in Brazil, but also extending it to the neighboring countries, was few millions years ago, was an ocean. The Black River, which flows through the Amazon, is one of the large rivers with sweet water. One cannot even imagine that there could have been an ocean next to it. Or probably we don't even know where the river was at that time. The deserts that we see today probably had completely different ecosystem. So disruptions of this kind keep happening all the time, and that's part of our nature. So inevitably, what nature makes it happen, we as human beings being part of nature, obviously will be following the same pattern. And therefore, disruption in the so-called modern world that we have today is inevitable. We can't even imagine that today's national boundaries are in a way drawn in the last few centuries. Others were these several countries in the world In any case, there are not so many countries in the world anyway. So disruption is something which is inevitable and has been happening all the time. And today what we are talking about disruption as a catalyst for growth, so in a very limited way. Look at what has happened to the global economies. Pre-industrial revolution, China and India had almost half of global GDP. The post-industrial revolution, Europe took over. And Europe became a very powerful economic engine. They could ride on that and could conquer good part of the world. Then United States came up, became the largest economy, and the eclipse of China and India to some extent could make way for all these economies to grow. And in the last 35-40 years, China came from nowhere. One could not even imagine that China has become second largest economy with $13-14 trillion of GDP and could accumulate that in the course of just 3 decades. It is never happened in the known economic history of the world that a country like this could grow that fast and so much in such a short time. So this is now a process which is started, is going to cause a huge disruption. I was just talking about geopolitics, which had changed the world in a significant way pre-Second World War, when many geographies were acquired by the Europeans and they colonized them, and therefore large boundaries came under an influence of a singular power. But now we are seeing a very different world. The Europe, which is definitely not growing. There was a very interesting piece that was written some years ago in The Economist. We said, US is today, Europe was yesterday, and Asia is tomorrow. So in this changing world, these kind of disruptions are going to redraw the economic part of the world in a very significant way. You will see Asia playing a far more important role than what it has played in the past, in the last 150, 200 years. And in that, Asia is the largest, most populous continent of the world. So where I am sitting today is also Asia. You go a little further, to Central Asia is also Asia. South Asia is Asia. ASEAN is Asia. Northeast Asia is Asia, which is China, Japan, Korea, and others. So Asia is a large continent, most populous, and also home to the most ancient civilizations of the world. Has given birth to many religions which are worshipped by most of the people in the world today. And therefore now Asia is going to be the cause of disruption. Asia is going to challenge the existing world order in a very significant way. And that will happen through geopolitics, but largely through geoeconomics. When economic power will shift to Asia more than what it is today, it will obviously have an impact on geopolitics. And therefore, we are right now on a threshold of that huge change that is going to happen. we are already seeing some form of that disruption through technology. But that will affect everybody, all the world. And the technology itself is a cause of any new technology developed will get diffused all over the world at the same time almost. So technology is going to change the world, but existing known technologies like ICT are going to make sure that whatever new technology develop anywhere in the world, people could use it in other parts of the world. Obviously, intellectual property rights and everything will apply. All those commercially developed, private sector developed technologies will have their license and other issues. But technology availability will be almost at par because of technology itself. But one part of the change, the disruption will happen through technology. But other important change that is going to happen, and therefore my friend and colleague from Commerce Ministry, I was still recently a Commerce Minister, so I am still thinking of, I have 10 cabinet positions. So some people ask me, which was your most favorite one? It's like asking a mother, which is the most favorite child. Difficult for a mother to say. So I will not be able to say which one, but because it was my recently handled responsibility. Just imagine what is happening in the global trade. For a long time, US, Europe, Germany particularly, in Europe, they were the largest manufacturers and exporters. Both have lost that claim. Manufacturing shifted out of US. Most of the manufacturing also shifting out of Europe. And therefore, the new supply chains are getting created. One could never ever imagine that some of the fastest growing brands some country could claim that they are my brand, but they are assembled, produced, and different kind of value addition that happens on the brand happens in different parts of the world. iPhone is a classic example. Who can claim to be the sole creator of iPhone? Difficult to say because so many parts and so many different elements happen in different parts of the world. So the supply chains are now creating huge disruptions. And therefore, the physical supply chains are going to be one of the great cause of disruption. In fact, China itself, as I was telling you earlier, China became the largest economy second largest economy of the world, the largest producer, largest exporter, thanks to this evolution of new supply chains. Where China could manufacture, assembling parts from all over the world. They wanted to make steel, they could import it from Indonesia or from Brazil or Australia next door. Make steel there and make cars. US, the largest producer of cars, China has overtaken. But all this happened because of new supply chains. So supply chains are going to be the new drivers of disruption. Countries have great advantage to be drawn from this, and therefore we must work on it. Let me, because I'll speak about India a little later. But another, and I'm just thinking a lot, I never prepare a speech. I'm just saying, another cause of disruption is going to be, besides technology, besides supply chains, is also the concern for environment. See, one of the good example is, here, if not, you don't produce so much oil and gas, but all your neighbors do. But a global concern for climate change, the greenhouse gas emission that happens as a result of which is now causing a new huge disruption. People want to move towards renewables. And because you want to move to renewables, you are thinking about new technologies. Electricity, by definition, I was Minister of Power, Energy. has to be instantaneously used as it is produced. But that was true because we developed a lot of transmission system, distribution networks based on that premise that transmission and distribution networks can get electricity whenever they want. You have to only switch on the generating plant, power starts flowing, comes the transmission network, distributed and consumed, matter is over. Because the source of the fuel for generating that electricity was coal, gas, oil. It was available in abundance, so you could store it and use it. But when, because of environmentalism, this disruption that is caused, which is questioning the entire efficacy of this entire model, how do you produce renewable energy and give it all throughout the day? Because you need electricity throughout the day. Of course, there are senior friends, I have not seen those days, but there were a time when there was no electricity. People used to use probably candlelight and go around different parts of the world. So that time people were used to it. But now we are not used to a situation where you can get electricity only for some time. We want it all the time. Our entire lifestyle is revolving around it. So how do you make electricity available throughout the day when the source of electricity like the wind or solar can produce it only for part of the day? Because you cannot decide by decree that sun must shine all the time. The human beings may think they have conquered the nature, but still don't have the power of directing the sun that you must shine when I want you to shine. Or you cannot direct the wind. God should say that you must blow the wind when I want it. So it will be as per the nature's law. So how do you give that electricity to the people? When you agree that for greenhouse gas emission, we have to move from fossil fuel to renewables. So the new technology obviously is coming, is storage. Energy storage has to come in. So that again is a huge disruption. Just imagine the instantaneous use of electricity on which the entire edifice of the electricity infrastructure has been created is going to be redundant. Because you might produce electricity based on sun or wind in a village and distribute it there. Matter is over. Why you need such a integrated, centralized infrastructure to do this? So therefore, the changes which are driven by environmental concern but are resulting into a huge technological changes are also going to cause a complete disruption. Just imagine the entire idea, all these oil tankers, all these natural gas pipelines, all the LNG terminals, or gasification plants and regasification plants, all these huge ships which have been built to transport, what happens to them? I am saying it on a lighter note. I was telling sometime that there will be no tankers required to transport because of the changes that I have just talked about. It may not happen tomorrow or day after, but it is going to happen over a period of time. So what do tankers will be used for? I am saying in a jocular term. Probably you can use those tankers by cleaning them properly for transporting water from one end to another, because the environment reason, water may not be available at all. So probably you will transport water from one part of the world to other part of the world, which is actually happening. In some countries are actually exporting water. I am not getting into that anyway. I got so many I was water resource minister, so I will not want to get into that. I am just talking about the changes that are going to happen because of environment reason will be literally mind-boggling. Just imagine mobility. One is the energy, and you of course need energy also for mobility. but just needs mobility. The entire manufacturing automobiles, the engines, the entire designing of that was based on that we will use liquid fuels. But now we will have more of electric cars, that to electricity not drawn from the fossil fuel, but probably drawn from renewables. That again is a huge change that is going to come. So just imagine the huge changes that have been created, what happens to them. And that's disruption. Is it good or bad? And that's what probably you are trying to say, it is catalyst for growth. So you are presuming that disruption is good. Whether it's good or bad, I don't know, but it is inevitable. But so many drivers for change, drivers for disruption are going to happen coming from different directions. Other, again talking about energy, the concern for energy security of different countries is also going to drive a big disruption. People are going to say, how can I depend upon a source of energy which is not generated within my own sovereign territory? And therefore, we like to devise the new source of energy which are available within yourself. And that way nature has ensured that every country can manage the energy resources based on available resources within their own territory. Not everywhere, but most of the time. Therefore, the new disruption that is going to come in from environmentalism. But environment is not just limited to this. The big change inevitably is going to come because of materials. The availability of materials itself is a big problem. We don't, where the materials come from? We think that we can produce materials in a factory. It is like somebody saying that where do you get milk from? He said milk is available in a shop, but where it comes from? He thinks like a beer, it must be available on tap. So milk must be coming from somewhere, so he must be having a backyard, some factory where he produces the milk. So those who are not seen the back-ended side of the milk production, he may presume that milk is available here. Same with the materials, may be produced in factory in a processed form, but a source of material is again the nature. You may see that steel is produced in a steel mill, but where the iron ore is made, can it be made in a factory? You can say that plastics are molded in some factory. And the source of plastic is very simple. A petrochemical company can make a source of plastic. But where is the petrochemical company gets its resources from? And therefore, all materials that are made in the world today, and all of that, we're talking to you, all whatever is sitting here is all made of material. Somebody can say that I want to renounce material benefits and live like a hermit. But even to live as a hermit, he needs some material somewhere. So materials are the cause of all growth. And today there is no materials. We may think, why, what are you talking about? There's so much material. I'm sure we'll have to live a little longer to know where the materials come from. It's a matter of few more decades and you'll find it. So now, there are already companies who think beyond the immediate have already started thinking about developing new materials. One part is recycling. That is also a good idea because you live from cradle to cradle. Don't just dispose anything, try to recycle and make it again. But that's one part. But already people think about new materials. And when we talk about disruption again, there are rare earths which actually can make all this today's modern life possible. All electronics and everything, somewhere or the other, has relationship with rare earths. And we have seen that when two neighbors, whether it's China, Japan or Korea, Japan, when they stop rare earth movement from one country to another, it causes huge disruption. So materials are going to be the other source of big change in the world. And materials are not there. So those companies who are developing materials, you can look at them and say they are the future of the world. I can go on, but I can see the time, and I'm sure there are many more who would like to speak. Disruptions are going to be always been there. As I was telling you, it has been happening all the time. But the intensity and the speed at which the disruption will happen are going to happen at a much, much faster rate in the next few years' time. They already, as chartered accountants, you should be interested only in corporates. Not only, but definitely interested in corporates. There's already, I was in Korea last week, and top CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies gave me a presentation, private. They told me, all the top CEOs, owners. I was so impressed. The realization that had dawned on them when they are saying that 80-85% of the today's Fortune 500 companies may not even exist in the next few decades. Not decades, may not 20, 30 years, next just few years. So, they are gearing for it. Now, in a limited way, disruptions provide opportunities. If there are no disruption, there is no way there could be a new entrant. Just imagine, my friends in Bahrain export $1 billion worth of goods. When you export that, and you are exporting to already predetermined customers, where is the scope for somebody else to come and start doing business in exports? If there is a disruption, somebody might say, okay, I am willing to look at it afresh. I am not willing to only accept my own customer, I am willing to look at more customers. So there is a disruption. So disruption provides an opportunity, a window of opportunity. Therefore, it's a great time for anybody to be in business. It's the worst time to be in business because nobody knows what's going to happen to the business. But it's the best time in the business because everybody can succeed in business. It is only established players. Where is the role for anybody? Nobody. You can all playing. It is like Federer and Nadal playing each other. So there is no disruption, nobody can enter. Top three are dominating. They share among themselves all the Grand Slams. So they are only slammed. The Grand is taken by the three. Others are slammed. So how it is the question? So where is the disruption? There is a scope. If all the three retire immediately, many players will come up. But all three decide to play for another 10 years, there will be a problem. So disruption is a great time to get into it. Supply chains are changing. And some supply chains are changing because of geopolitics. Look at the trade war with US and China. It is not economics. It is geopolitics as well. Because China has grown and now become the largest holder of foreign exchange reserves in the world. They are the largest exporter, largest producer. Now they are becoming largest patent holders. So intellectual property rights which drive the economy of tomorrow, and US feels, I'm not making a value judgment, that they are at their expense. But geopolitics also will drive the changes, and now there is a time for new countries to come up. Just imagine there is no disruption. Can Vietnam economy would have come up? The Vietnam is coming up because of disruption. And therefore, disruption is the best time for somebody to come in. Just imagine, I know my friend is here from KPMG. But I'm saying only the top 4 companies are working, then what happened to other chartered accountants? So disruption is a good reason for somebody to make entry into it. I'm watching at a watch and speaking, so I have the bad habit of speaking on time. So I'm just tell you about something. I can go on this the way I just thinking, and I was saying, so much to talk. But let me just briefly tell you about how India will take advantage of this. As a Commerce Industry Minister, I had prepared a plan for a $5 trillion economy. I had prepared a draft industrial policy, which would have been announced before the election. Now we'll be announcing it soon, but it was ready, it was put on a website. All of this is preparing ourselves for this new world in which India will take advantage. The $5 trillion economy, which will become in 7-8 years' time. And definitely 10 trillion by 2035. People talk about slowdown. So these are all there. Actually, I was speaking in the parliament day before yesterday. And I was explaining all these temporary quarter-to-quarter issues are not the ones which should be judging India's potential to grow. In this 5 trillion, we'll have 20% of it coming from industry. That's 1 trillion. 60%, that is $3 trillion will come from services, and $1 trillion will come from agriculture. And today we export about $27 billion worth of agriculture products. I prepared an agriculture export policy, first ever for India. We'll take it to $100 billion. Just imagine Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, all these countries, only these countries which are very close to India geographically, all of them need food security. India needs energy security, so we buy energy from here. And I was giving an example about how the financial security is also provided by remittance of $72 billion. But this itself is going to create huge opportunity. And India would be producing upward of 610 million tons of agriculture and horticulture products this year. So part of that has to be exported to maintain within the country the economics of agriculture intact. Because when you produce more, the prices fall. If you don't have to export, what will happen? India is the largest producer of milk in the world already. The second largest producer of fruits and vegetables in the world already. And in terms of rice and wheat, we are in top 5 in some form or the other. So just imagine that India will be doing this, and so therefore we are preparing for it in this new disruptive world. We have never been a strong player in terms of agriculture produce. But this policy which we have prepared, we have drawn it down to the states, to the districts, and which district will export what has been prepared. And the same thing will happen in terms of, that's why I was talking industrial policy. India will be moving from 16% of today's share of manufacturing to at least 20%, and that's what will become $10 trillion. And we have drawn a complete plan what will manufacture in India to make that $1 trillion. It is not just arbitrary figure that has come out just because we said, okay, why not 1 trillion, we can keep 2 trillion. This is not like that. It is based on a lot of work that we have done associated with the industry. So, we are really preparing for it, and I'll give you an example. I was also aviation minister, and I had organized in Mumbai on 15th and 16th of January earlier this year, the first ever global aviation summit in which all the stakeholders, all the players in the aviation field came together for the first time, all of them together. And we were debating about it, and everybody was asking me this question: how come from nowhere India has become the 3rd largest aviation market in the world? Our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, has a vision. So he said, let a common man fly. Just imagine that's another disruption. You remember Mr. C.K. Prahlad, one of the great management guru, when he talked about bottom of pyramid. When everybody in India would like to fly, and there are not many people in India, only 1.3 billion, not many. From Bahrain standard, we are very small, right? So, if all of them fly, what would be the size of aviation market? And we don't realize when all of them fly, they add a lot of values everywhere. They'll eat on flight, they'll drink on flight. Drink means, not here, I know in Bahrain you cannot say, but drink of a different kind. Isn't it? And today is Friday. Water. When I say drink is water. But they'll drink, they'll eat. There'll be so many jobs created. So just imagine the disruption that happens. Because India is growing, and from nowhere we have come to this stage. You know what is a Boeing estimate? Not by India, this is not as an aviation minister, I have this projection. Boeing said India would need something like 3,000 new planes in the next few years' time. One of our relatively newly born airline has ordered something like 200-300 planes recently in the last air show. So what is it? A completely new disruption. When some of your older people came to Bahrain 30-40 years ago, only way you can fly is Air India. Isn't it? And that's the only thing that was known. So poor Maharaja is still standing, but Air India has now just become very marginal player. All other airlines have market share. There was a time when the Fiat, not even Fiat, Ambassador was a dominant brand. Today I don't know whether Ambassador has to be seen in an embassy somewhere, not on the roads. So this has changed. It's a disruption of a different kind. So I will tell you something, that disruptions are going to be inevitable, and India particularly. And I'll give 2 examples of how India disruption has helped in a way for new entrepreneurs. I was a power minister. I brought new law, Electricity Act 2003. That time there was this 89,000 megawatts of installed capacity. Less than 2,000 was a private sector. That to a plant which was started 70 years ago, Tata Electric. Today we have more than 350,000 megawatts. We are moving towards 100,000 megawatts of solar, 70,000 megawatts of wind, and who are making it? So many private players. I remember so many entrepreneurs to come and meet me and thank me. He said, thanks to you, we have become entrepreneurs. I said, what did I do? He said, this policy changes that you brought about has allowed us to be an entrepreneurs. In fact, this Chris Gopalkrishnan is sitting here. He may not know that day Mr. Narayan Murthy was telling me. I'm just talking nothing about this, but something else in some different context. I was chairman of the largest cooperative bank when I was 31. The Infosys wanted to go and open account, wanted to borrow, so everybody was saying, what is Infosys? We don't know. Obviously, how we'll know? Today's, if you ask somebody who say, you don't know Infosys, that means you're not fit to be living on this world. But that time the Infosys was not known to anybody, obviously it was newly born. How somebody will know who is, like Sachin Tendulkar 30 years ago, nobody will do. But I am telling you, that time, we as a bank decided to bank with Infosys. This was our great benefit. They developed one of the best software for the banking system. Banks, now I don't remember your name of that software. It was first used in Saraswat Bank. And I was the one who said, I also got a good deal because of that. I said, you are using on us, so we'll not pay you much. Bank benefited, they benefited because now they could scale it up in different parts of the world. I am telling you, the new entrants, when you make good policy, that brings in different changes. And therefore, we will see a new India will be emerging from entrepreneurship. When the young boys at that time, Mr. Chris, Nandan, Mr. Narayan Murthy and all others, they came together, they had a vision, dream. They're ahead of their time. Nobody could imagine that they will become like this. But they knew they will become. That self-confidence. And that is what is going to drive tomorrow's India, is the people who feel that they will make it. And I'll tell you, I was also responsible for startups in India. The kind of new thinking that is going on in the world, in India, in the world also, of course, is incredible. In fact, just interestingly, many new ideas that are now getting born are going to completely challenge today's supremacy of established thinking. And they are going to cause so much of change. You know, just imagine one day you want to start a restaurant. That means you must first find out, I must locate it in such a place where somebody will come and eat there. Today you can establish a restaurant in your kitchen, in your own home, and Swiggy or somebody will come and take it to wherever it is needed to be taken. So this complete idea that you must have a particular area, a particular this has completely changed. So-called, when we are learning in 30, 40 years ago, we said location is very important. Location of business will decide the success. Today location has become history. If you go for location, then people will not know where you are located. Because by the time new businesses would come up. Because you are struggling for location, by then somebody doing business on internet and trying to make e-commerce successful. So all these new people thinking is coming in. I am sure India will be, I can tell you with confidence, I won't be there 2035, I don't know whether I'll be there or not. If some Chris invest into a lot of startups, invest in a startup where people can live longer. So then I can be here in 35. But you will mark my words, India will be one of the most dominant economies of the world in the next few years' time. And to make that happen, a Prime Minister is really investing into everything that is necessary to be invested. One of the most important investments is in human capital. Nowhere in the world, any society, any country can expand and grow without human capital. The best capital anybody can have is human capital. Somebody said natural capital is also important, but as I was telling you, the limitation of natural capital because materials are not going to be available. And who will invent an alternative to natural capital? Of course, there is no alternative to natural capital. I may qualify my word as a chartered accountant, I must qualify my report. I am qualifying the statement, but some alternative in terms of use will again be invented by human capital. So human beings are the biggest resource, and therefore human capital is the one where we are making investment today. And therefore I can see India will be a different country in the next few years' time. It has changed a lot, but aspirations also increase as a result of that. And therefore there is always a need to do more than what we are doing today. Therefore we will do that. I remember when I was the railway minister, I said, we'll have a budget. Railways used to have a budget which only what finance ministry gives. So the best railway minister job was which I was told when I became railway minister first day by all my railway board members and chairman, that sir, only thing you have to do is to go and meet finance minister. That's only your job. I said, what will do? If he's happy with you, he'll give you some more money. I said, I need realize that finance minister has a problem of how to spend. Because it seems that if I go there, he'll give me money, so his cupboard is full of money, he'll take it out and give it to me. The finance minister has so many problems, so I said, I will devise my own money. And we raised money from outside the budget for the first time in railways history. And we prepared a budget of $136 billion, which we are definitely going to surpass. But point is, every time you have to invest, so therefore we are investing into resources, capital, as well as that, and we'll be seeing a completely different change in the next few years' time. I can see no movement on the watch anymore. Does it mean the time has become still? Or it's a time for me to stop? So I really thank you for giving me this opportunity. I was here, I just came, I was thinking of cancelling many times, but the temptation of meeting so many of you brought me here. From here I am going to Singapore in the next few hours' time. And therefore, I am a little crazy that I am doing all this, because I am going from Singapore, going to Delhi, and next day I am coming to your neighborhood to Riyadh to attend a G20 meeting. So I am coming back again, coming the full circle. So I really wish to thank you, congratulate you. And first of all, congratulate the chairman and his team for thinking about such an interesting team like this. And therefore, I am sure the disruptions will definitely create opportunities for growth. And classic example, where were these top three, you can call them AAA, Amazon, Apple, and Alphabet? Where were they? They were not there about 2-3 decades ago, nobody knew about them. And they are the topmost companies of the world today. So obviously, disruption made that entry possible, and they are today cause of growth. And therefore, that title is very appropriate. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. It will really bring that so-called catalytic agent, which a proper chemistry graduate will know what a catalyst really means. And this is where I am sure the chemistry is going to change the geography. It is going to change the world of economics. It is beginning to bring in huge changes. Question is whether we want to be passerby, like watching a movie. Oh, changes are coming, let me watch it properly. It's like watching a race. You don't want to go away because it's too risky to ride such a high-speed car. You want to watch it or you want to ride it is the question. I think we are, as India, we have decided we'll ride it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, audience. That was a fantastic speech. He is like a one-stop shop. He knows everything. He's handled all the 10 ministries with aplomb, and I can say that he was following a Federer and Nadal, so he would have been a good sports minister as well. So may I now invite our chairperson, CA Mahesh Kumar Narayan, and the members of the executive committee, people who have worked tirelessly to put this show on the stage, to honor Shri Suresh Prabhu. Thank you, sir, and thank you all the ExCom members. Thanks to Shri Suresh Prabhu, I think we are on time, so we will now break for a coffee, and I request all of you to assemble back by 11:15. Thank you.
Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Moharak. Automotive sponsor Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard sponsor Amex Middle East, Technical support partner Convex Bahrain, Local logistics partner U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital display partner Foursquare, Media partners DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Moharak. Automotive sponsor Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard sponsor Amex Middle East, Technical support partner Convex Bahrain, Local logistics partner U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital display partner Foursquare, Media partners DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Khanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Khanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, Wat E Genie, Diyar Al Moharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, Wat E Genie, Diyar Al Moharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick.
May I request everyone to take your kind seats? Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly take your seats? The work on the international conference begins many months in advance. The speakers are being finalized for the conference, and we also approach the sponsors for their support. Everyone would agree that the market is very disruptive at the moment, but we are happy that not only many of our sponsors who have been with us for many years have reaffirmed their support, but also we have many new sponsors who have come forward to associate with this event. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all our sponsors. We will be honoring our sponsors in batches. The first batch now we will start with the annual sponsor, UAE Exchange. Can we have the AV, please?
That's what happens when you get used to the speed of Flash Remit, the real-time account credit facility from UAE Exchange. Credit money to your dear one's bank account real-time. Both sender and receiver get an SMS each on account credit. Flash Remit, real-time remittance.
May I request our chairperson, CA Mahesh Kumar Narayan, on stage to honor our sponsors. CA Mahesh Kumar Narayan on stage, please. So, to accept the honor on behalf of UAE Exchange, may I request Mr. Akash Nainwal, the country head of UAE Exchange, on stage. CA Sandeep Shah. Our next annual sponsor is Tally Solutions. Can we have the AV, please? May I call Mr. Nandaraja Shetty, country head, on stage to accept the honor. Next is the title sponsor of the event. First, we have two title sponsors. The first sponsor is GFH Financial Group. Can we have the AV, please? May I request Mr. Leandro Torres and Vinith Maru, our own Vinith Maru, on stage to accept our honor. The second annual title sponsor is Al Hilal Life. Can we have the AV, please? May I request Mr. Sanjeev Baijal, the chairman of Al Hilal Life, and Mr. Roshan Arvind, Chief Distribution Officer, on stage to accept the honor. The final honoring in this segment is our automotive sponsors, EK Kanu. May I request Mr. Krishnan Kavasheri, the CFO of EK Kanu, to come up and accept the honor. We will be, thank you everyone. We will be honoring more sponsors a bit later. For now, let's move on to the next session. May I request my colleague Bhavin Deliwala to come up and take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, CAI. A very good morning to all of you. I am CA Bhavin Deliwala, Executive Committee Member. Friends, this year we are celebrating 150th birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi. While disruption is a very hot topic today, it is important to remember that Mahatma Gandhi was one of the first disruptors. With his principles of truth and non-violence, he disrupted not only a process or a business, but an entire establishment. No wonder Gandhi is the greatest disruptor ever. And to throw light on this topic, we have a speaker who has taken up the initiative to spread the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi in the Arab world. By the way, he is also a founder member of the Bahrain India Society. To know more about the speaker, can we have the AV please?
His Excellency Abdul Nabi Al Shola is the founder and advisor to the board of Al Fanar Investment Holding Company. He has held key positions such as Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, Minister of State, member of the Shura Council and its executive committee. He has authored the book Gandhi and the Issues of Arabs and Muslims, which was shortlisted for contribution to the development of nations. He has various national and international awards to his credit, including the late Sheikh Isa bin Salman Al Khalifa First Class Medal. His Excellency Abdul Nabi Al Shola.
With a huge round of applause, may I please invite on stage His Excellency Abdul Nabi Al Shola.
Thank you very much indeed, and thanks again for your very kind introduction. I feel I am extremely lucky today to be able to address such a distinguished and a group of very professional people, not only once, but I had a little while an opportunity to say a few words. Once again, I would like to repeat my thanks and appreciation. And also to say that while really it is impressive and timely to adopt the theme of the conference of disruption, but we all should know that this is not a new theme. And the world and the humanity, as I said a little while earlier, started with disruption, started with disruptors. They come in different forms and different ways, including messengers, etc. And they really cause a disruption in a very positive way, because we have been looking at this term sometimes negatively, and indeed there are a negative sense to the world and negative application to the world of disruption, but generally disruption is an extremely positive way. It is the way forward. You know, if you want to go forward, you have really do not tolerate stagnation. And the stagnation is exactly the opposite word of disruption. You know, if you don't do disruption, you have to live with the stagnation. And we have seen many elements and events, and in particular people, even events which change, cause the disruption, there are always people behind it. So human being is a source of disruption. He is the greatest disruptors. And I said India in particular have many disruptors. And I spoke in my word, in my note, I have focused on Mahatma Gandhi, and I called him as the greatest disruptors. But before that, I would like to recognize and salute and appreciate your role in particular and the business communities in the GCC countries who have been for the last decades confronting the challenges and uncertainties brought about by disruptive development. For in addition to the disruption caused to business organizations in the GCC countries by the rapid growth of digital technologies, the business communities in the Gulf have to live with and survive the apparent threats and uncertainties of the disruption caused by unstable security and political instability in the region. You are all witness of what is happening to our organization, and most of you were in the middle of it. Let's take, for example, including the 8 years war between Iran and Iraq. You remember those days. Then it was the invasion of Kuwait by the Iraqi forces. You all here in Bahrain, we have seen how some of that Scud missiles could reach Bahrain, and many businesses and many executives left the country. However, I must say, the Indians community did not move. They were with us. So the credit also goes to them for being able to sustain and survive that situation. Then followed by the war in Syria, which is going on until now, the current war in Yemen. It's all around us, you see. The Iranian-US confrontations. Every day we hear it. This is a threat. This is disruption to the businesses. This is a clear one, you know. The hostile relationship between the GCC countries and Iran, as well as the current eruption around us in Iraq, in Iran, and in Lebanon. In addition, the constant fluctuations of the oil prices and the recent measures of restructuring the model of our economies, the introduction of the new rules and regulations, the employment policies, etc. And then the new tax regime, which was until recently a taboo term. You know, tax came to us all of a sudden. We have been all the time going and promoting ourselves as tax-free countries. Now all of a sudden we used to be laughing when we were in Europe or in India also when we heard the word tax. So we don't know this word, no. All of a sudden it's bomb with us here. And we have really to adjust to it. And you guys have a big role to play. And it gives you also an opportunity to guide the community to go through that. In spite of all that, the business communities in the GCC countries managed to navigate safely through the troubled waters and showed resilience, optimism, confidence, and ability to recognize the realities of ever-changing situations and confront the challenges and realize that there are opportunities with challenges. As a result, the great majority of the companies and the business houses in the Gulf, in the GCC countries, continue to grow, which stands as a clear demonstration of the fact that, and the mantra of this conference, that disruption is a catalyst for growth. In spite of the challenges we are facing, I just mentioned a few, we continue to grow, which is a clear demonstration and a proof that really you have chosen the right theme of the subject, that we are continuing to face, we will continue to face challenges, but we have to look at it with optimism to continue to grow. However, thanks to the contribution, counseling, and advice to them, to our organization in the GCC countries by professionals like you, you have to take the credit and you have to be recognized as people behind the scene supporting our communities, our business community to confront and face and go through successfully the eruption caused by the disruption as mentioned earlier. We also have to recognize that with disruptions, there will certainly be winners, as we said, but definitely there will also be some losers, even in the GCC countries. We have seen people who could not cope with the challenges brought about, who could not recognize the opportunities. Since disruption can be perceived as a negative or a positive factor, those who perceived it as a negative factor view it as a threat, take defensive stances, and do nothing to react on time, and will be among the losers. And those who look at it as a positive factor and moved quickly to confront it and to embrace the opportunities that come with it are the winners. They are the people or executives who recognize that the opposite of disruption is stagnation. You have already heard, and you will hear today, the same thing for today and for the rest of today and for tomorrow, from experts and the professionals who are more knowledgeable of the subject than me. However, I could see from the agenda or the program of the conference that our discussions will focus mainly on the impact of the disruptions caused by the fast development of technologies, particularly digital technologies, on business. In this connection, I wish to add that, like business, politics and political leaders also need to recognize the driving forces of disruptions to the political systems, and they also need to respond and act aggressively and move quickly to confront and attend to the challenges presented by disruptions. Non-positive responses to political disruptions and challenges have even greater negative impact on the communities than economic ones. The damage caused by slow response or non-attendance to political challenges will have destructive repercussions on the community as a whole, including business. You only have to see what is the condition of the countries around us, that its political leaders did not respond fast enough to the challenges and demand brought about by disruptive forces. Look at the recent situation in Iraq. At the beginning of the October, beginning of October, demonstrations erupted in Baghdad demanding for clean water to drink, electricity, jobs, food, and housing, the basic necessities of life. Political leaders there underestimated the extent of the challenge and did not respond positively, which resulted in accelerating the situation and raising the bar of the demand of the demonstrator to include, in addition to the basic necessities of life, the change of the regime as a whole and the end of the Iranian presence and influence in Iraq. Let me now go to the title of the speech, Gandhi, the Greatest Disruptor. I have been living with Gandhi since I have landed in India in October 1969. In fact, I have said this statement to an Arab newspaper that I said I met Gandhi in 1969, so it was in the newspaper. I met Gandhi in 1969. You know, this is how she took it literally. I landed in October 1969 when the country was celebrating his 100th birthday anniversary. This year, I'm talking about 50 years from now. I was in India to join St. Xavier's College in Mumbai as a student of political science, and as such, avoiding Gandhi on a daily basis was not an option. Gandhi was accused by the courts in South Africa and in the courts of British India as being disruptive. Therefore, the credit goes to the judicial system of South Africa and the British India for choosing this title. They called him clearly, he was accused in South Africa, he was accused in India as being destructive to law and order. Mahatma Gandhi landed in South Africa in 1983 as a shy and unknown lawyer for a one-year contract or one-year assignment to assist a company in a legal battle that it was fighting. He got a contract just for 1 year for a company, an Indian company operating in South Africa. A week later, or a week after his arrival, only 1 week later, he was asked to vacate the first-class apartment of the train he was riding, and in fact, he was thrown out of the train as it was unacceptable for a colored man to be in the first-class compartment of a train. Thrown from the train to the platform of the station, he spent the whole night in the cold weather and decided to challenge the system. It was then the disruptive Gandhi was born. The intended stay of a period of 1 year in South Africa extended to 20 years, during which Gandhi successfully applied peaceful but disruptive measures to achieve dignity, justice, and equality to the Indian people there. One of the disruptive tools he used was satyagraha, which is a peaceful and non-violent method of disruption. Back to India in 1915, he joined the Indian freedom movement and successfully re-engineered and remodeled disruptive struggle for freedom to a platform of peaceful endeavors. Obviously, it will be very, very difficult in this very short time to narrate and describe the various disruptive activities that he has undertaken. I will, however, offer or refer to only one of them, or one instance, which is very known internationally, which is the Salt March that he has undertaken in order to challenge the British law of controlling the production and sales of salt in India. The march was for over 240 miles long and lasted 24 days. When he with his supporters and followers reached his final destination in the town of Dandi, Gandhi grasped a lump of salt and held it aloft in a triumphantly saying, "With this, I am shaking the foundations of the British Empire." Indeed, the British Empire foundation was shaken, and India finally obtained its independence in 1947. And the struggle of disruptive Gandhi resulted in the emergence of India as the largest sovereign and secular democracy, with a remarkably growing economy, as we heard from the speakers here, posing to be one of the strongest economies of the world. Therefore, the conclusion is absolutely right. Disruption is a catalyst for growth. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope I have been managed to. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thanks a lot for your candid thoughts, inspiring words, and taking us through the disruptive stages of Mahatma Gandhi. Now, to felicitate His Excellency, may I please invite on stage our Chairperson, CA Mahesh Kumar Narayanan, and Mr. Akash Nainwal, Country Head of UAE Exchange. Now can I please invite on stage our Secretary, CA Ajay Kumar.
So I'm back. Now we'll just continue honoring our other key sponsors who have helped us to bring this event to you. So this category is the event sponsors category. So let us start with KPMG. Can I have the partner, Mr. N. Ramachandran, on stage, and Mr. CA Mahesh Kumar Narayan, our chairperson, on stage to honor KPMG. Sandeep Shah. Next is BDO Jawad Habib. Can I have Mr. Nath Venkatachalam if he's around? Nath Venkatachalam, partner, on stage, please. Next is Grant Thornton, Mr. Ali Abbas Salman, partner. Grant Thornton, may I request him on stage, please? Next, MMJS, Mr. CA Pavan Kumar, Head of Compliance Solutions. The final event sponsor, DR Al Moharak, CA Subhash Chandra, CFO. Next is our day sponsors, BCFC, Mr. Chintan Seth. Mr. Chintan Seth. I think he's not probably here. Mr. Vishal Purohit on stage, please. And Mr. Chintan Seth on stage, please. Vishal, please join us. Come on. Next is Trafco, and our Guru, the immediate past chairperson, CA Sridhar Sitapati on stage, CEO. And finally, our ICT sponsors, Kalam Telecom, Mr. Ronald Shera. And Mr. Veer Pasi, CEO of Kalam Telecom. Please join us on stage, please. Thank you. So thanks to His Excellency, we had a small window of opportunity which we used to honor the sponsors. Now I think we are back on track. I hand over the control to CA Bhavin Deliwal.
Thank you, CA Ajay. From truth and non-violence, now we move on to fintech. Friends, in the current decade, a key catalyst for disruption has been fintech. When we speak about fintech, which city comes to our mind? Any guesses? Any guess? New York, San Francisco, a Beijing, a Shanghai, or a London. But now, thankfully, we don't have to go so far. The next fintech hub is just a jog away. Yes, we are speaking about the Bahrain Fintech Bay. And today we have with us Mr. Khalid Saad, the CEO of Bahrain Fintech Bay, who will take us through the fintech ecosystem in Bahrain. So can I please have the AV?
Mr. Khalid Saad is the CEO of Bahrain Fintech Bay, the largest fintech platform in the MENA region. He spearheads the projects to develop the fintech ecosystem. Prior to this, he was with the Bahrain Economic Development Board. He focused on promoting Bahrain's financial services sector and attracting new investments into this sector. Before joining the EDB, he worked for Ernst & Young and SEI Investments in London. Mr. Khalid Saad.
With a huge round of applause, may I please invite Mr. Khalid Saad.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's 1 minute, so good morning still. We've got till the afternoon. I'm delighted to be with you here, and thank you very much for inviting me over. I'd have to say I love the energy in the room. It's Friday morning, and you know, there's a lot of energy and enthusiasm, so I'm very much delighted to be with you here. I think, we're talking about disruption, and we've got giants here sitting in the room, co-founder of Infosys. I know I've had a lot of friends that are involved in the technology sector, etc. And for us, I think, here in Bahrain, we don't have the scale, but, we want to be a hotbed for where the innovation, entrepreneurship actually happens. And, the minister previously talked about the most important asset being human capital. That's exactly what it is. And I think this is, the everlasting commodity or secret recipe that we have. Over the next, I think, 20 minutes, I just want to talk about some of the drivers globally that have been driving things, and then dive into what's going on here in Bahrain and a little bit about Bahrain Fintech Bay. But I think, since the global financial crisis in 2008, obviously fintech or financial technology and technology has been around for decades. But I think since the global financial crisis, we've seen disintermediation and disruption of an industry by financiers that used to run institutions and have jumped out to actually disrupt the very same institutions that they worked for. So that's actually one. Then we've also got, the rise of millennials and also Generation Z, where habits of consumers, demands are very different. People want things real time, they want it ubiquitous, and they want personalization. And people thought that this was a fad, but it is definitely not. And there are some key statistics that actually reflect this change. And I'd like just to highlight a few of them. Over the last 4 years, and I'm sure this number is even more, financial institutions have invested $1 trillion in digital transformation. $1 trillion, that is absolutely significant, and that number will only increase. I think a few themes which are very important and reflective are that figure on the right or left, the financial institutions wanting to partner with fintechs. If we spoke a few years ago, that number would have been probably closer to 30% or maybe 40%. But the world has changed where institutions are realizing they need the agility, nimbleness, innovation that fintechs, tech companies, and others bring to the table. And these tech players want the scale, also credibility, and sometimes regulatory infrastructure that a lot of these institutions have. And that is only going to increase. I think we're also moving to a world where it's all about centralized solutions. And people ask me sometimes, what do you think the financial services landscape will look like? I personally don't know because things are changing very quickly. But I see it becoming, banks and other traditional financial institutions becoming platforms as custodians of data, enabling a lot of different things to happen and people plugging in. And so, that will only increase. And I think, the theme of financial inclusion, and India is a phenomenal example of that, where the power of technology can help bring the masses into the formal financial ecosystem. And, things like Aadhaar also giving 1 billion plus people digital identity. This will only help accelerate a lot of that shift. So these are the, the global themes that are happening. Just to put things into perspective, won't dwell too much. Over 30,000 deals in fintech, biggest being 40 billion. Again, over $1 trillion of capital invested. This is only going to increase, and we'll see an acceleration of that thing. And for people think fintech is just constrained to financial services, but it really touches upon so many different things. Lending, blockchain, crypto, remittances, wealth tech, capital markets. But I think the key takeaways from what's happening and the underlying technologies from fintech are absolutely applicable to all of the other industries. So with this kind of global backdrop or trend, I want to move into Bahrain. Obviously, we're part of the global ecosystem. We've been a financial hub in the region for decades. This year, we actually celebrate 100 years of banking, Standard Chartered, actually, as we know it today, 100 years. And so it's a good time to actually look at, again, that transformation where, we're celebrating 100 years of having banking. In the 70s, we have a financial hub. Now we want to move ahead and look at the future. That is with technology, with financial technology. So just to put things into perspective, we've got just under 400 licensed financial institutions in this country, from banks, insurance firms, investment firms. The interesting part is that 90-plus figure is actually now starting to be part of that formal financial services ecosystem. And that number was a very small number a few years ago. But this is reflective of the ever-changing landscape. Now, one thing which is very important, and maybe some of you have seen the slide that I like to put is, Minister again said, we're talking about policy putting in place that infrastructure. And so for us as a country in Bahrain, we don't really have the scale. This is an industry that requires a lot of scale, but it is so important that you actually have that regulatory infrastructure, that software infrastructure, forward-looking business policies, which are absolutely important to actually foster this ecosystem. And for us, what is important is Bahrain should be an incubator, or the kitchen, as I like to call it, of a lot of these new concepts that should be happening. And so there are a few things, I'll just take a few highlights of this that have actually happened over the past few years that have helped position the country as a fintech hub and also resulted in a few good things happening. At a government level, the country, obviously, for a lot of you probably know, has adopted a cloud-first policy. So the government is very serious about digitalization, and usually what you have in this part of the world is governments normally lead and the private sector follows. Recently also, Amazon Web Services opened up their regional hub in Bahrain. So, there are obviously data centers in India, but this is the first one that's actually in the region. And this trend is actually shifting, so the government is aggressively moving to the cloud. The central bank actually is taking fintech very seriously. And this is happening at a top level. This is from the top. The leadership is buying into this vision. Just like Bahrain was a forward-thinking jurisdiction for decades, this is something which we see very important and, laying the foundational work for our future economy. And so I think the game changer that started to happen was in the summer of 2017 with the launch of the regulatory sandbox concept. And that's a light touch regulatory environment where you allow new innovators, entrepreneurs, existing firms to test new products and services. And that's the first time that the regulator has signaled to the market that it is welcoming new players. I like to call them the new kids on the block, these new concepts which are actually changing the world. And it's also an opportunity for the regulator to better start understanding what is this new world that is out there and how best to regulate it. So that was the first step. Then it involved creating a dedicated fintech and innovation unit. So a significantly important, I think, step. Fast forward, I want to talk about probably a couple of things which I think are important. Crypto assets, I think, is an area that is absolutely fascinating. I remember earlier last year I was talking to Indian journalists who were visiting, and I said, we have an ambition in this country to be a crypto hub. The underlying technology, blockchain, is very important. A lot of people have actually shied away from cryptocurrencies, saying we don't want to touch it. This is speculative. We don't understand it. But fundamentally speaking, they've actually disrupted traditional financial services. They've disrupted payments. They've disrupted thought processes about how things can work. And so for us here, it was important to actually keep an open mind towards it. And that started off with testing in the regulatory sandbox, but I think more importantly, creating a dedicated crypto assets license. And I'm proud to say that, we have the first fully licensed crypto exchange in the whole MENA region in this country. And I think it's an important milestone. And there are quite a few of these companies that are actually looking at Bahrain. They create new jobs, they bring in new innovations, and this is an industry that would love to foster it. So I think that's one. I think there are a lot of other rules, but I think the important one is open banking. And obviously this is, again, going back to the theme of being platform-based. The big tech players, whether than the traditional core banking players, whatnot, everybody is gearing towards platform-based world. And open banking is definitely a theme that has emerged in a few jurisdictions, such as United Kingdom, Singapore, and elsewhere. We're taking a leading role here in Bahrain to drive that in the region. And so as of July, all retail banks have been actually open banking ready, so they've got their APIs ready to plug and play. So that's something that is happening. There's a whole raft of regulations that are coming in place. The important point is regulations will never be able to keep with the pace of technological development, but it's very important that you have that solid foundation where, which is nimble, agility, open-mindedness, which will help you build that future industry. Now, I just want to put this, I like this slide because I think what this represents is something new. We mentioned talking about the regulatory sandbox, and there are 36 companies in there, 35, 36. The interesting thing for me is only one of these firms actually existed before the sandbox was created. So 35 new firms that honestly before all of these regulations and changes have had absolutely no reason to be here. And so I think, these represent, again, what I call the new kids on the block. They're in all sorts of different spaces: crypto assets, payments, wealth tech, blockchain, robo. One of them is actually from India. 2 companies have graduated, one in open banking, and the other was the crypto assets company I talked about, which is called Rain. But this is, again, an opportunity for new types of players to come in from 19 countries, existing institutions to wrap their heads around what is actually happening with these companies, but also how can you service them, how can you learn from them, how can you collaborate from them. And obviously, some existing institutions might be disrupted by some of these players. Now, this is kind of what the fintech ecosystem in this country looks like. We started, I think, a few years ago. It probably had 20, 25 logos on there. But I think what is exciting is my prediction is we'll hit 100. And, thinking about that, albeit we're starting from a relatively lower base. Obviously, India is an absolutely massive market with thousands of tech companies and hundreds of fintechs. This is a great start. And for a lot of people, when that slide goes up, they don't recognize most of these logos. But for for those, these are a lot of the new players that will be in the industry, that will keep disrupting the industry and be working with the traditional players to really evolve. And so we will see an increase in companies here. And I think there's an absolute immense opportunity for Indian tech firms, fintechs, to actually come here. And I've had the pleasure of visiting India quite a few times, and I'm absolutely impressed by the scale, the talent, and the innovation that is coming there. And I think we can definitely learn a lot. We've got the soft infrastructure, the welcoming stance to help bring these companies here. Now, I just want to talk a bit about Bahrain FinTech Bay, because I think a lot of people probably don't know what it entails or the ethos about it. We talked about, there's, from the top leadership, there's a vision to really develop the fintech ecosystem in this country. Obviously, it involves policy, whether at the central bank of Bahrain level or whether this is at an actually national level where you put that software infrastructure in place. And how do we really enable the data economy to thrive? But also, institutions thinking about these emerging technologies, thinking about these changes, and internationally, how do we learn from international jurisdictions, companies, associations, regulators, but also tell people about them. And there was a vision and a need for a hub. And that hub, in one shape or form, manifested itself into what is known as FinTech Bay. And I think of it as a platform. And it was actually the brainchild of the Economic Development Board, chaired by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and a small company that was founded out of Singapore called FinTech Consortium, focused on ecosystem building. And the idea was simple in theory, but also difficult to execute in terms of how can we build a platform, an ecosystem platform that brings different stakeholders from the ecosystem together in one place to help drive this ecosystem forward. And the minister talked about sustainability and not relying on single sources of funding or single stakeholders. The whole ethos behind FinTech Bay was, how can we bring this ecosystem together, but also make it very sustainable, underpinned by a public-private partnership model? Because whether it's fintech, whether it's tech, whether it's any sort of tech, this is a mindset that, the world has really changed. We need to look at things very differently. And, we're at a stage where collaboration and working together, we grow stronger, because there are a lot of friction points, there are a lot of opportunities where if we collaborate, we'll be much more successful than just working in isolation. So that was the whole ethos about it. And how can we build a physical hub, but also more importantly, the non-physical components that are absolutely fundamental in developing this ecosystem. And so if we look at it from a physical perspective, we've been home to over 50 fintechs. Half of the regulatory sandbox companies are with us. We were home to the first crypto assets exchange in the whole MENA region. They've outgrew us, which I think is a fantastic story. We have the only 2 live crypto ATMs in the whole Arab world. The only 2 live ones are actually sitting with us in FinTech Bay, whether, we've got the likes of insurance, crowdfunding, AI, and so forth. And it's important for us that we actually work with them to help them integrate into the ecosystem and develop. But that's actually just one component in what we do. And obviously, we've looked at advanced research, talent development, equipping the next generation of locals, and giving them opportunities to really develop in this space. And I think it's important that we not only work with the industry to think about these roles of the future, but also give opportunities for young, talented people to actually wrap their heads around this. Because it's great to have the regulations, it's great to have companies, but it's all, again, underpinned by talent and human capital. And so that's actually very important. We've done a lot of research, which everybody can find on our website. But I think, another thing which we're proud of is this is kind of what part of our ecosystem looks like. And I remember when we were talking to a lot of institutions, they're like trying to wrap their heads around working with their direct competition. But again, that's part of, the new economy where working together presents fundamentally more important, I think, opportunities. And so with a lot of these players, you might see that they're direct competition, but they're all working together one-to-one, individually gain, but also to collectively help develop this ecosystem. We work internationally, we're open. We've got partnerships with all sorts of different jurisdictions in the region. We work with the UAE, whether it's in Abu Dhabi or Dubai, with Saudi and others. And obviously with India, the door is always open to a lot of collaboration, which is very important. And I think, one thing before I wrap up my talk is, as the name says, it's Bahrain FinTech Bay. It's a made in Bahrain story, but there are key takeaways from that. And one of the things that we've actually done was internationalize the platform, because we thought there is an opportunity. Why be constrained just here when you can actually, just like the tech companies or the fintechs that we're trying to promote, help grow, and obviously they're internationalizing, we need to do that ourselves. And we need to take a story that was made here, but also go internationally. And we've got platforms in Singapore, in Detroit in the United States, Silicon Valley, and we're working, hopefully sometime in Q1, you'll also see something in Jordan. So, the idea is, we're talking about disruption. It's all a mindset. We don't necessarily need to be experts in everything, but I always equate whatever the work that we're doing here, building the ecosystem in Bahrain, or as the tech hubs in India and elsewhere have been built. I always equate this to building a skyscraper where for years nobody is actually seeing anything, but there's a lot of work that's actually going right below the ground level and the basement levels. And I think for a lot of that, we're at that stage where a lot of that basement level work has actually now finally started to go above ground level, and now we're starting to see the fruits of all these efforts over the years. So I'm very optimistic that in a time and age of uncertainty, where the only certainty is uncertainty, that we're at a good footing, hopefully moving on forward, because half the battle is changing the mindset, and I think half the battle also is laying the foundation and looking forward to a world which is ever changing. And I see there are tremendous opportunities of fundamental bridge between Bahrain and India that goes back millennia. And I think now with technology and this mindset shift, more is to come. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your time and attention, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Saad, for taking us through the ecosystem, the fintech ecosystem of Bahrain. And sir, we are sure that one day we'll be either close to or better than either the Silicon, Singapore, or the Detroit FinTech Bay. We hope so. To present our token of gratitude to Mr. Khalid Saad, may I please invite on stage a chairperson, CA Mahesh, and Mr. Nand Raja, the country head for Tele. Can I also request our Vice Chairperson, CA Sandeep Shah, to join us on the stage? Thank you, Mr. Saad. Now, may I please request our Secretary, CA Ajay, to come on the stage and take over the control. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Bhavin. So I think our theme is disruption, a catalyst for growth. But in none of the previous conferences, we have been so much on time or ahead of time. So we keep getting these windows of opportunities. So this window of opportunity I would like to use to honor our colleagues who have come from the overseas chapters. So may I request our chairperson, C. Mahesh Kumar, and our vice chairperson, Sandeep Shah, on stage to honor our overseas chapter representatives. First, may I call upon Ms. Ashwini from the Muscat chapter. Yeah, Ashwini, the chairperson of Muscat chapter. Next is Mr. Sai Devta, the chairperson from the Kuwait chapter. Next is Mr. Ashish, the chairperson from the Abu Dhabi chapter. Nilesh? Sorry, Mr. Neeraj as well. Kindly come on stage, please. Thank you. And finally, Mr. Merchant from the Saudi chapter, Mr. Mushtaq Merchant. I think he's not here, so it's fine. So I think we express our gratitude to all the overseas chapters. Okay. So there's a special request from the Kuwait chapter. So Mahesh could not visit their annual conference, which was held last week, because there was a disruption, which turned out beneficial for us because he was available with us through the weekend to work with us. So, but they would like to honor Mahesh from the Kuwait chapter for as a symbol of their annual conference, which was held last week. That's a reverse felicitation. We'll give the floor to him for a couple of minutes.
Just 1 minute. We really appreciate Bahrain. Bahrain, I attended last event in the last year under Sridharji's leadership. So that was really spark in my eyes, and with that vision, we did the first time in Kuwait, and it was a huge success. But unfortunately, Mr. Mahesh could not participate due to visa issues. Otherwise, it was a grand success, and really I thank Mr. Sridharji for giving me that inspiration. Thanks a lot.
So may I request all the overseas chapter representatives and the EXCOM members on stage for a group photo. I promise we'll break for lunch after this. We will now break for lunch. The lunch will be for 1 hour, so we'll assemble back at 1:30. There are exciting raffles which we have kept hidden so far, so that is again to draw you back to the hall. So the surprise will be broken at 1:30. Thank you, have a nice break.
Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Khanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Khanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam, Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner, Convex, Bahrain. Local logistics partner, U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner, Foursquare. Media partners, DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E-Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex, Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E-Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, SICO Bank, Homebox, Lanyard Sponsor, Amex Middle East, Technical Support Partner, Convex Bahrain, Local Logistics Partner, U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital Display Partner, Foursquare, Media Partners, DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, SICO Bank, Homebox, Lanyard Sponsor, Amex Middle East, Technical Support Partner, Convex Bahrain, Local Logistics Partner, U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital Display Partner, Foursquare, Media Partners, DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard Sponsor, Amex Middle East, Technical Support Partner, Convex Bahrain, Local Logistics Partner, U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital Display Partner, Foursquare, Media Partners, DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard Sponsor, Amex Middle East, Technical Support Partner, Convex Bahrain, Local Logistics Partner, U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital Display Partner, Foursquare, Media Partners, DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard sponsor, Amex Middle East, Technical support partner, Convex Bahrain, Local logistics partner, U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital display partner, Foursquare, Media partners, DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard sponsor, Amex Middle East, Technical support partner, Convex Bahrain, Local logistics partner, U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital display partner, Foursquare, Media partners, DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, Wat E Genie, Diyar Al Muharrak. Automotive sponsor Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard sponsor Amex Middle East, Technical support partner Convex Bahrain, Local logistics partner U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital display partner Foursquare, Media partners DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, Wat E Genie, Diyar Al Muharrak. Automotive sponsor Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard sponsor Amex Middle East, Technical support partner Convex Bahrain, Local logistics partner U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital display partner Foursquare, Media partners DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor Ibrahim Khalil Khanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard sponsor Amex Middle East, Technical support partner Convex Bahrain, Local logistics partner U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital display partner Foursquare, Media partners DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor Ibrahim Khalil Khanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard sponsor Amex Middle East, Technical support partner Convex Bahrain, KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor Ibrahim Khalil Khanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard Sponsor, Amex Middle East, Technical Support Partner, Convex Bahrain, Local Logistics Partner, U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital Display Partner, Foursquare, Media Partners, DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth.
That's what happens when you get used to the speed of Flash Remit, the real-time account credit facility from UAE Exchange. Credit money to your dear one's bank account real-time. Both sender and receiver get an SMS each on account credit. Flash Remit, real-time remittance. That's what happens when you get used to the speed of Flash Remit, the real-time account credit facility from UAE Exchange. Credit money to your dear one's bank account real-time. Both sender and receiver get an SMS each on account credit. Flash Remit, real-time remittance. That's what happens when you get used to the speed of Flash Remit, the real-time account credit facility from UAE Exchange. Credit money to your dear one's bank account real-time. Both sender and receiver get an SMS each on account credit. Flash Remit, real-time remittance.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you get used to the speed of Flash Remit, the real-time account credit facility from UAE Exchange. Credit money to your dear one's bank account real-time. Both sender and receiver get an SMS each on account credit. Flash Remit, real-time remittance. That's what happens when you get used to the speed of Flash Remit, the real-time account credit facility from UAE Exchange. Credit money to your dear one's bank account real-time. Both sender and receiver get an SMS each on account credit. Flash Remit, real-time remittance.
Thank you, Ajay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. We have an exciting raffle sponsored by our annual sponsor, UAE Exchange. The prize to be won is a Sony music system. I would like to request Mr. Akash and Mr. Prajwal Shetty to please come on the stage. I also request our chairperson CA Magesh Kumar to be on the stage and vice chairperson CA Sandeep Shah. And the lucky winner is
And the lucky winner is K. Ugandar.
Thank you, Akash and Prajwal. I request CA Magesh and Sandeep to be remain in the stage. May I request CA Sridhar, CEO from Trafco. The next raffle is 20 BD voucher from Trafco.
20 BD, huh?
Yeah. And the lucky winner is Trafco Metro vouchers. No. Some disruptions. Tally. Yeah, we will proceed with the next section. Please just keep watching. We have more exciting raffles, which includes more music systems, books, Samsung tab, sofa sets, HP laptop, and much more. Please be around. Thank you. May I invite CA Magesh Kumar and Sandeep Shah on the stage to give away one more important, exciting raffle, which is sponsored by our tally. May I request to come Mr. Nandraj on the stage, please. The raffle is Xiaomi Fitness Band. Xiaomi Fitness Band. And the lucky winner is CA Milan Kamanth. CA Milan Kamanth. Counting number 1, 2. Oh, he is there. And one more. We have 2 raffles. And the lucky winner is CA Shyam Krishnan. CA Shyam Krishnan, he is here. Okay. Thank you, CA Magesh and CA Sandeep and Nandiraj. We will continue with the technical session, and the more raffles will be during the tea break and coffee break and after all the sessions towards the end of the day. Thank you. I will give control back to our MC, CA Garvida.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Garvita Srivastava, Executive Committee Member of BCICAI. After this scrumptious lunch, now it's time to feed your souls. 15 years back, traveling in airplane was a dream for an average middle-class Indian. Our speakers for this session, who had humble beginnings, too dreamed the same. But the difference was that they succeeded in disrupting a whole industry. They made air travel accessible to everyone by bringing the air travel cost cheaper than first-class rail tickets. The disruption of an industry benchmark resulted in formation of a company with first low-cost airline carrier in India. It can be really daunting to go after an industry that's been doing things one way for so many years. Our speakers decided to go against the tide and brought the Indian middle-class dream to reality. The host for this session can be no one better than someone who closely worked with Captain G.R. Gopinath, a partner in disrupting the challenges he faced to convert the dream of 1 million Indians into reality. He is the only one who can bring us some behind-the-scene glimpses and being a catalyst for growth. Can we have the AV, please, for the host of this session?
Mr. John Kuruvilla is the co-founder and CRO of Kalpnik Technologies Private Limited. He has spent close to 14 years in some of the renowned advertising agencies in India. He hung up his boots in advertising after winning a Lion at Cannes International Festival of Creativity. As the Chief Revenue Officer at Air Deccan, India's pioneer in the low-cost airline business, he led a team that revolutionized almost every aspect in the aviation space. He is also a part of Geo team, helping set up Geo virtual classrooms in rural India. Mr. John Kuruvilla.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. John Kuruvilla.
After such a fabulous lunch, the only thing we need to disrupt is sleep. And that's the challenge between Captain Gopi and me. And I think it'll be easier than disrupting a well-entrenched business. But before I get on the stage, the man responsible for giving wings to the dreams of 1 billion Indians, I'd like to play a film. Can we have the film, please?
हरिराम जी चिट्ठी
खोल के पढ़ो तो भैया।
दिल्ली से है बेटे की। अरे ये तो प्लेन का टिकट है। हाँ? अरे सुनो रे प्लेन प्लान का टिकट भेजा है हरिराम के बेटे ने। क्या ढूंढ रहा है तू? ये या ये?
हवाई जहाज में दो तरह के बैगेज होते हैं, एक चेक्ड इन, एक हैंड बैगेज। इसको तुम हैंड बैगेज की तरह ले जा सकते हो।
For millions of Indians, flying is no longer a dream. Air Deccan.
You know, to disrupt an industry, Captain used to tell us, disrupt every aspect of your business. And this film, at that time in 2005, was one of the most disruptive advertising films in Asia. For 3 reasons. It was the longest film in Asia, 2.5 minutes. No sane man, and we were completely insane as a team, no sane man would produce such a long film because the cost of running the film on television was very expensive. A. B. The actors in the film, the producer in the film, the producer was a small-time producer who'd never made it big, but he had big dreams. We told him, look, we have limited money, but what we have enough of is free seats. So we actually paid the main protagonist, a very good Malayali actor, remuneration in seats for a lifetime. We paid the producer of the film seats for a lifetime. And then what we did, we looked at collaboration. We went to ZTV and NDTV and said, listen, there is a lot of ad space that you have which is going waste. It's a perishable commodity. Once the ad space is gone, there's no money earned. I have seats which, if empty, is a perishable commodity. Why don't we marry the two? And they said, what do you mean? So I said, look, why don't you give me 1 crore worth of advertising space and I will give you 1 crore worth of seats. So suddenly, we had advertising space on Z and on NDTV, and that's how the film actually took wings. Then what happened? We started winning awards all over India. And the one problem that Deccan had, actually two, we never had money. The second problem as a result of that was Captain Gopi gave me 50 lakhs as advertising budget, and 50 lakhs means one ad in Times of India front page. And nobody will remember you. But because of the awards we won, we got enough fame in the country and people talked about us. And that's one of the ways that awareness was built for Air Deccan. Without much ado, let me call an ordinary man with an extraordinary dream, Captain Gopinath, who I had the privilege of working with, and those 3 years of my life were one of the most fascinating 3 years of my life. So Captain, may I have you on board?
to actually say a few words.
Captain G.R. Gopinath is the founder of Air Deccan, India's first low-cost airline set up in 2003. Air Deccan went on to revolutionize Indian aviation and offered affordable airfare to Indian people, enabling millions of first-time flyers. He was an officer in the Indian Army and served in the Bangladesh Liberation War. In 2005, he received the prestigious Rajotsava Award by the government of Karnataka. In 2006, he was awarded the Legion of Honor, the highest civilian award conferred by the French government. Captain G.R. Gopinath.
Namaste. Yeah, as one of the reasons I asked this film to be played was because after a long session of listening and also, as you said, lunch, we'll just get some people to be alert. But before I begin, I would like to thank the ICAI for having me over here, and I gave a lot of trouble to Mahesh and his colleague by not confirming, but I was initially not ready to come for other reasons and other commitments, but I'm very happy I came, and I'm really touched by your gesture, the extraordinary, I can feel the vibrations of this community here, which is doing great work. Second, I must also begin with a salutation to an iconic entrepreneur, founder, Chris Gopalkrishnan from my city. We meet occasionally. Salute you first because the whole country looks up to you, and of course Narayan Murthy and the other colleagues. I'll generally talk on the aspect of entrepreneurship, largely from the point of view of people who have dreams from maybe disadvantaged situations. When I say disadvantaged, you don't have money, you don't have the kind of qualifications that are needed to break into businesses which are dominant, either technology businesses or businesses which are very capital intensive. Rather than speaking very specifically about what Deccan did, I'll not get too much into that. I'll put my talk in context of some of these impulses that drove me to do what I did along with my colleagues. And of course, you can never achieve any of these things unless you have a team of great believers whom you can get on board to buy into your dream. And so thanks to people like John and my other colleagues who are not here. Actually, your job is basically to keep them all fully not just bought into your dream, to become multipliers of those dreams. I mean, each of them must live your dream and also live their dream through you. It was Goethe, the German poet, who said, "Dare to dream and begin it." Dare to dream and begin it. Boldness has genius, magic, and power to it. So I think the first thing is that you should be able to dream, and dream the most audacious dreams. And as Walt Disney said, if you can dream it, you can do it. And it looks too fantastical a statement, But it's really true. If you look at any of these people, whether it could be Walt Disney or Steve Jobs or Narayan Murthy in our own case, people had dreams which were crazy. So you had to become, in a very Vedantic way, one with the dream. You can't have any duality. You have to become the dream, and you have to be possessed by that idea, and possessed to the point of madness, to the exclusion of everything else. I think that's what is the first, necessary precondition for an entrepreneur. It was said that when the great violinist Leonard Cohen was asked, by a young violinist, I'm thinking, debating, should I become a full-time violinist? And he said, if you are a violinist, you start playing, you don't debate too much. So there's always this debate between analysis and, paralysis by analysis, as I think people in management say, and instinct, death by sudden instinct. But ultimately, there's a point when your analysis cannot take you beyond a point. There's a point where analysis stops. Typically, entrepreneurs who are not probably having sometimes the baggage of the education that they have analyze too much. But many entrepreneurs, an idea, they catch an idea from the deep recesses of that soul. So entrepreneurship is a secret impulse, and it is an obedience of that impulse that you get. And so dreaming is not enough. Your dream has to be combined with venture. It has to be the dreaming and the doing. It has to happen almost sometimes simultaneously. When I was in the village school, it's something like the school that you saw there, and I'll come back to that film and as to how that film triggered. But I went to a particular school like that. I went barefoot to a school. My father was a teacher in the local school, and one day the school headmaster said, there's a military exam. Anybody wants to go for that military exam? I was in my 7th standard, sitting on the floor, and I just raised my hand, and not knowing what a military school was, except that I heard from my father. Even today in villages in Karnataka, you find military hotel, which means. So I asked him, what is that? Military. He said it is where non-vegetarian food is served for the people who eat non-vegetarian. Instead of saying non-vegetarian restaurant, even today in villages you can find military hotel. So I just raised my hand, and I joined the army, and through a military school. There is a very famous Kannada. I think that I want to do Kannada to make you a little homesick. I'll say this. There's a very famous poem by one Kannada poet called Puti Narasimhachar. He says, Gudiyache, Gidadache, Gadiyache, Hogona Banniro Hasanadige. Gudiyache, Gadiyache, Gidadache, Hogona Banniro Hasanadige. Beyond the temple, beyond the woods, beyond the borders, let's go to new lands yonder. So to discover new lands, you have to leave a safe place. It was, it is said that if you want to discover new lands, you have to be away from the shore for a long time. Ships are safe in the harbor, but they're not meant for that. So I think there is a story which many of you may know, that Columbus, the great sailor, when he was standing in the edge of Spain, looking into the ocean, it was before the era of Copernicus, when it was not known that the earth was round. He looked at the ocean. He was a great sailor, and he was dreaming, what is beyond this? And since the theory was that earth is flat, he said that, look, if the earth is flat, then if there's land on this side where I am standing, there must be land on the other side. So he went and pitched this idea to his own kings in Italy, and it was discarded. He said, look, can you fund me? I want to take a ship and a sailing ship and discover these new lands in search of gold and in search of precious metals. Because in those days, people are looking for gold. And the Italian kings said no. So he went to the Spanish kings. And the Spanish kings funded him. And that's how, instead of discovering India, which you heard, he discovered the USA. I think that was the first, probably the venture capital, if you want to call it that. A dreamer who dreamt very illogically that because Earth was round, but even then thinking it's flat, he pitched this crazy idea that there must be land on the other side. So you need to have this ability to listen to your heart. You see, all of us have this inner impulse, inner gleam that shines to each of us. We have to learn to detect what is it that inner thing is telling you. And we have to have a courage and an overarching fidelity, overarching, fealty, obedience to that impulse. Because we normally do not listen to our inner thoughts. And so you need to have that courage to listen to your, which is called, intuition. I mean, the rest is all tuition, which is important, but your ability to listen to your intuition is key. And I think for an entrepreneur, that self-trust, that is the secret of success. That's the first secret of success. You have to believe in yourself, believe in your dream. Because what is genius? Genius is often, it is your thoughts which you rejected, which you see in a majesty when another genius pronounces it. All along you think, oh my God, I was thinking of it myself. This idea, I thought of it all the time. And we often don't listen to that. So we need to have an ability and the courage to listen to our inner voice. So when I was, when I left the army and I came back looking to do something, and I was not sure at that time what I wanted to do, because India was not the kind of country that it is today. I came back and I went into farming. And there was about 20 acres of land, which my family got awarded, because the lands that my father had and his father's brothers had in a small village called Gorur in Hassan district on the bank of the Hemavati river. So I came back one fine day after serving about 8 years or 10 years in the army. I was in the Bangladesh war, I was in Assam, Bhutan, Kashmir, and various places. And one friend said, look, I must do something on my own. And I had trekked all over India, I had gone on motorcycles all over India, I had trekked all over the US. I came back and I said, I must do something on my own. I did not know what I wanted to do at that time, but I surely knew that I did not want to be in a government job. So then I thought, okay, maybe the best thing is to get into farming and reflect, what I would like to get my life organized. So there was this inextinguishable optimism within me. I think that is key. A blind optimism that if you believe in yourself, if you work hard, if you venture out, and if you take risks, you're going to come out at the end of it. You're like the farmer, you do not have these doubts that the sun will not rise tomorrow. You do not have these doubts, regardless of the calamities, that if you sow the seed, that it will not sprout. That if you put your shoulder to the plow, that it will yield you results. So that optimism is required. In spite of the sin, why I'm saying that is that today when you see in our own country, as well as other parts of the world, there's so much of depression. Sometimes because of corruption, sometimes because of the kind of politics that we have. So it's very easy to become depressed, and it's very easy to become cynical. For the best of us, we say, what have we come to? So I think cynicism is slow suicide. So an entrepreneur, I'm not talking too much on the disruption, I'll come to that. But so if you have to be an entrepreneur, you have to have that generosity of spirit. You have to have that inextinguishable optimism, a perennial enthusiasm that you can do good. You can, in spite of all the darkness, there are people who will help you. There are people who will believe in you. There are people who will help you along the way. That optimism is needed if you want to set up anything. That's the reason I said pessimism, skepticism is a self-defeating mechanism that puts out the best of spirits. So I came home and that built a dam. And my father said all the lands are submerged. And so I was like, suddenly, as a rock had fallen on me because I had resigned my job. And whatever little lands my father had, it was not much. So I thought I'll take to farming. He said there's all submerged under a dam. But then he said that they have given about, excuse me, yeah. Then they said that, sorry, just, you're disturbing me this way. Yeah. Then they said that, very sorry, that the government has given us some lands. I'm telling it this story because for two reasons. The organizers told me that the next speaker is not coming. So he said, Captain, please don't finish your speech in your allotted time. So, I don't know if any of you know what a Harikatha is. It's very common in Kerala and Tamil Nadu and Andhra and Karnataka. A Harikatha Vidwan, this Harikatha is not there so much in North India as a tradition. In South, we have this Harikatha tradition. We have Balakrishna Shastrigal in Tamil Nadu, we had Sant Keshav Das in this one. The Harikatha Vidwan, when he starts, he can go on that Harikatha, reciting and telling stories, not only till next morning, he can speak for a week. So, I remember when I contested an election on the BJP ticket, just to, in the interest of full disclosure. I was the president of BJP of Hassan. I'm just jumping the story like the Harikatha Vidyan because where my mind takes me. I was president of the BJP of Hassan when Vajpayee was then leader of the BJP party. There was one Anant Kumar who passed away recently who was the secretary. And Yediyurappa was the present chief minister who was into a lot of controversies. Even as we speak, because controversies because there's a mirror reflection of what happened in Karnataka and Maharashtra. So when Yediyurappa was the president of the party and I was the president in Hassan, there was a huge Kaveri riots in Karnataka, massive Kaveri riots. And since I was the president in that Kaveri belt, because Kaveri flew through, started in Coorg, but it flew through Hassan and through my village, where the major Hemavati river, where the dam was already built. There were riots everywhere. Buses were stopped and burnt and things like that. So they came on a Kaveri speech to say why water should not be given to Tamil Nadu. So I was supposed to organize all these political meetings from village to village to village. You know how a politician, when he comes, you go from one village to another village, and the village has to be prepped up before you reach there. So the secretary, Anant Kumar, told me, he said, look, Yediyurappa is going to come late. So I was not very good in speaking in Kannada initially. He said, Captain, you know, this crowd will go away if you, finish your speech. So you please continue to speak, and we will also bring one film actor. So let that film actor be there. If he speaks first, then everybody will go away. And if I finish the speech, people will go away, because Yediyurappa has to come. He was always perennially late, like most politicians. So that reminded me. So I would speak and keep talking, all the yawns. And then finally, when there's 10 minutes for Yediyurappa to come, the actor was then told, you please don't speak because Yediyurappa has come. So I'm going to indulge you for some more time. Anyway, so now I went to these. I asked my father, where are these lands? It also has a story on entrepreneurship, which I'm going to tell you. Where are these lands that you say is being submerged? Because when the government builds dams, what happens? The farmers become overnight, especially the farmers. 60 villages were submerged in this river, where the dam was built, including our lands. When 60 villages are submerged, those 60 villages had to be rehabilitated. Forest lands are submerged, so you have to now, you lose forest lands. Then these 60 villages had to be rehabilitated. So again, forest lands are given, or grazing lands, ancient heritage grazing lands are given for these villages to be resettled. Then for the villagers who are resettled, you again have to give them land for farming. They are all virgin lands. And that's how dams are very destructive. Apart from the ecological destruction, it causes huge disruption of lives and society. Because a village, lives in a symbiotic ecosystem. If there's a carpenter there, a blacksmith there, he has a kind of a brand. His father was a carpenter, grandfather was a carpenter, great-grandfather was a carpenter, and he had a clientele. To use the word brand loosely, he had a clientele which was there with him. And now when you uproot him and take him away from that village and then put him 100 kilometers away in a godforsaken place, then he loses his living. And most of the money is taken away by the local lawyers and middlemen, and the compensation is not reaching the farmer. It comes in bits and pieces. Most of them become refugees overnight, exiles in their own land. And this is what I was witnessing. Wherever I went in the village, to the temple, to the bus stand, the talk was, where are you going to go and settle down? So I was told that we had 7 acres of land, and that's how I went seeking these lands. And I went and saw these barren lands of about 30 acres, and decided, and I pitched a tent there and started my farming. And to cut the story short, after a few years of living on the farm in a tent, and then I built a small mud house, I moved to Bangalore. Once my coconut plantation started yielding, I moved to Bangalore. And when I came to Bangalore, I was playing squash and tennis in the army club. And I met an army colleague of mine who was a buddy of me in the army, who was a helicopter pilot. And I asked him, what was he doing? He had just taken retirement after 20 years, a chap called Captain Samuel from Kerala. We served together in the war, we were in the same bunker. Outstanding guy, outstanding pilot, gallantry award winner, great leader. He was still about 40, 44, 43. He'd retired from the army. And every time I asked him, I said, what are you doing? He said, look, I'm looking for a job. I said, why? I mean, you're a helicopter pilot. You should be getting a job. And though I was in the aviation division, I was not flying. And because I was in the gunnery department. So he said that there are no helicopters in the entire South India. There was one helicopter with Vijay Mallya, I mean, this is true, which was a very old ancient helicopter, and he already had a pilot. And for about a year, when I used to meet him in the club, he'd say, you know, I'm not getting a job. And one day he said, I got a job. So I was really happy for him because he had 3 kids who were all, you know, in their, just in the early teens. And he said, I got a job. And I said, what is the job that you got? He said, I got a job as a security officer in a company. And I was shocked because I said, this was an outstanding pilot and got a job as a security officer in one of the companies of that time. This was in, you know, the early days of reforms. I think Infosys had just started on the rise. Very, very early days of the new entrepreneurial India that we are talking about. So this was playing in my mind, and this was, hit me, you know, this idea that there are hundreds of pilots, hundreds of engineers from Army, Air Force and Navy. All of them have flown extensively in Kashmir and in the battlefront, now without a job, ending up as security officers and administrative officers. So at that time I went to China because I had won an award, a Rolex award, which was not there in my biodata, so I might as well tell. I won a Rolex award for agriculture, Rolex award for enterprise in organic farming, organic silk farming. So I went with a delegation of farmers to China. And I was in China, and I was shocked. I was in a Taluk headquarters, deep into China, and I found that wherever I went, I found in the hotel a brochure there how China was welcoming investments. And then a thought came to me that if China, which had embraced capitalism without abandoning communism, the Russian state had collapsed, and why were we in this kind of a terrible state in India, where we have so much of human resources? And in this context, I was looking at the Army pilots, Air Force pilots, and the naval pilots who were without jobs, and suddenly an idea crossed me that India was on their way to reforms, and we had hundreds of pilots without jobs, and there was not a single helicopter company in South India. There were about 15 or 16 helicopters in the whole country, and out of which I think actually what was flying was about only 7 or 8. They were largely with the old world businesses like the Thappars, the Birlas, and when they had to fly, they had to plan a month in advance. And the idea came to me that, you know, in the army, we fly and land anywhere. And I said, why can't we start a helicopter company? And I had no money. The reason why I'm telling this is I never asked even once, how much does a helicopter cost? But I knew deep in my mind that if India was on the way to reforms, and this kind of a growth, already the signs were there, like I said, with companies like Infosys, and if you had a kind of a market that is going to open up inevitably, because I knew that in the army we did a lot of infrastructure work. I said, there's no way this cannot not succeed. And we had helicopters largely with the 5-6 industrialists, and then when they were not using it, it was for political patronage. There were no helicopters for customers. There was no customer focus because there was no customer dependency. Even Birla had to fly, Mahindra had to fly, Bajaj had to fly. He would sell scooters to fly in a helicopter. He didn't need customers. So that's when the idea came to my mind that India can have a helicopter company. And in Kannada, again, there's a proverb. It says, Angai na hunnige kannadi beke. If you have an abscess on your palm, do you need a mirror? The mirror is the consultant. You go to McKinsey. I know a lot of you do that work, but McKinsey, you go to McKinsey to get a project report. So if you go to somebody and say, I want an aviation project report, I don't think we could even afford that. But deep within me, and that's what I talked to you about, that you need to have that ability to listen to what is prompting you, and you need to have that optimism to make that flight, in a metaphorical and a literal sense, and take that jump with a prayer in the wing. So, how many more minutes? Another 10 minutes? Okay, another 5 minutes? Okay. I'll just end this one. So, my first advertisement in the charter business was, if it's in the map, I took our helicopter to the Kaveri fishing camp, put that there in the helicopter, and John was the person who was in the advertisement agency then, doing advertising for us. And I said, John, create some ads for us. And one of the first ads that John made for us was, we took this chopper, put it on an island in the Kaveri fishing camp, just half an hour from Bangalore. And the ad said, if it's in the map, we'll get you there. And when that ad came, I started getting hundreds of calls. And the calls were, of course, calls for the helicopters were few and far between. Because in those days, typically companies like Infosys, being very frugal, led by a frugal leader, never hired helicopters. Even now they don't. But what the ad did, apart from triggering the whole lot of things, you can read my book, but what the ad did was that I started getting calls saying that, can you take us to Hubli? Can you take us to Vijayawada? Can you take us to, any of these places? And I said, what are you doing? And he would say, I'm a clerk in a bank, or I'm a manager in a bank. And then I said, helicopters don't go there. They thought there's an airline. And when I was flying in a helicopter, that's how I'll finish my story. When I was flying in a helicopter back from one of the election campaigns, because the helicopter was coming back empty, I was flying between Goa and Bangalore. And as I came over the mountains, I was finding, even when I came over the villages, I was finding something, glittering. And I told the pilot, let's fly down a bit and see what it is. And I found that in every village in the center, there was one large dish antenna. That was the first signs of, for me, sitting in the helicopter, literally a helicopter view, that the country had changed from a country of 1 billion hungry people to be fed and subsidized to a country of 1 billion consumers. And that's when this idea came to me that they were buying everything. Even when you go to the Taluk headquarters, they would have a small refrigerator there, early signs. There'd be one car in that village. Maybe he was also probably a government inspector in the revenue department who had bought a second-hand car. So it informed me, sitting there, that there's a new India that was emerging. I could feel it, I could sense it, I could feel the pulse. And that's how I said, they were buying everything, but they're not buying a ticket. They're not even envious of it. And then I announced that let's start an airline. And an airline, an airline born out of the mud of India, with the Indian genius. And the reason why I'm saying it is that we started the airline without printing a ticket, when e-ticketing and internet ticketing didn't exist in India. The entire Travel Agents Association came and said, we'll boycott you because you got taking away our business. I said, not on my dead body. We'll never print a ticket. I said, I want to eliminate all middlemen completely. And what many people do not realize, the low-cost airline succeeded because of the technology. So it's not necessarily that inventions had to be big. Of course it is there, somebody invents a radio, somebody invents a steam engine, they are big inventions. But the disruptions happen the way you figure out the existing available technologies, and then you position it in a manner where it disrupts the existing business arrangement, like the American Express credit card which first came. So the internet was one of the key disruptors, because it straight away brought down the cost of a ticket, you will not believe, by 30%, by just doing nothing else except selling our tickets and putting the inventory, apart from increasing your cash flow and other things. So I just want to leave the last sentence to say that you need to have, for an entrepreneur, these 3-4 qualities. You need to have the ability to listen to your guts and your intuition. You need to have optimism, and more than talent, you need to have perseverance, indomitable will. Your will comes from your ability to believe in your dream and keep going and keep going. And Churchill said, if you're going through hell, keep going. Thank you.
I need a mic. Thank you, Captain. May I request you to? So Mahesh and team told me it's very important for the gathering here to get insights from Captain. So I'm going to actually put him through hell to get some nuggets out. But while we are setting up a mic for him, I met Captain in 1998, audacious dream. Deccan Charters started taking off. And I had done a startup, I'd exited, and then Gopi called me and said, look, why don't you come and join me? So I said, sure. I asked him only 2 questions. I said, how much money do you have? He said, don't ask me that question. So I said, I need to know. He said, it doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. I said, Captain, I need to know how much money, because I'd just done a startup. And he gave me the amount. And then I asked him a second question, how much does an aircraft cost? So the money that Captain had raised was 1 crore in equity and 4 crore in debt. And 1 aircraft and ATR costed 40 crores. And I asked him, oh, that's interesting, what's your dream? He said, I want every Indian to fly. And I want to be the largest airline in India in the next 3 years. So with that, let me take you through the journey that Captain had by asking him. We have, no, sit. So Captain, the scenario in 2003.
You're not Arnab Goswami.
I'm not. But I've been Sorry. In 2003, 97% of all tickets were sold to travel agents. There were Jet Airways, Sahara, India Airlines, behemoths, and there was a government who was not too happy with you coming on. Didn't it frighten you?
Yeah, of course it frightens you, because anybody who tells you you're not scared is not telling the truth. Like if you're in the war, you're scared, you know. Like John Wayne once said very famously that courage is not having fear. Courage is that you have fear, but you saddle up anyway. I mean, you keep going, you know. So, you know, as I said, one of the things that help you in these times of, you know, when you feel that there's a mountain that you cannot climb, or there's something, a tsunami that is coming in front of you. The thing that you see, because I don't read too much of management books, but when I look at even, for example, the story of Infosys or any of the other great entrepreneurs, I was not thinking of those things then, but sometimes when I admire them, you're so obsessed with your dream, your destination. All that you see is the goal. You don't see the obstacles.
It's the eye of the fish.
Yeah.
It's the eye of the fish.
Yeah. You are only looking at the light. It's not to say you're not going to deal with the enemy. You're not going to deal. For example, I can take the names. Naresh Goyal, because I said it publicly before it's come in the press, was sending MPs after MPs to question in the parliament, how can you allow a low-cost airline and disrupt the economy of this country, because it will completely destroy the present aviation infrastructure, which will destroy the economy. And we all know that you know, these are games which all established players play. I mean, that is, we normally blame politicians. Actually, we have to blame the businessman more than that, because once when a businessman becomes successful, he ensures that the new entrants, you look at all the great industrialists today, from famous family houses, if the same rules were applied, they would never have been in business. You know, so every one of these great industrialists today, their grandfathers started with nothing, but once they got power, they ensured that competition does not come in. So I mean, that's what established businesses do, and it is your job not to be deterred. And believe me, like Napoleon said, if you brave death, you drive him into the enemy's ranks. So I once made a statement. I said Naresh Goyal is asking for protection from the government. He should go to a pharmacy shop to buy his protection. So that came in the headlines, in the sense that, you know, I know I was a little crazy, but I said that.
And every time he used to say things like this, he used to put us into trouble. You know, we used to get the travel agents into a place and we said, look, Captain is now very clear that you guys can book your tickets, and while we will not make commission, we will not pay you commission, you take money, and next morning the newspaper was, the travel agent's business is dead. So question to you is, we never had resources. We never had the money, we never had the marketing muscle, we had 4 to 8 years flying around. What was the fuel that you believe sparked the revolution that made Air Deccan the largest airline in India?
See, I think there are, see, when you have Air Deccan was not an NGO, right? Like Infosys is not an NGO, but there's something about the ethos of Infosys or the Tatas, where somehow the country and the public believe that it is nation building, right? It's not by any stretch of imagination. They're not trying to pose it as an NGO, but the ethos of that company is such that it is beyond business. So Air Deccan, of course, it was not had investors. The investors expected returns, so it was not an NGO. But I was also, the reason I used the word obsessed was I was literally obsessed because I knew that if you can convert these billion people into consumers, it will completely change the game. And when you go and make a statement, I want everyone to fly. No, it's a vision, but a vision has to be something which is realized every day, but can never be realized in your lifetime. That's why it was said that vision is the art of seeing the invisible, as Jonathan Swift said. Vision is seeing, but it is the art of seeing the invisible. What does it mean? It's a contradiction. Vision is the ability to see the future, ability to see something which others are not seeing, or you are seeing it. And so you have to put that vision to the people. You have to put that vision even to the government. So because when I went to the civil aviation minister, he called me. I said, look, I'm getting complaints from every MP. I mean, how is it possible that you're going to make a low-cost airline? Because even my clerks, everyone want to they bring your file faster than their file. And I said, can you get everybody together? Because he said, I'll get everybody. Can you talk to the DGCA? Because the DGCA is reluctant to give you the clearance, saying that how are you going to do the maintenance of the aircrafts and things like that. One is because, see, as an entrepreneur, it's not only your job to create a product, but you also have to be able to manage the environment and the government of making them buy into your dream. So they had no clue as to how, if you can give airfare at 1/3 the cost, how is it possible to maintain an aircraft? So he called everybody together, and I went and addressed them. And,
Yep, okay. What was, a lot of people, when they realized that I'm going to be in conversation with you, how did Air Deccan manage to give 500 rupee ticket and 1 rupee ticket?
Okay, there are one or two real life stories, which is, again, the reason I'm quoting Infosys is that because they admire them, but more than that, not because he's here, these are real stories. See, what happened is that, if you remember when you were there was a talk about having some advertising mascot. And the thing in those days was either you become a mascot for the airline like Malia, or you get a brand ambassador like Amitabh Bachchan or somebody. And I said, no way, I'm not going to get Amitabh Bachchan or Shah Rukh Khan because it goes against the ethos of the airline. Second, he's going to ask so much of money, it will increase the cost. If he's going to increase the cost, though I know advertisement brings down the cost in a different way because it gives you more revenue, but it will directly impact my cost so much, it will increase my fare, which is against the inherent business model. So I said, I think, I saw a cartoon of R.K. Lakshman, where Air Deccan had already made some names, and the R.K. Lakshman cartoon was, there was a guy in the aircraft who was a villager in his dhoti with one leg on the seat, one danda, and his bistar on the luggage. And there was one rail chombu, in the early days, people who used to travel by train, they used to carry, you see in your father's time, they used to carry a brass. He was so observant, he had a rail chombu on the thing. And he was sitting very expansively in a flight. And then next to him was a common man sitting, looking very bemused. And next to him in the window was the guy in a suit. And he's sitting like this with contempt on his face. And he said, if these airlines bring down the fares any further, I will travel by train. So that triggered an idea in me, and I said, I should have R.K. Lakshman's common man as my mascot. So I told John, I said, John, this is what I want to do. He said, no, he said, I still remember his words. He said, Captain, don't even try it. He's a cantankerous old man. He's very short-tempered. I know a case where we tried,
in Maruti.
And because somebody from the PMO's office called R.K. Lakshman and saying that we're calling from the PMO's office for the Maruti car, and he banged the phone down. So the normal thing that happens in such a case is that because he has come and said R.K. Lakshman also said no to PMO, Prime Minister's office, why will he say yes to me? But in the normal way, I said, I didn't say no to him, I didn't say yes to him. I called R.K. Lakshman, I got his number from somebody. I called R.K. Lakshman, and his wife picked up, and I spoke to him. And then spoke to her, and she put him online, and I said, I simply said, instantly, Namaskara, I said. And, he said, "You Kannada matadtira," he said. I said, yes. He said, Yavuru. I said, I'm from Hassan. He said, my father was a headmaster in Hassan. He was an Iyer, he's A.K. Narayan's brother. And I remember my father telling me that who his headmasters were. And it so happened my father was a student for his father as a headmaster. So then he was very happy. He said, look, this is the idea I have. I want to come and talk to you. He already knew what air Deccan was. He had flown in it once or twice. Because we were going to a lot of towns which others were not going. So there was no option for the richest man other than going by this one. So I went and met him. He made a plane for me with the R.K. Lakshman's, that common man on it, and some creatives. The very famous R.K. Lakshman, there is a thing which has got a... so you put an air Deccan there, we put it on the aircraft. So I went and showed it to him. So he touched it and looked at it, and he was so emotional. I said, look, this embodies everything that you have said in your cartoon, in your the general. So I said, can I use it as my brand and my logo? And he said, totally. He said, why not? So that's how I enlisted people to buy into the dream, and often it was. I think the idea was, because I believed in the idea. See, some of these things you can't simulate. You can't simulate your passion if you don't have it.
One more thing, R.K. Lakshman was again paid in tickets because we didn't have the money. So he was given tickets for a lifetime. We can go on and on, Captain.
No, in fact, I asked him, what should I give? He said, I leave it to you. So I don't want to risk. I gave him a token amount. But then, every year he came in an air Deccan flight. Then I drove him to my farm, and every year he would come with his wife, and I would take them to my farm. He would spend 4 or 5 days there. I would spend a couple of days with him, and he had an extraordinary sense of humor. So I asked him, does your son draw? and he said, yes, he draws money from the bank. But right after this, I got a legal notice from Times of India saying that this is our proprietary thing. How are you using that? So I called R.K. Lakshman and I said, this is what legal notice I have got. I hope you have all the clearances. He said, the cartoons are their trademark or their copyright, but the common man is mine. So, so I said, what will you do? He said, I'll tell it now off the record. He said, I'll tell you in Kannada, I'll translate in English. I'll say, Hoga sola magna, he said. Meaning, fuck off, he said. So the reason I said is that, of course you are scared, of course you are deterred, because I had already got all the aircraft painted. Now we get a legal notice, not from some small local newspaper, but from Times of India. You can't take it lightly. So I told Times of India, I said, look, what is done is done. He's your man. He's as much your icon and lifeline, because so you deal with him. I don't think he has violated anything. So you have to deal with him and not me, I said.
So we can go on and on. You know, you can spend weeks with Captain and never get bored. And each of his stories are inspirational. So what we'll do now, we'll open up the floor. Mahesh, we have another 5 minutes? We'll open up the floor for a few questions. And what I have is 3 books here, autographed by Captain Gopi. We'll give it to some of the best questions here. So questions. Why did you sell? That was coming.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I always get asked this question.
This book is for you.
You know, in 2000, 2 years after I launched in 2004, the airline, 2003. Within 1 month after launching, I got private equity. Within 6 months after the aircraft had not launched, but because of that idea, somebody gave some $5 million. It was an NRI. There's nothing except my dream. He put 5. But within 6 months, when I already had the aircrafts flying, and I got a call from Singapore Airlines. They came and did a due diligence, and they said they're ready to invest. I got a call from Richard Branson. I went and met him. He came and did a due diligence. He's ready to invest. And the government, you know, as you say, man proposes and our politicians dispose. Vajpayee was the last days of his prime ministership. He had announced it. Jaswant Singh had announced that they'll allow foreign direct investment of airlines up to 49%. In anticipation of that, the Singapore Airlines CEO, he sent a secret mission because they were listed, and I went to Singapore and he came here. Then I flew him to my plantation in Kabini. We had a thing and everything was done. We shook hands. But the government called elections 2 months earlier. So in the India Shining, you know that advertisement, and the government fell. So the last, lot of things they cleared. The last one was foreign airline investment. Foreign direct investment was allowed, but not foreign airline investment. The topic came up, and Pramod Mahajan, the late Pramod Mahajan, his son was in Jet Airways. He had interest in Jet Airways, and he raised an objection, and he was a very powerful man. And Vajpayee didn't want to overrule because it was all done. He said, anyway, he said, after elections we'll do it. After elections, Vajpayee did not come back to power. Anyway, what I'm saying is that then I got $50 million from some private equity, and
went IPO.
Within third year, from 5 million, I got 50 million. I mean, that is the power of whatever you can call it, a dream. And we deployed 1 aircraft a month, every month for 48 months. Every month, 1 aircraft. And the dream was predicated on 2 things. One is the lowest fare. The other one was, even if you have the lowest fare, but if it is only Bombay, Delhi, then, you know, you are not realizing the vision. Not for the sake of the vision. The vision was to create a robust model which can never be realized, which meant that we want everyone to fly. So 90% of India was not geographically connected. Even today, if you ask how many people are flying, though Suresh Prabhu said, you know, growth and all that, only 4% of India is traveling by air today. That is a strange tragedy or anachronism. Only 4% of India is flying, accessing air travel. So we became the largest airline in 4 years. We overtook Indian Airlines in 3 years. At that height, because of the fact that the other airlines were bringing down fares, predatory pricing initially, bringing down the fare below my cost, below their cost, which is always predatory pricing. My fare is lower, but his fare is lower than his cost. That law didn't exist. So I thought the only way was to expand in such a manner that he'll bleed and back off. And that's what he did. I did not contract too much debt. I had only 150 crores debt when we had 25% market share when we overtook Jet Airways. I had 150 crores debt, and most of it was in deposits for acquiring new Airbuses. So I ordered 60 new Airbuses and 60 ATRs, and we had taken delivery of 48 of them at the time of me selling to Malia. And the reason why that was, the reason I gave this preamble was that when we had such a kind of growth, I didn't have a problem of cash flow. We were still not in profit. You know, we were in profit only the first year. When this expansion happened, the expansion was so much, but it was very safe. We only had 150 crores debt. But my investors in those days were all private equity investors, and they, wanted to make money. They were short-term investors. And I had got reduced, like in most cases of our kind of first-generation entrepreneurs. So I did not have a majority equity with me. And so they put pressure, and I realized if I crossed the swords with them, they would, upstage me. And so they put pressure, and then, I had people to choose. And Malia came and wooed me, and Airbus came and said, look, here's Airbus. And we had a lot of constraints of technical manpower. Pilots were not there. Airports were congested. We had a lot of problems. So, and that's right front. But I was twice the size of Malia in my market size. I was twice the size of Malia in my market cap. I was listed. So his valuation was 2,000 crores. We were listed. Our valuation was $1.2 billion. And so we did the deal. So under pressure from my private equity investors.
So we'll have one more question. Madhugul, can I request you to come and take this from Captain? Yeah, one more question. Because Mahesh is already threatening me to.
Because Yediyurappa has come in the gate.
What will you not do?
Obviously, a lot of mistakes were made. Mistakes both by me individually as a insane entrepreneur. Some of those things I think I could have, in hindsight, maybe I could have tempered it. But I think in those days, the way things were, I did what I did. You know, there's a very famous saying, the bumblebee aerodynamically was not designed to fly by the creator, but he did not know. You see, it's the most unaerodynamic thing, that big, thick, black bumblebee. So it flew. So, your optimism, my optimism got me into trouble. My optimism also got me out of trouble. A lot of mistakes were made, but as you know, in entrepreneurship and in life, you may not do the same mistakes that you did last time, because the same kind of circumstances may not present to yourself this time. So you could make different mistakes. It's constant learning. You have to be humble. You have to be, I think, hubris, arrogance, whether it's a government, or organization, or an individual, always kills organizations. A hubris of the individual, and also hubris of the people around you. Because when the leader becomes, hubris is the Greek word which says, I know everything. So success, creates opaque vision, and you don't even realize, like jaundice, you don't even realize that you have opaque vision, because at the very height of success, sometimes the seed of decline is shown. So I think we had to guard against it. I think I had to guard against it. And also a lot of learnings in management, because we didn't have manpower. We had 500 pilots from 100 different countries. We had 200 engineers from 100 different countries. So our HR was an impossible HR in terms of getting everybody aligned. Managing the growth, there was a whole lot of lessons there. Obviously, it has to be done differently. But I think the underlying thing is that you have to have the dream, you have to have the optimism, and, and the passion for it. And you are asking me, what is it that requires? I think first you require is, in anything, you require a market. Whatever India may not have, India has the market. Of course, then you need the right ecosystem. Ecosystem in the sense that, you may not be able to do something in Afghanistan, right? You may not be able to do certain things here because you need to get a 52% partnership or you need to get a blessing of the government. Similarly, in India, in some sectors, there is today, it is a license Raj. So aviation, to an extent, is almost 80% is dismantled. That's how I started Air Deccan last time. So the government ecosystem is there. The market is there. So I think the stars have to be aligned now with the right kind of investors. I don't know whether I'll do it, but opportunity exists for everybody to do it.
Thank you, Captain. We're out of time. May I request Madhukar and you gentlemen to come and take this book. And the third one is going to be a raffle draw. So, Sunita, over to you. Karvit, to you. Thank you, Captain. I think it's been a wonderful... It's signed, it's autographed. One more. Come. It's signed by him.
The winner is Chandan Gupta.
Thank you.
One, two, three.
Gone.
Gone.
Okay.
One more.
Give it to a lady.
Mr. C.A. Anand Panikar.
Gone.
Not here. Next. C.A. Charles City.
Oh. No, it's a lucky draw, yeah. Thank you so much. Bahrain chapter, thank you for having us. Captain, pleasure as always. Thank you. Captain.
Hope you all had a high-fly session. Thank you, Captain G.R. Gopinath and Mr. John Kuruvilla for reminding us the power of dream. So the mantra is, if you can dream it, you can achieve it. I would now request our chairperson, C.A. Mahesh Kumar Narayan, and Mr. Roshan Arvind from Al Hilal Live to please come up to the stage to present a token of appreciation to our speakers. And also C.A. Sanjeev, Chairman Al Hilal Live, to please come up on stage. Thank you, gentlemen. A small announcement. Please do not forget to collect the T-shirts from the counters outside. Now moving on to our next session. One machine can do the work of 50 ordinary men, though no machine can do the work of one extraordinary man, said famous American writer and philosopher Albert Hubbard. But for doing this ordinary work, machines need data. In today's world, it should no longer be acceptable to have merely adaptive data. To win customers and market share, an organization must do far more and predict which strategy will unlock the potential its data has to offer. A company must envision how it will compete against today's known players and future disruptors. On that note, can we have the AV please for our next speaker? Mr. Laith Al-Kazrazi, Head of Governance and Assurance, Digital Hub KPMG. Laith's core competence is the identification of data-driven solutions in combination with digitization or efficiency programs. He coordinates data and analytics and digital innovation for corporate governance. Together with his team of data scientists, he was responsible for the design and implementation of algorithms for the calculation of data-driven key performance. He was a speaker at the European Commission in Brussels and similar other events on data and process mining and automation of corporate governance. Mr. Laith Al-Kazrazi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Laith Al-Kazrazi.
Thank you. Okay. Can you hear me well? Yeah? Good, thank you. So first of all, hello everybody. I have to confess that this is my first time in this chapter, and I have to say that I'm really thrilled and enthusiastic about the power and energy of this audience, but also about the knowledge and experience of the great speaker today. So I'm very thankful and I'm very honored to speak today to you about the topic of how to use data-driven thinking to transform business to a new agile and digital world. So who am I? My name is Laith Al-Kazrazi. I'm a manager at KPMG in Germany, so I arrived like 2 days ago for this speech today. Basically, my background is data science. So from my background, I'm not an economist at KPMG, I'm a computer scientist. And things that we try to solve is how to use data to model data and to transform data into valuable insights to change companies and their processes. Besides, I'm a lecturer at the University in Germany in Karlsruhe for the topic of data science and machine learning, artificial intelligence, how to program algorithms. So the question now arises, why is he telling us that? Well, basically, the speeches and lectures I have, like a monologue, right? I talk and the students listen. So I would like to invite you today for this session to be as interactive as possible. So what I'd like to do now is, if every one of you can use a smartphone, and then we would use Menti. So please take your smartphones, go to menti.com, and I will show you the password. Oh, it's not showing it. Okay, so if you go to menti.com, please use the code 686845. Okay? Menti, MENTI.com. And maybe you can help me with the connection. Sure, I can do that. So out and in again. And the code is 686845. 686845. So during the dry run it was working, so I'm sorry for that now. Maybe you can stop the time, right? I have an idea, maybe. Okay, it's working, great. Thank you. Okay, so just give me a sign, just give me a like, for example, so we know, okay, how many people are there. We will wait like 10 or 15 seconds, and then I suggest to continue. Okay, we have 40 people here. So you have still the opportunity to participate into the session now. So what I would like to understand in the beginning is, what is your experience with data science and technology? So if you can just give me some words that you think of if you think of technology, and please think of words, not of sentences, right? So what happens now with Menti is, it will collect and cluster the things that you think regarding technology. And as you can say, okay, we have 4 people right now using it. You can put more than one word, of course. And the main part, if we talk about data science, is analysis. Information, insights, and decisions. And this is very good because this is pretty much the topic I want to discuss today with you. So thank you very much for that. You can see it's basically about analysis. So my second question is, so I have prepared some data sets from real customers. So maybe you can share with me, what is your background? Is it like banking, insurance, or something similar? Is it automotive, logistics, production? So really heavy industry creating something? Is it pharma, chemical, or is it energy and similar? I'm sorry for the guys who are not on this list. Okay, so I have a lot of banking and insurance, some automotive. And now the first energy guy enters the room. Okay, this is great, because this is pretty much the data set that I've got with this topic. So I will jump to the next one, and the question now is, what experience have you collected so far? So has your company already used RPA? I think this is one of the most, let's say, commodity tools nowadays. Have you used analytics with Excel, or are you using analytics with, let's say, Hadoop or big data tools? And of course, have you used process mining, or do you know process mining? How to use it? Okay, again, we have 50 people, and the most of you have experience with analytics. Can we? Is it better? Is this good? Ah, the other mic is on. So now it's better? Okay. Okay, so most of you have experience with analytics using Excel. So today I've prepared some other tools, how to handle more data, how to handle big data, and I will share with you some insights from my experience. Before I share my experience, I don't want you to get boring, right? So I want to understand, okay, what is your personal experience? And based on that, I will adjust my speech to your experience. Because if I will see like everyone knows Excel, I don't have to show you Excel today, right? And if I see that Excel is like the new technology here, of course I will talk about Excel. So please share with me your insights. What you see now, it's the average of the people who submitted their voice. And what you also see in the background is the real votes. So what does it mean? So for example, using process mining, in average, is it 1.5, which means like, I have heard about that maybe. But if you see in the background the area, most of people voted for 0, right? So this is also very interesting, because we will vote again in the end of the session, and maybe something changed, something you learned today. Okay, now I want to invite you that during my speech, please don't hesitate to ask your questions. So if you have any question regarding the speech, just type in your question, and I will jump, let's say, every 10 or 15 minutes into this slide during the presentation. So please, if you have questions, don't hesitate. this is an invitation for you. Okay, so I would like to continue. We had this morning a very great speech in the morning where the colleague said that disruption means there will be winners and there will be losers. So I have one company which was a winner, but transformed maybe to a loser. So what they said is, we didn't do anything wrong in the business that we did. And I think they are right. Everything they did was correct. Good bookkeeping, good accounting, good marketing, right? So I'm talking about Nokia. So if I was thinking about mobile phones in this time, I was thinking about Nokia. If I asked someone about mobile devices, everyone thought about Nokia. I think everyone in this room had a Nokia maybe, right? So today, if I ask today about mobile devices, you will think about smartphones. You will think about iOS and iPhone. You will think about Android. You will not think about Nokia, right? So, of course, they didn't do something wrong, but somehow they lost. Somehow they lost their big market share from one day to the other. And the question is, why? Correct. So the question is, how did the market change without noticing it? How can we notice in the future if the market changes? And maybe more important, how to react if the market changes. So for today's session, I will focus on the second question, how to react if the market changes. Before that, I will change my mobile device. Okay, I hope this works better. Do you still hear me good in the background? I think this is better, right? So I'm from Germany, but my origins are from Iraq, so I'm Arabic, and we are used to negotiate, right? So I'm trying to negotiate with this guy to give me more time, because during this exchange of the device, the time is still running, but I lost the negotiation, right? I lost the negotiation. Okay, let's go back to another loser than me. It's Nokia. So the question is, the market changed, and nobody noticed at Nokia, and somehow they lost. So the question is how to face in the future if disruption appears. And I will focus on this. So the next half hour, so give me 5 additional minutes. The next half hour, I have 4 concrete ideas that I want to share with you. The first one is, if we talk about data science, if we ask 2 guys what is data science, you get 5 answers, right? So today I will give you a common understanding of data science. In the first chapter, it will be like 5 or 10 minutes. Then I will show you how to use data science to transform your business to a so-called superfluid business. So leaving complex, leaving static structures in your company and transform to a superfluid like water company. And then I have maybe a highlight for today. In the middle you can see it, a live demo how to use data science to transform your business using data. This will be based on real data from one of our customers from a recent project, so I'm happy to share that with you. And last but not least, I will share with you 4 best practices out of our experience from 250, 300 projects. So this will be the agenda for today, and again, if any question arises, please use Menti, and then maybe I can handle that. So let's think back to Nokia, let's think back to every company these days. So basically, companies are facing 2 different challenges nowadays, right? On the one side, of course, keep efficiency, reduce manual effort. And on the other side, meet compliance issues. So 2 different things, but very complex things. So basically, people are aware of the liability. People have to save money during doing their core business, but at the same time, they have to meet customer experience. So this is basically a huge challenge for everyone. So for us as KPMG, but also for our clients. But also a great chance. A great chance because something new is happening. We are trying to move from human labor, like people doing stuff manually every day, every task, always the same. we have to move them to do something more meaningful, to move them to think strategically, for example, right? And the question is, how can we do that? Does anyone or everybody now has to be a data scientist? What do we have to do? I think no. I think we have to give the people tools and weapons to face these challenges. On the one hand, we have to give them algorithms, right? We have to give them analytics to identify, based on data, new insights. And on the other hand, we have to give them some room to explore the data. And by give them room, I mean automate stuff that they do every day, and they will have room to think and use data to explore new things and keep going the strategy. So what happens is, if you give people this information and these weapons, you move from a human labor to a digital labor. So your people will think strategically using data, they will make decisions based on data, and they will leave the experience and subject-based decision making. And this is concretely this what I want to talk to you today, how to use data techniques to make decision making based on facts. So if we talk about data analytics and data science, people talk about artificial intelligence, people talk about Excel. I want to give you some, let's say, framework how you can understand it better, right? So the easiest way of analytics is rule-based. Rule-based means if it rains, then I use an umbrella. This is pretty easy. You can use it with Excel. You can use it with any other tools. So if A happens, then use B. The second maturity level is about explorative. So getting data, no hypotheses, just exploring the data, understanding, okay, are there any clusters, for example? So I take the data of my customers and try to understand, are there customers who pay more money than other customers, for example? I explore the data without any hypotheses. And the last maturity level, this is what people call AI. I will call it machine learning because I think it's more, it fits better. Machine learning is basically you use past data and let the machine learn from itself to predict other stuff. So today I will show you one example how we use every of these, let's say, tools together. But before I do that, I want you to understand better want you to understand better what I mean if I talk about analytics. So this is one of our customers, and this is a completely different use case now, okay? It's not about analytics and AI, but I want to show you with this example, what I mean if I talk about analytics and automation. So hopefully the internet works now. So this company is basically a company that makes grapefruit wine or grapefruit drinks. They have two issues. On the one side, they have to meet customer expectations. Customers want to have the best soft drink as possible, right? You will not drink a grapefruit which is bad. On the other hand, they have to save money on humans who pick the good and bad grapes. So far understandable, right? They have two challenges. What they did in the past was they had like a line with maybe 500 people doing the same thing every day. They take a look on every grape and say, that's a good one, that's a bad one. That's a good one, that's a bad one. The whole day, every day. Humans picking the good and bad grapes. And as you can see, it's plenty of grapes there, right? So the question arises, how can we solve this problem? How can we solve the problem of identifying bad grapes without investing too much on human labor? The problem with human labor is, of course, the costs. But on the other side, imagine you have two guys picking the good and bad grapes. The one guy is very experienced. He will see the good grapes in 1 second. Maybe the younger guy has no experience and he will pick bad grapes and think it will good break, right? So how can we bring some quality? So what they did is they used analytics and automation to scan the grapes, okay? So they explore it first. They explore the grapes using analytics. Using machine learning, they predict which grape is good and which grape is bad. And as you can see, it happens here. So this is 16 times slow motion for all grapes. There is a scanner which scans, take an image of every single grape, and then there is automation. It's rule-based. If the grape is bad, kill it. And you can see what's happening, right? The red ones are killed, bam, finished. And this is basically what we talk about if we talk about data science. Use data, get insights, and don't stop. Use the insights to create value, right? So this is basically what we want to do. We want to transform the idea of this company to our business. Okay? So on the first side, they have to explore, get the data from the grapes. Then they use machine learning to predict the good and bad grapes. And then there's a rule, if a grape is bad, kill it. This is how these tools work together. So if I talk about data science, I'm not talking about either this or either this. I'm talking about a toolkit. A toolkit, and depending on the problem, I will use everything or only one thing. This is basically what I'm talking about data science. So as you see, there is a company, there are companies, and the technology is already there that use AI, that use data to change their business. So the question now arises, why is not everyone doing it right now, right? Well, basically interviewing people, interviewing businesses, interviewing companies after the last 5 years, I have my personal conclusion. I think the companies which were great and maybe are still great these days, they grew with the time. And by growing, their structures also grow and get complex, right? And this complexity has the result like this picture. If I talk with about their IT systems, I get a picture like that. So people say, I have some experience with our Microsoft platform, but with the Oracle thing, please talk to the other guys, right? So the structures change and get very complex within the time. And there's a negative impact. The working capital is bad, right? Because they invest in a lot of things they maybe don't need. The efficiency is bad because it needs time to solve problems, right? Because they have to call maybe 20 persons till they solve the problem that they have. And last but not least, intransparency is always a risk for compliance issues, money laundering and other stuff. So the question was, how can we solve this problem? How can we bring some light into these IT systems? And the idea that we had is, okay, we try to find every data point, we try to reconstruct the data flows, streamline them into one algorithm, and the algorithm tells us good grape, bad grape. The algorithm tells us this behavior was good, this behavior was bad, and then you can directly optimize the problem. And this is exactly what I want to show you today. So the idea is, if you have this tool like the grape machine company, you can transform your static, complex business using your own data and using an experienced machine learning algorithm from other companies that learn from other companies to transform your company into a super fluid enterprise, we call, right? So on the first side, you discover the problems that you have, then you have to enhance the problems, and then you monitor, did your actions were good or bad? So basically, this speech is about the first part, about discovery. How can we discover, using data analytics, using artificial intelligence, the bad grapes? And this is basically what I want to focus on now, maybe the next 5 to 10 minutes. I have 3 concrete goals to you. Okay, so about this topic, I have, like I told before, a lecture. It's going about 3 to 4 semesters for bachelor and masters. I have for you 2 slides to explain these 2 semesters. Okay, so basically, there are 3 main points about process mining, about artificial intelligence. The first one is move from subjective, move from experience-based decision-making, move to facts, move to decision-making which is based on data. So increase your objectivity. The second one is change the way of thinking of processes. Change the way of how you want to optimize processes, how you want to audit processes. And the last but not least point is you can identify the needles in the haystack, of course, but the question is which of the needles is relevant to you, right? You will find many of needles. The question is which of the needles is good or okay, and which one is more important. So these concrete ideas we will talk about today. Before that, from the background, how did we develop it and why did we develop it? So from the background, KPMG, all its companies, we go to the companies, make some consultancy for the processes. I'm a computer scientist. I do not do that, right? So I went for my first interview and I asked them, what are you doing? And then they said, we do A, B, C, D. And for me, it was like this picture. It was a dark warehouse. And someone told me, okay, please make some recommendation how to optimize the processes. But I didn't see everything, right? It was too dark. So I thought, okay, you know what? We have no idea about the processes, but you are computer scientists. Maybe you have an idea how to use the data from this warehouse to bring some light into this warehouse. So what we did is we asked, okay, are there any IT-based processes? And of course, there were some for this warehouse, right? So what we did is we asked for the data. We used the data, we trained an algorithm, we developed a model that reads the data, understands the flow of the data, and as a result, we have footprints. So as maybe a fox walks through a desert, we can see his footprints. We want to do the same based on data. What did the company do with the data? And what happens as a result is the light goes on. And now, if you think back, in the past, I will ask about this box maybe because I see it, right? Now I can ask other questions. I can see more than this box. In the background, there's something happening. I can ask more questions. How long does it take from A to B? Is the combination of A, B, C correct or not, right? So what I can do now with this light is I can ask completely different question. I will not ask, what are you doing? I will ask, why are you doing it? And how can we improve it? So basically, we want to transform digital footprints into light, transparency, and only based on this transparency, I will talk to people. Because now I know the facts based on data, and now I can ask them, why did you do it? I will not ask them, what did you do? I will ask, why did you do it? Okay, so I promised just a bit theory. This is one slide theory, and that's all about it. So what we need is a timestamp. We need to know, when did it happen? The question is, what did happen at this time? So for example, step 1, step 2. And we have to understand to which case does it belong, case 1 or case 2. And what we want to do is we collect all of this data, or we create this data, to create the real data flows and process flows. So one example, on the left side you see the timestamp. In the middle you can see the activity that was performed. And on the right side you will see the case ID, to which ID does it belong, this activity. What I do, so what by me I mean the algorithm, what the algorithm is doing it, he finds this pattern, and as a result, on the right side you can see the process flow, right? So create order on 12th February, release order, receive goods, you can see it on the right side. Then I will take a look on more data, and more data, and more data. And what I will do is I will expand this picture on the right side for you to understand what is happening in this company. So regarding an old economy consulting practice, I would talk with the company about this process, and I would try to optimize this process. Now, if I use the data, I want to optimize the red ones. The blue one is okay, but the red one is bad, right? So this is what we want to explore, using the data and explore the bad grapes, the red ones. So as I said before, I have one data set with real data from a car insurance company in Germany. It's one of the biggest, and I'm glad to share the insights from this project. So this is a car insurance company, right? Again, they have the problem of meeting regulatory issues, investing in compliance, but on the same side, saving money and increase efficiency. How can we do that? Again, when we talk to the people, what is your process doing this insurance stuff that you do? They said, you know what? You don't have to start. We are great, okay? Our processes are very lean and optimized and highly automated. And then we asked, okay, what are you doing? And they draw a picture like that. And this picture or similar picture is for every company that I have interviewed. What is your process? They always show me like that. We have 1, 2, 3 processes to how to proceed with claims, car insurance claims, right? I said, okay, fair enough. So let's now talk to the data. Instead of talking to people, I will talk to the data. So what I do is, we collected the data from them, used our algorithms to recreate the real data flow based on the data, and now we talk to the data. So what you see now is the real process flow, how they are using the processes, how they're executing in their business, okay? So what you see is, it's basically this what they told us. They create a claim file, they are verifying the insurance coverage, they approve it, they scan the invoice. after 1 day, they allocate the invoice, and then they book the invoice, and then the process ends. So this company told me, see, I told you, our process is great, everything is green, straightforward. And I said, okay, fair enough, but if we take a look on this data, you told me about 2 processes, right? If I take a look on the data, I can see 64 different processes. I can see 64 different behaviors, how you executed your processes. Told me about 2. So either you don't know what your process is, or everyone is doing what he wants to do in your company. And the question now is, do you want that? So do you want still to optimize the things that you think happen in your company, or do you want to optimize the things that really happen in your company, right? So the question is, what is happening here? What are the 64 different behaviors using the data? Because as you can see, we are looking on the first most frequent variant, which is the should be process, right? And the should be process covers only 18% of every case. So it means there is something else happening in this company. So again, we will use the data to understand what is happening. So what I will do now is, let's take a look on the other 36 variants. And this is reality. This is real data of a car insurance company in Germany. So again, this is their process, how they claim, or how they proceed claims, right? The question arises, what is that? It's like spaghetti, right? Again, think back when I asked them, what is your process? They showed me this process. Straightforward, very easy, right? This is real data. What is happening here? So I told them, okay, don't worry. For every project I did, this spaghetti picture always arises. Because as I said before, companies grow with the time, the processes, organization get complex, and the result is this. But now, if you want to face disruption, you have to cut it. And the question is, where to cut it, right? So as you can see, I have different colors. This is the point where the machine tells me, based on his experience from other projects, what are the good and what are the bad grapes. The good ones are green, the bad ones are red. And as you can see, I have plenty of red dots, right? Plenty of red dots. What I also can see is, if you imagine this spaghetti picture as Google Maps, right? You zoom out, you can see the highways. You zoom in, you can see the small streets. Again, if I zoom out, you will see the highways, right? This one is a highway, a dark line. Another highway, here's a highway, here's a highway. Plenty of highways, but also small streets. The problem with highway is, I got this experience in Bahrain walking out of my hotel. There's traffic jam, right? It's the same with here. So I want to understand, where are bottlenecks? Where is traffic jam? And you can see there is one specific point with many ingoing highways. This one here, right? So there's a high risk for this company for having, let's say, traffic jam, which means bottlenecks. So they are losing time here. And this is bad customer experience, because the customer thinks what the proposal told them, in 10 days we will handle your claim. So I'm asking my algorithm, okay, the advertisement says in 10 days everything is finished. The reality is, 30 days. 3 times longer than they proposed in their advertisement. And again, we will not stop here, right? We would turn these insights now from the data to create value. So the question is, where do I have to optimize my process now? Because this spaghetti picture, I can never handle it, right? So what I want to do now is, I want to understand better where are the problems. So first thing I do is I will ask my algorithm, okay, screen all the data and tell me at which points does it make sense to optimize, and then please give me a priority list. Okay, if you have found 100 problems, give me only the top 5 problems so I can grow step by step. Okay? So what he's doing for every problem step by step, he's trying to find the problems. For example, where can time wasting be reduced? So what he's doing, he says, okay, based on my experience, so experience of the data, 5 days can be reduced. So 5 days for like proceeding the claims, from 70 days in average to 68 days in average, you can save this money based on your data. And we will do this with every red dot that you have seen. With every red dot, we will ask the algorithm, where is the most valuable potential? And then we have a top 10 list, and then we go step by step to optimize it. So the question arises how to optimize. And again, I will not talk to people with that. I will first ask my algorithm. So again, I will ask my algorithm, what do you recommend me based on the data experience on the machine learning algorithm? Where should I start? So with this company, they have different seats in America, Miami, New York City, San Francisco. So should I travel to every of these seats and ask them what to optimize, or what should I do? The algorithm says, no, you don't have to. Just pick the problem you want to solve. For example, the update claim information, which is time wasting. I click on it, and then I say, okay, please perform a root cause analysis. And as you can see, he automatically finds the root causes based on machine learning. He will say there's a high probability that if you start with New York City, you will solve many of the problems you have. Don't talk with San Francisco, don't talk with Berlin or Hamburg, talk with the guys from New York City. Talk with them about the problem, how they handle phone calls and letters, right? Because they assumed they have to solve the problem of emails. But now they see, wait, we have to solve the problem of letters. So what we did in the last 5 minutes, we tried to use the data of the company. We matched the data of the company with the trained machine learning algorithm to get insights. And this is the first best practice. So companies say, wow, nice visualization tool. And we say, no, it's not visualization. It's more about how to transform this information that you get from the tool into real action. This is really the topic that we want to discuss. We want to kill these complex processes. We want to have lean, flexible processes. So again, it's the same or similar what the grapefruit company is doing, right? Pick or explore the data, pick the bad grapes, and then kill the bad grapes. The same is here. Find, explore the time-wasting activities, and kill them. Okay? So 3 concrete ideas. The first one from today was increase your objectivity in optimizing processes and optimizing companies. Start with objectivity. This is a map of Düsseldorf. This is a city in Germany. I'm often there because I have a project, and what I always do is, this is my hotel, and I have my office here. What I always do is, I ask myself, I know this way, so I walk this way today, okay? So very experience-based decision that I took. If I would ask Google Maps, so based on facts, I will see that my traditional way is not the best way. There's another better way maybe, okay? So what I want to tell you is the idea of leaving hypotheses and start exploring data, and then create hypotheses. Second point, change the way of auditing, of consulting, or of optimizing processes. Because if you talk to people, they will tell you what they think really happens. They will talk about the design of the process. Like this picture, they will say, see, our process is easy, straightforward. And there is one control, someone is controlling that everything is okay. Again, if we take a look on this way, we will see, someone is bypassing this process. So reality is often deviating from the design. So stop talking to people, start talking to data, and then talk to people about the why is this happening. And last but not least, this is a picture of a house in the Netherlands. Okay, it is taken in the winter. So as you can see, there is snow on the rooftop, right? But there's one house which is very interesting because there is no snow on it. So maybe if you ask the people, they will tell us, they are heating too much, right? Well, if they are heating too much, then the question arises, what about the other houses? They have to melt also, right? So I'm not a physics, but I think they have to melt a bit, at least. So the question arises, okay, every house is white except of this one. So let's take a deeper look into it, and we will see, oh, something is happening in this house. Someone likes plants, obviously, right? So drugs, basically, in Netherlands. So what we want to do is, we want to use the data to find the bad grapes and also the unexpected ones. So we're not only asking for the bad that we know it's bad, we ask for everything, we explore it, yeah? Okay, so last but not least, my time is over, but maybe 5 minutes. I think this is a yes. I want to give you some best practices. Okay, 5 minutes. First of all, increase objectivity. I talked about that. Revolution the order of processes and find the needle in the haystack. So do it not because it's funny or cool. Do it with a specific goal. So you have to have a goal. First goal could be we want to transform our business. We want to get like the new Tinder of the world, right? We want to get the new Uber. So change the way of how to think and start to organize the company using data, standardization, harmonization, and automation. But more important is where to start and what to remind. So four things that I learned personally from the last, let's say, 5 years doing data science with diverse companies, like from Daimler and BMW to small ones, bakeries, and so on. It's every time the same issue, and I want to share 4 issues with you today. The first issue is, if you want to start this journey of superfluid enterprise, start small and then grow big. Don't say we want to be superfluid in one day, we want to buy tools and so on. Have a strategy how to do it. Second thing is, talk about the business potential, not about the cool data and the cool algorithms. Talk about what is the output of the algorithms. And the third thing is, this is a business exercise. So don't say, okay, this is nice, but we have to hire IT guys for that. No, this is about accountants. They have to drive this topic. And last but not least, don't forget, we're talking about data, so don't forget data privacy, okay? So concretely, first point, start small, big. From the best practice, I can tell you, if you always think, how does the customer think? What does the customer want? This is the best way to start. So what is the most customer-centric process? And start with this process. So in Germany, it's basically the order-to-cash process, like how to sell things. Start with this one. But don't forget, there are 2 very important parameters. The first one is data there? And is the quality data good? And the second one is, what is really the business value of this process? This is why I told you to start with order-to-cash or with customer experience processes, because this has the most value. Then we take a look on other things, for example, purchase-to-pay, production. Without production, you can't sell anything, right? Without purchase-to-pay, you can't product something. So these are the next logical processes that you would optimize. And then you can talk about HR, about IT, about other processes. So this is one generic best practice that I want to share with you. Start with one of them, not with all of them. The next one is, people often say, wow, nice technology, computer scientists, we have to have more computer scientists, we have to have more data scientists. No, I think you have to improve your current accountants. Give them tools, educate them, because they can really create the value, not the computer scientist. The computer scientist can always, let's say, play with the data, right? But he's never able to interpret the pie chart, the flow chart, whatever. You need the accountants, you need the business guys. So please highlight always the action and the value. Do not talk too much about the data and we can't do it. Just do it. Take the data that you have some data, at least your smartphones are creating data, right? So use the data that you have and just think, which business value can you create with that? And don't forget, think from business, right? Often people say, yeah, nice, talk to my IT guy. Basically, I will say, no, this has to be driven by the management board because it's a strategic alignment. A superfluid enterprise is something strategically made, not the IT guys. They are just a provider for that, the cables and some stuff, so not bad, mate. And also we need some core team, someone who says, our vision is to transform this company. And these are your process heroes. So invest into these guys, data scientists, onto the accountants who will drive the topic from the business value, and don't forget about the IT admin. And also, don't forget about the guys who check your processes, IT internal audit, right? But also of the process owner, and the most important one, the privacy officer. Because we talk about data, so please address privacy issues. Please think of, let's say, don't waste data too much. Don't say we need every data, just use the data that you really use. So don't forget the handling of personal data. You don't need the name of the guy who did something wrong. You just have to educate him, right? So please anonymize his name and then explore the data. So there are basically 4 best practices. Start small, grow big, demonstrate the value, not the IT, right? Think of this exercise as a business exercise, not an IT exercise, and don't forget, data is always about data privacy. So again, I think if Nokia was able to use their data, their market data, to understand the business better, maybe they were not the losers anymore. Maybe they would be the iPhones, the Androids, the winner of the disruption. So the idea is cut the complex processes, discover the bad ones, discover the bad grapes, optimize it, enhance it, and then check always, okay, the action that we did, was it good or was it bad? And this is the way of how you can get this journey of becoming a super fluid enterprise. Okay, so last 45 minutes, 40 minutes maybe, I showed you some fundamentals of data science, what is meant by data science. We said it's a toolkit, not a solution. It's about transforming the way of thinking, the mindset, from static thinking to a super fluid like water thinking. And we saw one example of how to use data science in practice as an accountant, right, to get insights from data. And last but not least, I shared 4 best practices, how to start, where to start, and what to do. Okay, so maybe I have 60 other seconds. If you, again, please take your smartphones out. And then you will have this interface. So just for understanding, do you now understand the concept of analytics using Excel better than before the session or not? And again, do you understand the idea of data mining and big data and machine learning, for example, better or not? Okay, so it's still 0, so maybe you go to menti.com, right? Excuse me? Something went wrong? Okay, what about that? Okay, what about now? Okay, well, last time, and then it's fair enough. Okay, too bad. Email us, funny. Excuse me? The email ID, I will show it 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry for that. Oh, maybe there's a chance now. Could not reach the server, okay. Fair enough. So I'm here today and tomorrow, so if you have any questions, please don't hesitate. I'm sorry for that. I thought we can use Menti to make it interactive now. If not, this is my name, my email address, or LinkedIn, or whatever you want to use to contact me. And again, I will be here today and tomorrow. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask, or any ideas maybe. And then would I say happy mining, which means just start the data that you have, and good luck with your journey of Superfluid Enterprise. Thank you.
Hope you all had an insightful and impactful session.
Not working, right?
Thank you, Mr. Leth. Hope you all had an insightful and impactful session on data science. I would now request our chairperson, CA Mahesh Kumar Narayan, and Mr. Krishnan, CFO of ICAI Kanu, to please come up on stage to present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Leth. Now we will have a short break. Please enjoy hot coffee and tea and reassemble back exactly at 4 p.m. Also, do not forget to wear the t-shirts which can be collected from the counter which are set up outside.
Local logistics partner, You Drive Rent a Car. Digital display partner, Foursquare. Media partners, DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E-Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: You Drive Rent a Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Muharrak. Automotive sponsor Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard sponsor, Amex Middle East, Technical support partner, Convex Bahrain, Local logistics partner, U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital display partner, Foursquare, Media partners, DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT E Genie, Diyar Al Muharrak. Automotive sponsor Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox, Lanyard sponsor, Amex Middle East, Technical support partner, Convex Bahrain, Local logistics partner, U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Digital display partner, Foursquare, Media partners, DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding, Sico Bank, Homebox. Lanyard sponsor: Amex Middle East. Technical support partner: Convex Bahrain. Local logistics partner: U-Drive Rent-A-Car. Digital display partner: Foursquare. Media partners: DT Bahrain, Salam Bahrain. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 11th Annual International Conference. Disruption, a catalyst for growth. We are very thankful to our valued sponsors, whose support is the catalyst of our event. Annual sponsors: Tally Solutions Private Limited, UAE Exchange. Title sponsors: Al Hilal Life, GFH Financial Group. Event sponsors: KPMG Fakru, BDO, Grant Thornton, MMJS Consulting, VAT Genie, Diyar Al Muharak. Automotive sponsor: Ibrahim Khalil Kanu, Lexus. ICT sponsor: Kalam Telecom, a leading managed solutions provider for businesses in GCC. Day sponsors: Trafco Group, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Travel partner: Dadabai Travels. Other sponsors: Key Point Business Services WLL, Solidarity Bahrain, NAS Corporation, Almoid International Group, Real Search WLL, Awal Dairy Company, Gulf Union Insurance and Reinsurance Company, Assure Audit, Chartered Accountants, Sinico Bahrain, GIG Bahrain, GIG Bahrain Takaful, Patrick York Insurance, BIBF, Bahrain National Holding.
Welcome back. We hope you had a good hot tea and coffee break. Now, technology is a hot topic everywhere, right? And we've discussed Google, we've discussed Facebook, Uber, all the companies which use technology today. But today we have a speaker who has been a part of a pioneer technology company in India. A company which was the first Indian company to be listed on the NASDAQ. And its imprints on the global stage. Any guesses? Great. There is no raffle for that, but that was the right answer. Yes, that's right. Infosys, the company whose employee stock exchange option program created some of India's first salaried millionaires. Growing up with a CA dad, I would often hear him discussing about the shares of this company. And I benefited too, because this was a hot topic for all quiz masters in my school. So even I gained a lot of points with that. Today, our next speaker is one of the co-founders of that very company, and which was a household name in the 1990s. Can we have the AV for the speaker, please?
Mr. Senapati Chris Gopalakrishnan is the chairman of Accelure Ventures. He is one of the co-founders of Infosys. He was voted the top CEO in Institutional Investors' inaugural ranking of Asia's top executives and selected as one of the winners of the second Asian Corporate Director Recognition Awards by Corporate Governance Asia. The Government of India awarded him with the Padma Bhushan, the country's third highest civilian honor. He was elected as the president of the Confederation of Indian Industry for 2013-14 and served as one of the co-chairs of the World Economic Forum. Mr. Senapati Chris Gopalakrishnan.
Good afternoon, everyone, and let me start by thanking Mahesh for inviting me to this conference. It doesn't normally come in my radar, something like this. He happened to contact one of his friends who happens to be my wife's cousin. And that's how I am here today. But having said that, let me say that your hospitality has really floored me. Yesterday, I had a wonderful time, including, to cap it all, I had, homemade dosa and idli in the night for dinner at Balsubramaniam's house, care of Rajendra Kumar, who is here. So thank you all very much. It's been a wonderful experience. My first visit to Bahrain, and it's really an honor for me to be here today. Okay, my presentation is up. As I said, this is normally not part of what I do these days. Most of the time, I'm talking to entrepreneurs, startups, or I'm talking to academicians, professors, teachers, students, etc. And in that sense, when Mahesh called me and said, you need to talk about Infosys, your experiences, learnings, it really challenged me. And I had to kind of think outside the box on what should I talk to you all about. Because when I talk, I try to see that there is something as a takeaway, something that you would like to take from this and see how you can use it. And so how do I do that? What should I talk about? Today was my challenge. And then I tried to think about, what can I leave as messages to you? What can I leave as action items for you? And I formulated my speech around those. So let me see whether it really works or not. You can tell me at the end of the presentation whether it has really worked or not. What is exciting about India is that it provides tremendous opportunities for disruption, provides tremendous opportunities for innovation, tremendous opportunity to change people's lives, affect 1.3 billion people's lives. And then from there, and this is what I'm realizing more and more, the entire world. And I'll come to this a little bit later, because India is today, I believe, a lab for the world. And we have to think of India as a lab for the world. And my experience with Infosys has actually reinforced this as a lab for the world. And I'll explain this to you as we go along. The second thing I want to talk about is the center of gravity, is shifting. Suresh Prabhu talked about Asia's century, center of gravity is shifting. But to me, again, the center of gravity is shifting not because of the consumers and the market that is there and the wealth that is there. It's about finding new ways of doing things. See, what has the 20th century left us with? 20th century has left us with inequality of income distribution. 20th century has left us with exclusivity, and access is not equal today in our society, especially when you look at a developing country like India. And the third point is, it has left us with so many problems which will take now years to resolve and solve. For example, climate change. For example, all the societies are becoming an aging society. And how do we take care of our aged parents and people like that? Can we give them a good quality of life towards the end of their life and things like that? How do you take care of health of all the citizens? And this is actually very visible when you look at India. We have made tremendous progress in the last 25 years, 1993 onwards, 26 years, and Infosys, was part of that journey. But clearly, and it has impacted, let's say, 300 to 350 million people, but another 1 billion people are still not out of poverty, have not been brought to, get access to the comforts that we have, etc. So how can we innovate for them? How can we innovate for them? And let me illustrate it in a very simple example. Today, every Indian carries a phone, and most of the people carry a smartphone. We have the best network at the lowest possible cost. Captain Gopinath talked about, people can fly today. The cost of airfare is one of the lowest in the world. This is what India allows us to do. And you have to innovate further. Because if in the US, the cost of a call comes down to 10 cents, you stop innovating. In India, it has to be less than 10 paise. That means you have to innovate further and bring down the cost further. And that forces you to think outside the box and innovate further. Now for you, whenever disruption happens, whenever change happens, it allows new leadership to occur, new companies to come forward, individuals will benefit, a lot of wealth to be created. But this disruption is also a period of turbulence, a period of change. And can this transition be managed better? So, for example, today, we are having so many challenges with the startup ecosystem. Let's take the example of WeWork itself. So, questions related to how do you value these companies? What should be the right model to be adopted? How do you reduce the risk, or how do you increase the transparency for innovators, for investors, etc. These are challenges actually, and individuals are going to be left behind because their jobs may be displaced. So there are so many issues related to this, and how do we bring some kind of transparency, some hand-holding to these people? How do we move to the new world in a way in which it is fair and equitable to all of the people? And to some extent, these are again learnings from what we did at Infosys, and I'll briefly share some of these points as we go along. A lot of wealth is to be created, and I'll talk about some of these things as we go along. So let me start with my presentation and very quickly take you through that. I'll try and see whether I can give you some time to ask questions, etc., as we go along. So Infosys clearly benefited from the introduction of the digital computer. Introduction of digital computer means lots and lots of software had to be written for companies in the world, because as I said, whenever such transitions happen, companies need to change. They need to take advantage of this. So in the case of digital computer, the way to take advantage is you need to write software for this automation of processes and things like that. So lots and lots of software has to be written. So can this software be written in a new way? And the model that we came out with is, can this software be written remotely, leveraging the talent available in India? Large number of people are available, engineers are available, and can we do this at a lower price point? And that's what we gave to the world. And that model now has been replicated to other business processes, including accounting processes or medical transcription, and the latest is R&D and things like that. So anything that can be done remotely using direct communication links, using digital computer can be done remotely, and that's what India is doing, and India has become the #1 location for doing this in the world, and that's the model that we give to the whole world. And the third industrial revolution now includes internet, cloud computing, smart mobile phones, social networks, etc. And we have been able to show the world that this disruption can benefit the country. And how did we benefit the country? We created the IT industry in India. Of course, Infosys was started by 7 of us. But the entire industry, it's just not Infosys, the entire industry worked together to build this capacity in India. In 1993, it was about $100 million, but today it's about $170 billion, explosive growth, and exports of about $130 billion, 4.5 million employees, so let me correct that. It's the largest employment creation probably in the last 10 years in the organized sector, especially in metropolitan areas and things like that. Majority of the Fortune 500 companies buy services from India today, and that's become the norm or the way in which business is done today, buy services from India. This, see, what am I proud of, creating Infosys? The number of jobs that we have been able to create. Somebody, in the introduction, it was talked about, democratization of wealth. We showed that, we can create and share wealth with a large number of people, a lot of middle class people. Even if you just take employment in the industry, many people use that as a launch pad to actually become global employees and things like that. It's fine, and benefited from this. It also changed the perception of India from being a third world country to a first world, because we're serving and working with first world countries. We're developing very high quality software. We can do world-class things in India. And I've reinforced this again and again in everything that we do. And the latest, if you want to read the story of Araku coffee, please read that. We've created coffee from India, grown by Adivasis, sold in Paris and France. It's one of the most expensive coffees in the world. It is winning awards, gold medal and things like that, as the best coffee in the world. 1 kg of coffee is being sold at 8,000 rupees in France. 8,000 rupees, 10 times what we can get in India. It can be done even in commodities and things like that. We can do that from India. That's what we have been able to do, and that's what I'm proud of in the story of Infosys. Now, why is this story so inspiring? Because we created an industry and an ecosystem. It's just not about Infosys, it's about TCS, it's about Wipro, it's about HCL, it's about many, Mindtree, the second wave, Mindtree, now Happiest Minds. It's inspired several new companies to come, and more now companies like Flipkart and Oyo and Ola, all those companies are now coming out of India, becoming world leaders and things like that. Now, real wealth has been created in the digital revolution. So in 1980, I will just talk about one. The global GDP was about $11 trillion. Today, the global GDP is $80 trillion. So that means in our lifetime, in my lifetime, I joined the workforce around 79. The world GDP has gone up by 8 times. India was about $180 billion. Today is $2.8 trillion. So India itself also has grown dramatically during this time. And India has benefited, as I showed you with data, that India has benefited by the IT industry. It's about 6-7% of the GDP, almost 40% of our India's exports and things like that. So you can create large amount of wealth. Now, how do we take this forward? So when I talk to entrepreneurs, I say, find a wave to ride. And when I talk to you, actually business will change. And you need to leverage this. And the previous presentation talked about data and how to use data, how to use AI, machine learning to use data to find new inferences and things like that. What is really happening in an organization. And that's the opportunity that these tools now provide. The third industrial revolution was about digital computer and mobile computer and all that stuff. But here you have now multitude of technologies that are going to affect you. Robotics, Internet of Things, autonomous vehicles, 3D printing, nanotechnology, biotechnology, and so on. Every single one of them will have a significant impact, and every industry is going to be transformed over the next several years. So going back to, say, 80s, etc., how we rode the digital computer revolution, I see these technologies going to impact every industry, every economy, every country, and every individual, and every life will be transformed because of this technology. And as Suresh Prabhu concluded his talk, the question is whether you're going to drive this change and be part of this change, or you're going to be a passive, passenger, sitting idle, enjoying the comfort of all these new technologies. Or do you want to have the excitement of having created this new economy, the new future that we want to see happen? And huge amount of wealth will be created. If we have gone to an $80 trillion economy, possibly 2 to 3 times this will be created in the next 30 years. India itself will be $5 trillion or $10 trillion maybe by 2035. $10 trillion by 2035. Imagine that. Till now, we have created $2.8 trillion. In the next 10 years, it's becoming $5 trillion. And the 10 years after that, it's going to become $10 trillion. That's a huge amount of wealth to be created, huge opportunity. And that's what is going to happen across the world. This is just not limited to India. Whichever country is going to take advantage of this, whichever company is going to take advantage of this, whichever individual is going to take advantage of this. You don't have to be an entrepreneur. You can actually be an entrepreneur. You can actually ride on this. And this also creates, as I said, interesting opportunities to look at how to value companies and how to formulate international regulations. So let me give you an example, and this is why I'm actually very keen that we also get involved in trade negotiations and things like that. I'm going to take an example, and this is just to illustrate this. I have nothing against any of the companies that I talk about. Okay? Facebook. Let's take Facebook, actually. Facebook has a revenue of $40 billion, a market cap of $500 billion. 20% of its customers, consumers are Indian. Right? So can you attribute a percentage of the market cap of Facebook to India? 20% of its customers are coming out of India. Is there a way to attribute the value to India? Out of the $40 billion, is there a way to attribute, because what happens with multinational corporations are they're all over the world, and they leverage low-cost economy, low tax regimes to pay less taxes in most countries and things like that. And this is your field, actually. So is there a way you can actually attribute the income out of this $40 billion to India and come out with a model to say what should be the tax they pay in India? Right? Now, how do you value these companies? This $500 billion, is the right value or not? WeWork is a good example of where, the valuation has dramatically, fell in the last just 1 month. How can a company which was valued at $150 billion, investors came in, and then suddenly the valuation is $20 billion out of, So again, this is something you need to think about and you need to talk about, and maybe we need to create new models, new standards to address these issues. Why is it important? Because in disruption, as I said, if you want to have people supporting us, people leveraging these, we need to build trust. Trust is one of the lowest in the world today, especially with businesses, governments, etc. And we are seeing the reaction of that in all the challenges that we are facing around the world. Globalization has been reversed, nationalism has risen. People want to blame somebody else for their challenges and problems, etc., which means trust is broken and trust has to be built. One more thing I will talk about very quickly. In the last 30, 40 years, the leaders in market cap also has changed. The largest companies have changed. If you look at the largest companies by market cap, they are Microsoft, Apple, Alphabet. Again, Suresh Prabhu talked about these things actually. And that shift is also sowing the seeds for what will happen in the future. Very few companies now survive these disruptions and go to the next cycle. I'm very excited about AI and ML. The reason I say this is, the previous speaker talked about AI and ML in a nice way. But to me, AI and ML is fundamental because of a very different reason. See, the digital computer revolution was about automating business processes. You take business processes, automate them, and implement them through the programs that you create. But if you think about what is the basic process that's happening, what is the principle behind these things, you will find that you write the algorithm, you understand the problem, write an algorithm to solve it, you program it, you feed it into the computer, and the computer solves the problem. It executes the instructions properly. Without fail, it executes. If you have a bug in the program, the computer will systematically execute that bug. That's what happened in the previous 30, 40 years. We automated business processes, writing algorithms and things like that. So you need to know how to solve the problem. So the class of problems that can be solved are limited to those that you can write algorithms for. AI and ML gives you a new paradigm and a new tool. Here, you don't need to know how to solve the problem. You train the computer. It's a very different model. So you tell the computer, this is a face, this is a human face, this is a male human being, and it's his face. And you show many samples of human face, and the computer then figures out how to recognize human face. You show a new picture of a human being, and it will tell you whether that's man and that's a face. You show a dog, it will say, no, it's not human. It will not tell you it's dog because you have not trained it to recognize it as a dog, but it will tell you it's not a human. Or it's not a man, it's not a face. If you show the face little tilted, side view and things like that, it'll still recognize. If in your training, you have actually showed faces in the side view and things like that. That's a completely new paradigm, and it allows you now to look at large class of problems. That's the previous speaker also talked about. It's finding insights from data. Insights which is buried in the data, but it's very difficult for human beings to recognize that because it can be anything, right? But with training, you are able to actually allow the machine to infer these things. And this gives new capabilities to human beings and new capabilities to us to leverage this. And that's why this technology is very exciting. And this is fundamental to the Industry 4.0. If you look at, for example, IoT, throws huge amount of data. But with AI and machine learning, you don't need human beings to interpret that data. We can have machines to interpret, come out with inferences, come out with exceptions, and you handle exceptions only. And that's why this is actually exciting. And this is, again, based on my learning and experience at Infosys, because we saw huge number of companies investing in transformation because of introduction of digital computers. Huge amount of money will be now invested in using tools like AI, machine learning. Every single business will have to leverage this because they will now create large amount of data. They can't use it manually. They have to go for AI and machine learning and things like that. This is an opportunity which is multi-billion-dollar, multi-year. We have done a lot of work. I have a startup called Itihasa, which looks at AI and machine learning in India, brain sciences. This is an area of passion for me, and we look at all these things. And this capability is now being built in India. Why am I investing in this? Because, again, I felt that because India invested in computer science very early on, we were never behind when it comes to computer science. India was on par. India got the first computer way back in 1955. Indian Statistical Institute in Calcutta. The second computer was for Planning Commission. TIFR got a computer. In fact, they actually built a computer and they wanted to do hardware. Somehow or other they didn't proceed further. If they had proceeded further, we would have had an hardware industry in India. The first MTech program in computer science was 1973 in IIT Kanpur. 1965 or 66 in IIT Kanpur. 1973, IIT Madras started its computer program, etc., etc. We were never behind. And that is why India developed a IT services industry, and there are other reasons also. So we have to invest in these new technologies today. And as individuals also, we have to invest in understanding what are the benefits, how do we apply this. These are tools. How do we apply this in our businesses, in our industry, etc. And that's why, in the morning there was a presentation about fintech in Bahrain, etc. Again, it's the right thing to do, because you have to look at leveraging your strengths and creating unique value propositions so that it allows you to take full advantage of these changes that are happening. And it allows to create new leadership. The status quo doesn't matter. Your past doesn't matter. You can create, new future. This is, when we got the first computer in 1984. An interesting thing was, for buying this computer, we wanted 28 lakhs of rupees. Okay, we went to every bank. Nobody would lend us money because nobody understood what software was. They said, do you have a building which we can use as collateral? Do you have any factory? Do you have something which you can be used? We don't have any assets. None of, Narayan Murthy owned a small flat in Pune. That was our registered office. None of others had anything. So all the banks, we approached every bank. They refused to give us 28 lakhs to buy this computer. Finally, the Karnataka government, its foresight, our one person who believed in us, lent us 28 lakhs, which we paid back within about 2 years. But after that, we said, we will never have to ask for money again, because that was the worst experience we have had. Because we went to every single bank, all of them refused. And I can imagine now what startups are going through, right? How many times they ask for money. But from that point onwards, Infosys has been zero debt and has been profitable from day one. But I tell companies today, yes, take little money to start your business. That's the angel funding. But become profitable, because then you are not dependent. You may want to still take money, but on your own terms, right? You figure out how to scale the business to create two business models. One, slowly, profitably, so that you don't have to take external funding. Second, rapidly, because your market is large, where you take external funding, but on your own terms, so that you can always have a fallback option and things like that. This is a little bit about Infosys. All of you know about Infosys. I won't go through this. But scale is important, as I said. The reason why we talk about this is because it scaled up dramatically and changed the perception, changed the country, created huge amount of employment and things like that. And that is why we need to select few things, and in those invest heavily, put all our weight behind it. Even the government has supported the industry, the Software Technology Park scheme. People talk about government did interfere, but they also actually supported the industry properly to make this indeed happen. The rules of the Software Technology Park meant that we don't have to go to Delhi for approvals. Approvals were given locally by mostly technocrats rather than bureaucrats, and that really helped the industry scale very rapidly. They created direct communication links, lowered the cost of direct communication, etc. Lots of benefit came from because of that. Profitable from first year, zero debt. I talked about this already. Stages of growth. 1993 we did the IPO that allowed us to build the foundation. So you have to build a strong foundation, and some of the elements of that foundation, was this is about how much time it takes to get to $1 billion, 23 years. So building a business is actually a marathon. Today, youngsters want to actually become a billionaire at the age of 23 because Mark Zuckerberg became a billionaire at the age of 23. But that's an accident. That's not the rule. And it doesn't happen. For every Mark Zuckerberg, there are probably hundreds and thousands of people who have not made it, failed, etc. But there is nothing wrong in running a business with 20 people profitably and creating a good business, right? I think we have to do this properly. You need to have a unique business model, very, very important. I talked about the global delivery model, but you also need to have multiple engines of growth. So scaling requires you to have multiple engines of growth, multiple markets, bandwidth in leadership, creating leadership in a planned and by design. And Mohan will watch for this. One story is in a presentation Narayan Murthy was making. Mohan was in the audience, and he asked all kinds of questions to Murthy, which I think put Murthy into some kind of hot seat. So as soon as the meeting was over, he told Mohan, please join me. So rest is history. So you have to create unique business models, and you have to bring people, you have to create that leadership that's necessary to scale. Mohan coming allowed us to create a strong fundamental team, foundational team in the finance function, because that's also very, very important. Of course, Mohan is multifaceted. He built campuses after that, so you will see now some of the interesting. I have a slide on that very quickly. But identify multiple growth drivers with different time horizons. That's very important to scale the business. So these are some of the campuses Mohan has created. Again, everything that you do by design has to add multiple values. One of the reasons why I created such campuses is when customers come, they don't know the quality of the software because you can't see software. It's code. You can't make out. So you will have to look at the building and feel that this is better than this campus, this facility is better than what they are used to. So suddenly their perception changes, because when you come out of the airport, you see the challenges India poses. But when you walk into the campus, this campus could be anywhere in the world and it's better than their own offices. So it builds brand. It tells the employees world-class things can be done in India. So it has multiple purposes. And of course, it's a nice work environment. People feel proud. They bring family to showcase this thing. And it changed the perception of offices in India and things like that. Every aspect of the business must be world-class. You can't build a world-class by just looking at one aspect. In finance, in the buildings you create, workspaces that you create, employee practices, employee stock option plan. Everything has to be world-class, and everything you do must reinforce the brand. There cannot be any dissonance in this. Values are very important because values are what builds the company for the long term. Murthy is often talked about, quote is, softest pillow is a clear conscience, because ultimately you want to leave a legacy. Longevity is the most important thing to measure. And you want to leave a legacy, and if you want to leave a legacy, if you want the society to support you, you must run the business legally, ethically, with values and things like that. Of course, the PSPD model is very famous: predictable, sustainable, profitable, de-risk model. And again, this is why I tell startups then first build a profitable business, then try to create a scalable business. Of course, very few startups listen to this now, and then I don't push it too much because they are entrepreneurs for a reason, right? So let them learn by failing if need be. Sales predictability is one very important. So whenever I look at a founding team, I say that who's going to run the sales? If they don't have a person who runs sales, it's very difficult to scale that business. Quality is important, revenue collection is important. So I will stop here. Now basically what I wanted to showcase to you was that, there is significant opportunity in the future. The next 30 years are going to be even more exciting than the last 30 years. I have seen how much wealth can be created, how much new businesses can be created. We have created an industry, we have changed the perception of a country, we have created huge amount of wealth. This can be done in the future. But in order to do that, trust is very important. I firmly believe trust is very important, and what Infosys did, what I think the Indian IT industry did, is that we created an industry which is by and large well managed, very well run, was built by design collaboratively, working together, even though we were competitors, we built an industry. And that is the reason why I believe India is today the #1 destination for services offshoring. #1 destination, and it has created huge wealth, huge number of global employees and things like that. The next 30 years, the same opportunity provides. Your role is to actually bring the transparency and the trust. If that is not there, a lot of people are going to be hurt, a lot of investors are going to lose money, a lot of people are going to be left behind, and a lot of challenges are going to happen in terms of even trade. So one of the biggest discussion points today is about data localization. Where does data reside? Who owns the data? Is the data being misused? There are models to be built on these. Is our taxes being paid at the right geographies, locations, etc.? This, I believe, is a huge opportunity for you to step up and build the models, give the world what they should do. And then what happens is you build a more equitable, inclusive, sustainable future. If you don't do that, 30 years from now, we will be sitting here today and sitting here like today, discussing about inequality, top 1% of population getting all the wealth, a lot of people left behind, and countries being hurt and things like that. That's what we need to try and avoid. It can be done. We did it in a microcosm in some sense, because 4.5 million people is less than 0.1% of India's population, less than small, minute percentage of India's population. But this has to be done at scale. It can be done because we are creating, India has 35 unicorns today, or 19 unicorns, 20 unicorns, 34 unicorns. So Mohan is on top of these numbers. It's expected that we'll create 50 unicorns. So it's faster. Infosys took $1 billion revenue, took 23 years, right? It's happening faster, and we need to enable that by actually bringing trust and transparency, visibility, better business practices, better accounting practices, better modeling, better support systems, better regulations, every one of these things. And there's an important role you need to play in making this happen. Thank you. I think we may or may not have time for questions, I don't know.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure our members really enjoyed this journey of Infosys. As a token of gratitude, I would like to call our chairperson, CA Mahesh, along with CA Chetan representing GFH, to present a token for Memento. Next, we have a raffle session. Can I please have CA Raghu to present the raffles, please?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have another exciting raffle sponsored by GT Bahrain. May I request CA Sunil Thakkar and CA Nirmal Griwala to be on the stage, please. And also our chairperson, CA Magesh Kumar. The winner is Ivan Johnson. And the raffle is Huawei Band 3. Thank you, CA Sunil. Thank you, CA Magesh Kumar. And thank you, CA Nirmal. I will give control back to CA here to continue the session.
Well, I hope your stomachs are still full, because if not, this session is definitely going to make you hungry. And why? Because today we are discussing the king of street foods, vada pav. And why do I consider it the king? Because I remember in my college days when I was in Mumbai, every time I would be running late for a class or running behind the train, the only one thing that would come in my mind was, चल एक वड़ा पाव ही ले लेते हैं, चलते चलते खा सकते हैं. And I used to be the one customer who used to say, भैया थोड़ा चटनी extra डालना. Now, our next speaker is somebody who's helping a lot of Mumbaikars just like me who are running here and there to survive on this single vada pav. He's put with his franchisee, Goli Vada Pav, and has taken it worldwide. Now, today, without needing to add any chutney to this stage, I want you to welcome our speaker from Kalyan to Bahrain, who has made his journey from finance to food to prove how we can take our dreams and make it into destiny. Can we have the AV for this speaker, please?
Mr. Venkatesh Iyer is the founder and CEO of Goli Vada Pav. His book, My Journey with Vada Pav, was published by CNBC TV 18 in 2016. With over 15 years of experience in corporate finance and investment banking, he has delivered many inspirational talks in India and abroad at various entrepreneurial summits and business schools like Harvard, IMD Switzerland, ISB Hyderabad, and many more. Mr. Venkatesh Iyer.
Good evening. This is basically a dreams to destiny story, and the whole disruption is built into the story. And between dreams and destiny, I have spent 15 years in corporate finance. And small entrepreneurs, I used to go and raise money for them from banks. And whenever I have seen, between dreams and destiny, there will be a lot of people who will say, nahi ho sakta hai. This is impossible. You know, it may be investors, it may be vendors, it may be customers, it may be dealers. And what takes that entrepreneur's dream to destiny is energy and enthusiasm. What is it? Energy and enthusiasm. Enthusiasm has got a beautiful meaning in Latin. En means inside and tu means God. Once you invoke the God within you, you are bound to be successful and powerful. Isn't it? So can we have a demonstration of energy and enthusiasm? A big round of applause for all those speakers who spoke before me. A big one, big one. मुझे क्या कहना है, जिंदा आदमी ही सपने देख सकता है और जिंदा आदमी ही सपने साकार कर सकता है. तो जिंदा का प्रूफ के लिए क्या चाहिए? तालियां. Throughout this day, I want the next 45 minutes a big round of applause. Can we have one more demonstration? Big one. See, for me, entrepreneurship starts, we all go to school, we all go to college, and we collect a lot of information. What do we collect? Information is like that diesel and petrol in the car. And unless उस गाड़ी का इंजन को चाबी नहीं लगता है, गाड़ी आगे नहीं जाता है. Are you all with me? And for all vehicles to go ahead, we require that chabi. And for all entrepreneurs, that information which is there, we have collected in school and college, to translate into something, we require what? Inspiration. And for me, this beautiful book, how many of you read about Paulo Coelho? Yes. You have a dream, the dream has come in the womb of the universe, it is the responsibility of the universe to fulfill the dream, the universe conspires to help you achieve your dream. Such a beautiful and wonderful thing for all entrepreneurs who have this beautiful dream. The same thing our own Mahatma Gandhi has said, you find the purpose, the means will follow. And how many of you read about Richard Bach, Jonathan Livingstone? How many here? It's a beautiful story. When I was 18 years old, I bumped into this book. It's a story of a small little seagull which wants to fly like an eagle. Normally seagulls don't fly in the air. Their flight is restricted to food. Yes, middle class people. एक छोटा सा नौकरी, PF gratuity, maybe a house in Pune और मुंबई, एक शायद बड़ी गड्डी, या हॉलिडे इन स्विट्जरलैंड और फेसबुक में अपना फोटो डाल दो, जिंदगी का मकसद पूरा हो गया. Can we have that big round of applause? Hey, everybody. And amongst them is Jonathan, who looks at the eagle and say, can I too fly like an eagle? It's like a small middle class boy, maybe in Bangalore, maybe in Pune, maybe in Mumbai. He looks at the big, the Tatas, the Birlas, maybe the Infosys of the world, maybe the Colgate Palmolives and the McDonald's. Can I too build a business as big as this? And Jonathan, it's a fictional story. He climbs that 1,000 feet high mountain. From there he looks at the eagle, the big business giant, but doesn't have the courage to chase his dream, because it requires a lot of courage to give up your secured job and jump into the uncertain world of entrepreneurship. One day he looks at the eagle, second day he looks at the eagle, and one day Jonathan gathers the courage and throws himself from that 1,000 feet high cliff. He comes crashing on the brick-like ocean because he doesn't know how to fly at 1,000 feet high. The ocean waves brings him back to the shore. He becomes unconscious. His family, his friends, everybody gather around him and say, बोला था ना एक छोटा सा नौकरी ढूंढ लेना, a job in ICICI, a job in some IT company, and maybe शादी कर लो, बच्चा पैदा कर लो और जिंदगी का मकसद. And Jonathan climbs. He says, no father, I know, I too can build a big business. And he climbs that mountain, looks at the eagle, gathers courage and throws the second time, third time, many times he throws himself, goes through many failures, and one day Jonathan flew like an eagle. I think it's the success story of all entrepreneurs. You know, for all of us, what we see is the outside world, the success, what the magazines covers and all. But a lot of entrepreneurship, they fail daily, they go through struggle, and then they achieve success. Can we have a big round of applause for inspiration? Inspiration is the most important thing. We are talking about idea, but before idea, I think all of us should have a purpose beyond money, a purpose beyond money. I was a corporate finance person, but deep inside my heart, I was a socialist. I was caught between this. And somewhere after spending 15 years in corporate finance, I said, I'll get into a business which will create education, employment, and maybe entrepreneurship for the people at the bottom of the pyramid. जिसको किधर भी नौकरी नहीं मिलता है वो वड़ा पाव का धंधा करता है. That is how it's in Mumbai. So somewhere I felt I'll create a business जो even 8th pass भी नहीं है, he can become part of us. And that was the purpose. And most probably when Infosys got listed, a lot of middle class engineers became super rich. And maybe a company like Goli Vada Pav gets listed, a lot of people who are at the bottom of the pyramid, 8th standard, maybe they will become 50 lakhs or 1 crore they can see. That was a thought process. A purpose beyond money. Now I am coming to idea. After inspiration, purpose, idea. My mobile ringtone used to be this famous song, Chodo kal ki baatein, kal ki baat purani, naye daur mein likhenge hum nayi kahani, hum Hindustani. For many years, hum Hindustani. And I used to start the day with a Colgate paste, hum Hindustani. A Gillette razor, hum Hindustani. A Lux soap, hum Hindustani. Nike ka juta, hum Hindustani. और मैं सोच रहा था इसमें हिंदुस्तान कहाँ है भाई? The whole thought process was, can we have an Indian brand among daily consumption? Can we have an Indian brand among daily consumption? India has directly moved from an agricultural age to an information age. Somewhere we have missed the industrial age and the brand age. 100 crores plus population, how many homegrown brands we have in India? That was one strong, important message that was coming into my mind. And idea mein, why brand, Indian brand? The next is why ethnic food. Idea first stage is Indian brand. And those days, the Kellogg CEO was my neighbor. I was doing a corporate finance. And somewhere he did something at Booz Allen and Stanford and was going to Booz Allen. So in his send-off party, I asked him, "Kyun bhai Kellogg's kyun choda?" And somewhere he muttered, "Kuch bhi karo yaar, Hindustani aadmi desi खाता है." I could see the frustration of a multinational company CEO. हाँ, कुछ भी करो यार, Hindustani आदमी देसी खाता है. I said, 100 crores plus population, even 50 crore population you target. साल में एक बार 10 रुपए का आइटम खिला दो, it's a 500 crores opportunity. I think as entrepreneurs we have to look at opportunity, opportunity and opportunity. And that's when I decided it has to be ethnic food. But ethnic food में करे तो क्या करे? India is such a large country, 30,000 gods we have, so many religions, so many languages. So is there one single product which can bring it? North is a aloo paratha samosa country, South is a idli dosa country, West is a ragda patti vada pav. Kare to kya kare? And one day outside VT station, I was standing and I saw this huge McDonald ka ham, 1999 I think, and 40 feet ka burger ka photograph, huge advertisement. And as usual, outside VT station, I would have picked up my vada pav from that ant cart guy. In Mumbai, what we call kaka, chappan tikli banyan, 56 holes in the banyan, a poor man making vada pav. And I would have picked up my vada pav, and when I looked at that burger photograph, somewhere it looked to me like a twin brother story. What do you call? Ram or Shyam, 1970 movies. That is anything between buns, this is anything between pav. That is mayonnaise, this is chutney. That is lettuce, this is chili. Yes, that's beautiful. Can we have a big round of applause? And I saw it, अगर एक आदमी, एक भाई, दोनों भाई मेले में बिछड़ गए, 1970 Hindi movies, मेले में बिछड़ जाते हैं. One brother goes to America, 40,000 plus outlet, the other brother is still lying on the footpath of Mumbai, garib. That's why I said, if burger can become so big, why not vada pav? That was the most Eureka moment. I think for all entrepreneurs, we go to school, college, read books, but the Eureka moment can be anytime, anywhere. Now, why vada pav? So far, I talked about passion, bhakti. What do you call? The passion. The next is jnana, what we call in Hindu Bhajagovindam. Bhakti, jnana and karma. Bhakti is passion. Passion is important for all entrepreneurs. But jnana, only passion से जाओगे तो ट्रक जाके दीवार पे ठोक दोगे. So jnana is the knowledge. Why? And the question that we have to ask is why. So somewhere I felt India is changing. The woman is working. The kitchen is shrinking. India is changing. The woman is working. Kitchen is shrinking. Imagine एक पुणे में engineering करके he goes to Bangalore, starts working in Infosys or Wipro, and he falls in love with a girl in Infosys, and they get married, 25 years old. And on a Sunday, पुणे में उसके 15 engineering friends comes to Bangalore. उसकी जरूरत होगी उसकी बीवी के लिए बोलने के लिए कि सबके लिए खाना बनाओ. It will end up in a divorce. So the changing. So all products and services comes from a change in society. What do you call? All products and services come from a change in society and the need of the society. And सबके लिए time है but खाने के लिए time नहीं है. How many of us will eat a big thali now? सबके लिए time है but खाने के लिए time नहीं है. 5 minutes में can I service 50 मसाला डोसा कस्टमर? नो. 5 मिनट में कैन वी सर्विस 50 पानी पूरी कस्टमर? 5 मिनट में बंबई के फुटपाथ में कढ़ाई से 50 वड़ा जरूर निकलता है, पाव के बीच में घुसाड़ के दे दो. Fast food. So very important that it has to be a fast food. Second, it's a finger food. You know, if you have idli and dosa, you require sambar and chutney. And if you have sambar and chutney, you require plate and spoon. And if you require plate and spoon, you require table and chair. Imagine an 18-year-old couple, lovers, come and sitting in your store, buying a 10 rupee product, 2 घंटा आंखों में आंखें डालकर, business का तो बैंड बज जाएगा. So it's fast food, finger food, and the third is mobile food. It's very mobile, you know. You see in Mumbai, Kalyan to VT life and death situation, Thane station के बाहर, train के बाहर लटकता रहेगा, but हाथ में वड़ा पाव जरूर होगा. You know, can you do it with a masala dosa? So what I am trying to say is that entrepreneurs has to imagine their product and services in society. What do you say? Entrepreneurs have to imagine their products and services in the society. Fast food, finger food, and mobile food. A lot of people used to say, Venki, vada pav Bombay ke baad chalega kya? You know, as entrepreneurs, we were looking scale. And somewhere, as entrepreneurs, we shouldn't go by form, we should go by content. What is vada pav? Potato and wheat. Samosa mein kya hai? Aloo. Masala dosa mein kya hai? Aloo. Aloo paratha mein kya hai? Aloo. Finger chips mein kya hai? Aloo. Lays mein kya hai? Aloo. Aloo has got a very universal appeal. How many people in this hall say, I don't like aloo, potato? Oh, किसी ने एक जन ने हाथ उठाया खिड़की के बाहर फेंक दो. You know, that's the kind of thing. Potato has got a very universal appeal. It's also got besan. हल्दीराम ने थोड़ा सा बेसन को तेल में डाला, मसाला डाला, it became a 1,000 crore empire. You know, गुजरात में जाओ और बेसन का भाव बढ़ गया तो मोदी गवर्नमेंट गिर जाएगा. That is the kind of power that besan has got. So somewhere looking at all these, I felt vada pav was like Amitabh Bachchan. You know, it has to have a pull. You know, vada pav was like Amitabh Bachchan. Even at the age of 70, he does politics, he does some ABCL, flop होके गिर जाता है, तो सिर्फ टीवी के सामने आके खड़ा होके KBC बोलता है, फिर से खड़ा हो जाता है. The kind of power your product and services should have a natural pull rather than push. If you require push, then you require a big private equity and you have to burn cash for 10 years. You know, that is the most important thing. If a product has got a natural pull, then somewhere it doesn't require that huge capital. I think why vada pav is what we have answered. And now, why brand name Goli? For any consumer B2C business, the most important thing is name. And all my friends in corporate finance and HTA, Lintas were all saying, Venki, English is aspirational. You should have an English name. And listen to all the people, you know, McKinsey's, listen to all your friends from Lintas and HTA, but dil ki suno, you know. Kab ban ki sunna hai, kabhi dil ki sunna hai, we have to be very clear. And somewhere, I felt, Nalli sari, if you call Julie sari, will it sell? No. Murugan Sidley, can you call Peter Sidley? Aldiram's Bhujia, can you call Sam's Bhujia? Angreji mari hota hai, desi kari hota hai. Angreji mari hota hai, desi kari hota hai. And somewhere, vada pav was born on the footpath of Mumbai. And the language of Mumbai is, you know what? That Satya ka Biku Matre, Munnabai ka Sanjay Dutt, Pudi, Rapchik, item, Munnabai, Goli. And we said it should sound like Mumbai because it's a Mumbai product. And our Sivanand Saab will be here. And Mumbai has also got a different meaning because he has dealt with it, Goli, you know. And that's why we called it Goli Vada Pav. We called it Goli Vada Pav. And I remember I was in corporate finance dealing with a lot of corporates. And I remember Kishore Biani and his brother saying, Vada Pav ka business kar raha hai, giving corporate finance, kya Goli de raha hai? Nobody took me seriously when I gave up corporate finance to get into a Vada Pav business. So that's why we called it Goli. The first store, we completed Bhakti, that is passion. We completed Jnana, knowledge, now action. I think the most important thing in any entrepreneurship is mind to market. Mind to market. Mind में तो सब धंधा अच्छा दिखता है. Market में जाना is the most important. Action. 70% of the business is in action, action and action. You know, otherwise anybody can do an Excel sheet, anybody can dream. That all is beautiful. But showing the courage to go into the market and doing action is important. We opened the first store in Kalyan. Red is garam garam batata vada, white is cleanliness, green is that, you know, spicy. And somewhere we told very, very clear, you know, we are not the Domino's and the McDonald's of the world, but we are a desi product. And put some tiles, put some uniform, and there were some 15 hand carts in 2004 in that area. At the moment we gave the customer a proposition of cleanliness and hygiene, the customer walked in, maybe 1 rupees more. And in 6 months' time, the hand carts vanished. The whole thought process is, what is the proposition to your customer has to be very, very clear in consumer business. And if it falls on his face, he will immediately adapt it. Within a week's time, 10 days time, when we launched this store, Kalyan ke bagal mein there is a place called Ulhasnagar. Have you heard about a place called Ulhasnagar? It's full of these Sindhi brothers, you know. Huh? Ulhasnagar jeans, yeah. So Ulhasnagar is full of these Sindhis, and Sindhi bhai to neend mein bhi business soong leta hai. Are you with me? And everybody would come and say, Venkat bhai, franchisee de do. The franchising was in my mind. I still had not talked because we still had to get our business model right. And luckily those days, in 1990, I used to work for Atul Nishar, you know, Aptech, Exaware, and I had an old franchisee agreement. तो जहाँ Aptech लिखा था उसको गोली कर दिया और जहाँ computer education लिखा था उसको वड़ा पाव करके agreement दे दिया, and we started our first set of franchising. And with that, a few stores in Ulhasnagar, and first kitchen manual. This was a manual we did, and it was a challenge for me initially, but there was a passion. You know, suddenly after sitting in 5-star hotels, doing analysis, reading business, economic times, and suddenly I was sitting with people who are not even 5th standard pass, boiling potatoes, going to the market and buying kotumbir and aloo and besan. It was a different kind of thing. But unless you are passionate, you will not be able to. So these 40-50 people, रात को 10 बजे आलू उबालो, 2 बजे तक पील करो, 5 बजे तक मसाला बन जाता है, 6 बजे तक गाड़ियाँ बन जाती है ऐसी, you know. And this is how it will go. Vehicles and the product will go to the store. What do I call mind to market is a pilot. For any business that we all do, there is something beautiful in the mind, you put it down on paper and go to the market. And market is what shows the reality. Mind में तो सब business अच्छा दिखता है. You know, you love your girl and in school or college days, you have a rose or a love letter in hand. वो लेटर जेब में जाके बहुत जन 5 साल बिताते हैं, नो दे नेवर गिव द लेटर. जिस दिन चिट्ठी देते हो उस दिन थप्पड़ मिलेगा या प्यार मिलेगा समझता है. तो बिजनेस एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज ऑल अबाउट व्हेन यू गो टू द मार्केट, व्हाट इज द रियलिटी. And after we did the pilot, suddenly it dawned upon us that what are the challenges. And in every business there will be 200 challenges, you know. And somewhere as an entrepreneur you have to find out those 3 or 4 challenges which will help your business scale up. And we were looking at a national brand. For scale, what is important? And why is not a single national brand before Goli? You know, today Goli is a national. Not a single national brand, 100 crores plus population. और ये करने के लिए भी we require a Domino's and a McDonald's in India, you know. And TK, 50 years back, Unilever and Colgate and others came in when India was not ready most probably. But today, at this stage, and the restaurant business was still unorganized. And this was keeping on going. And the challenges that came to us in front of our eyes was wastage, pilferage and standardization. There are so many challenges. सबेरे माल बनाओ, शाम तक खराब हो जाता है, wastage. Okay? Pilferage, 1 गोली का 2 गोली बना देंगे, इंडिया है. हाँ? Standardization, शेफ और कुक भाग गया तो टेस्ट चेंज हो गया. और इतनी इमेजिन पेप्सी का टेस्ट डेली चेंज हो रहा है, यू नो, कैडबरी का टेस्ट डेली चेंज हो रहा है, और इतनी लेस का टेस्ट डेली चेंज हो रहा है. So somewhere I looked at it and said wastage, pilferage and standardization is the most important thing that I have to attack. If I attack, then scale is achieved. All the people before us never attacked on the product and the shelf life of a product in the restaurant business. And I said, if I can. So I went to IIT, I went to VJTI, I went to Colgate where my dad worked, his engineering friends. I tried a lot of things. And my banker used to say, Venki, vada pav to burger nahi banega, tu jarur beggar banega. Lot of R&D for vada pav we were doing. Lakhs, 1 crore. And my daughter used to say, Appa, don't come to PTA meeting, tu kisse bhi paisa pooch leta hai, cash flow ke liye. You know? That was a time. My father was a typical Iyer, you know, Tamil, you know, Shadiyon mein say, don't come to any wedding. I will change my face, you will ask any of my cousins some money, you know. So somewhere as entrepreneurs, you are passionate about the dream and something is not working, but you know, there is a goal there. So you tend to borrow, you tend to find solution. At this juncture, my banker told me, I'll give you a week's time, nahi to dhanda band kar do. I'll give you a week's time, nahi to dhanda. I said, ab tha nahi, 1 mahina to de, you know. And I went back where I was staying in Navi Mumbai, you know. It was a beautiful complex and went for a swim that day because I was a little stressed. It was raining and I met a middle-aged Sardarji near the swimming pool. And my wife used to say, किससे भी तुम्हारा गोली का problem बोलते हो, भिखारी को 5 रुपया दिया तो उसको भी गोली का सुनाओगे तुम, you know. So as entrepreneurs, we are very passionate and we want solution for all your problems. So I went to this Sardarji, wore a towel, you know, in that rain and blah, 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 goli and all. And he said, maybe I can help you. किसी स्ट्रगलिंग एंटरप्रेन्योर को किसी ने बोल दिया मे बी आई कैन हेल्प यू एंड मोबाइल नंबर दिया तो 200 मिस कॉल चला जाता है, यू नो. एंड विद इन ए वीक्स टाइम ही केम टू कल्याण, ही सॉ व्हाट वी वर डूइंग He still didn't tell me who he was, what he was. I knew he had something to do with food. And he shot our film. I was surprised. And he said, Venki, maybe I can help you. And after a month's time, he called me up and said, Venki, why don't you come to my factory? I went to his factory and he said, I got a board resolution from McDonald Corporation USA and OSI Corporation USA that we can become partners. I said, what does it mean? He said, we are the people who make burger patty for McDonald worldwide, and this is a board resolution. And with that, the batata vada that was being made started being on the gutters of Mumbai normally, started being done on a fully automatic plant. On one line, the burger patty for Mac was being done. On the other line, Goli Vada Pav's batata vada started being done. And that's how the twin brothers met. This is one. Every vada going through a metal detector and X-ray machine. And no human hand touching it. Wastage, pilferage and standardization problem was solved. And I said, we will scale. The moment a product has got a 6 to 9 month shelf life and you can transport it across India, what does it become? Scale is possible. And I was jumping with joy, but most of my team members are all 10th pass, 8th pass. Few of them, 4 or 5 people were, the core team members were all graduate, but they were not understanding why I was so excited. I took this batata vada which I had done in his plant and went across Dombivli and Kalyan, all the hand cart people, and they used to say, fryer mein dalo, customer ko khilao. And they used to fry it in the thing, and the customer never found the difference. And they liked it very much. And they said, wow, factory mein fully automatic plant mein bana hua batata vada, going through a metal detector and X-ray machine, the consumer is liking it. That means, and this has got a scalable business. I think all of us in whatever we do, to first find out what will help you scale the business. Are you all with me? The most, and this helped me, manufacturing date, expiry date. So Coimbatore mein kisne vada pav kaya and kuch gadbad hua, so which cold room it came from, truck it came from, factory who was the supervisor, and Punjab, which farm the potatoes came from. Imagine trying to backtrack for a 10 rupee vada pav. That's how a lot of big brands are being built. The joy and the beauty is in the product. If you get your product right, there is a lot of customers waiting for it. A lot of people focus on fundraising and marketing more rather than getting your product right. If the product is right, everything else will fall into place. This is the logistic. We started getting from, and from Bombay it started going all across India. This is the fryers. Luckily for me, I had met some VJTI engineers. They were trying to do a machine for batata vada making, and the moment we said a frozen product, it requires a temperature controlled fryer, and a McDonald fryer was 2 lakhs, 2.5 lakhs, and our whole business model was 3.5 lakhs those days. And we got these guys. I have to share, some Infosys guy did a small software for me those days, chai pilaya, vada pav khilaya. I got an instrumentation guide from a VJTI, and we got the local fryer man to make it. 15,000 mein fryer ban gaya, 170 the flame starts, 180 the flame goes off. Fridge se maal nikalo, fryer mein dal do, 5 minute mein batata vada tayar diya, pav kaat ke andar ghusad ke de do, vada is ready. Foolproof model, and this fryer is still now working for us. Such a low cost fryer. These are the innovations that we did. Everybody sees the front end, but the real joy is in the back end and the product. Second challenge. I think challenge is a very important part. The first part, we solved the product problem. Second challenge was, when I went back to the, why are you so happy? Who is going to give money for a vada pav business? And I started going to South Bombay to meet a new animal called VC and PE. My days it was more banking, and they were all staying in 5-star hotels, and they say, Kalyan, is it in Mumbai? You know, that was the kind of thought process that was there. And गलती से किसी को तो भी गाड़ी में डाल दिया, Mumbai VT train, दादर के बेड में वो बाहर उतर जाएगा. So somewhere we were finding it very difficult to convince, hundreds of presentation, and some of them used to say, Venki, the world is going at Facebook हो रहा है, Google हो रहा है, Flipkart हो रहा है, तो पीछे क्यों जा रहा है? Vada pav is still going backward. And somewhere we were passionate and said we will do something. And one of the investors said, Venki, last 6 months you are trying to raise money for vada pav, nobody is giving. You do some PR, maybe it will give. Spend some money, 15-20 lakhs. जेब में तो पैसा नहीं था. And I was coming back to VT station and I saw the Times of India building, and somebody was smoking a cigarette with a kurta and a jeans and chai pee raha tha. I went near him and I said, I come from Goli Vada Pav, blah, blah, blah. He said, Upar aa jao, I have a chai with me. I went to his office and he was typing something on the computer and I was still telling the story. Why don't you come to Kalyan and see what we are doing? He said, tomorrow morning open Times of India. And Mumbai's Vada Pav to get American touch. It came in Times of India those days. I like the idea. Itna आसान है PR करना, And with that, a few other newspapers wrote about us. NDTV showed a documentary of Goli Vada Pav, and now I didn't have to go to South Bombay. The biggest stockbroker came to Kalyan, the biggest, one of these IIT Citibank MD, he was a big name those days in 1990, Mr. Jerry Rao. And somehow I felt, oh, we had a big name, maybe he should. And we picked up some money, a small amount he put, 1.5 crores, and the remaining 3-4 people, because he had put money, other people came in, put some money. And whatever the financial world was not giving respect to Vada Pav, suddenly this man from ex-Citibank was putting money, they started noticing. Later on I came to know it's very difficult to deal with him. You know, that was a different thing. And, but wonderfully, I wanted to Vada Pav to get respect. That's why I didn't take money from a stockbroker or a builder. I took it from a high pedigree Citibanker. And with this, suddenly, kya goli deta hai? And this IIT IIM types came and invested. And these are the stores that started. And the moment you take money, and people have seen big Citibank and Bank of America, they will say scale. You know, 300 stores in 3 months. That was the word I was using every day. And I say, kya bol raha hai, you know? And my team was little reluctant. 300 dukaan 3 mahine mein. And said, if you can't raise money, return my money back. You know, they have a different accent the way they talk. And I said, where do you put stores? Because Kalyan ka bada 15,000, Dadar ka bada 1 lakh, Andheri ka bada 1.5 lakh, Navi Mumbai was 1 lakh. Suddenly the rental economics for Vada Pav was not working. And those days, Reliance was growing, Big Bazaar was growing, ICICI ATM was growing, and nobody was ready to give money for a store for a Vada Pav. And they said, if you can't do it, return the money back. As usual, I said, give me a month's time. I went around Mumbai footpath, and one day I saw this RA milk booth on the footpath of Mumbai. And there were more than have you seen the RA milk booths on the footpath of Mumbai? And Pedder Road, Walkeshkar has got 50. They are state government authorized. And I went to them and asked them, what do you do? Well, they used to tell, sabere 2 घंटा दूध बेचते, सकाळी 2 तास दूध विकतो, दिन भर कुछ नहीं करते. हमने पूछा, वड़ा पाव बेचोगे? They said, wow. And जुगाड़ लगाया, नेटवर्क लगाया, 350 RA booth को गोली वड़ा पाव में convert कर दिया. We put the signboard and गोली वड़ा पाव was there on the footpath of Mumbai. And we had literally 300 franchisees. And suddenly we were nowhere in Kalyan. And we were on Pedder Road, Walkeshwar, Andheri, Shah Rukh Khan ke bangale ke bahar, Amitabh Bachchan ke Pratiksha ke bahar, and Goli was everywhere. We thought we have arrived. My investors were very happy. Suddenly they started coming, smoking cigarette and other thing. Warburg Pincus was a name that was being discussed. And 50 crores we have to raise. I was a financial services guy, but I was more last generation, you know, debt funding and all. Private equity I had not seen. I was thinking, founder and the team was saying, "Sachmuch hota hai kya aisa, you know? Can the world change so fast?" But if you have a big, and they said, "Can you put 350 fast?" And then we put this 350, fatafat, expecting and spend this 4.5 crores. And unfortunately, what had happened? It was an election year in Maharashtra, and these are the stores that we had done. And 2008-9, 2 brothers were splitting in Maharashtra, and I was a Madrasi selling Vada Pav in Mumbai. It became a very controversial issue, and before I could know, Vada Pav became a political issue. This was the article that started coming in Maharashtrian newspaper, Samna, and I had no choice because my back-end partner was an American company, and he said, "Venki, what's happening?" My investor was very angry. He said, he had just sold his company, 600, 800 crores, emphasis. And he was saying, this is too much, you know, political situation. I am going to US, Venki, you manage. And at that particular point of time, I had no choice but to withdraw from RA. I lost 4.5 crores in just that political crisis. But luckily for us, I had Sanjay Kulkarni, my boss, who was his friend, and he said, maybe we'll raise the second round of funding. And another 5 crores, and maybe Goli will go. And we were about to raise the money, a lot of people were talking, but 8-9 was Lehman Brothers, Satyam and Subiksha. And all that letter that was there in my hand turned to be scrap paper, and we didn't have money, no manpower, no stores, and Goli had come back to zero, 2009. And there was a winding up petition filed on me. I was sitting in the lawyer's office, and they said, hand over the company to me. Somewhere as a baby, you know, I cried, did the reverse thing, pushed them a little and said, give me some time. Borrowed 3 crores at 28% interest. With something in my mind, saying that it will not die so easily. Or Vada Pav is like Amitabh Bachchan. गिर गया तो भी फिर से उड़ जाएगा. and some faith was there, and Vada Pav survived. One store came from Nasik, franchisee, and नासिक में 10 दुकान खुल गया. नासिक में किसने वड़ा पाव खाया और औरंगाबाद खुल गया 10 दुकान. औरंगाबाद में किसने तो भी खाया, अहमदनगर. And before we could say 75 stores happened in 18 months flat. See, you can see the stores. Parbani, Nanded, Nasik, Shirdi, and across interior Maharashtra, stores were getting opened up. Now what do you say? Yavatmal, Pulia, places which I had never seen, all interior Maharashtra. You know what had happened? I was also surprised why it is all happening. When the politics of Vada Pav happened, the media kept on writing about the politics of Vada Pav. NDTV News daily was politics of Vada Pav. Star News, politics of Vada Pav. Z News, politics of Vada Pav. Times of India, Economic Times. Somebody from AC Nielsen called me up and said, Venki, why are you crying? Vada Pav has become big thanks to the politics, and every day they're showing Goli Vada Pav in the news channel. You've got 15 crores of media publicity free. 15 crores of media publicity free. And before we could realize, all these franchisees, we opened our email and 3,000 to 4,000 inquiries from all over India. We didn't even blink an eye. Converted a company-owned model to a franchisee-owned model. जो भी franchisee पूछता था, उसको हम वड़ा यहाँ से, चटनी यहाँ से, everything started getting outsourced. So वड़ा क्या था? Then we went to Unilever contract manufacturer and made the sauces जो बनाते हैं ना किसान के लिए, उनसे चटनी बनाने लगे. We went to General Mills and started making the chapati. We went to Mars Chocolate and started making the pav bhaji. And suddenly, on the front end was a small brand, and the back end was multinational American companies. Normally, the brand is Unilever and the contract manufacturer is small. In our case, ulta pulta ho gaya. Brand chota tha or contract manufacturer multinational. And with this, the brand started going across India, and Bangalore happened to be our biggest. And we were at a crossroad. Should we go after Maharashtra to Gujarat, which is more Vada Pav friendly, or should we go to Karnataka? So somewhere, this was telling ki go to Gujarat. But something inside me told me I have to go to Karnataka. And there was a person called Tilak who came. He was a Nestle dealer, and he had eaten a Vada Pav in Aurangabad because Nestle had given some lucky draw and he had visited Ajanta Ellora, and he was supposed to go to Switzerland for a holiday, best dealer award. He ate this, and like a child he came to us and said, we want to do Goli Vada Pav in Bangalore. And we said, we can't do one store. We need at least 20 stores for logistics to support. He said, ho jayega. He was this brash guy from Bangalore, jeans, colorful t-shirt, a golden chain. And I said, ho jayega. He said, ho jayega. And within a week, he got 20 people from Bangalore and all Kannada speaking people and saying, balle, balle, I still can't speak Kannada. And everybody said, we'll do Vada Pav. And before we could think also, we had the first store opening in Koramangala, Jyoti Nivas College. And this man was fabulous. Jyoti Nivas College was the best location. Jayanagar happened, JP Nagar happened, and 60 stores happened in Bangalore alone. Now that city has got some energy which we didn't, and in fact all of us were surprised. South India mein idli dosa chhod ke vada pav koi khayega kya? And then from there we went to Bannarghatta, Mahadevpura, Sarjapur, Coimbatore. This we call Veshti, Vibhuti and Vada Pav. Last 10 years this story is running. Veshti, Vibhuti and Vada Pav. So the past will always say Vada Pav is Mumbai, South mein idli dosa khata hai, but India is changing. Every day it is changing, the world is changing. And I saw this Kadambam Poo, silk sari, Veshti, and I took this photograph. The story is still running for the last 10 years. We have our own preconceived idea about what the market is going to do. You have to explore the market. What is the word that you have to use is? Explore. Are you with me? You will do a lot of mistakes also. Columbus wanted to come to India and China or Japan. He wanted to spice and gold. He did a mistake. He went to America. Isn't America beautiful? So I think life में mistake करना entrepreneurs के लिए बहुत जरूरी है. Explore and do some failures. And for us, Aryabhut was that Columbus adventure, And the same way, Goli went to south, and from there, Lucknow north, and India. The guy is eating a IT engineer, engineering college में पढ़ रहा है, and he's eating in Bangalore. And he says, I completed my engineering, I completed my job. He goes to Lucknow, opens a Goli Vada Pav, and UP has got 70 stores of Goli Vada Pav now. Now suddenly how this word spreads across India, word of mouth. Kangeri, Bangalore, Kondapur, Hyderabad, Lucknow, and Raipur, Chhattisgarh, and Goli happened 300 plus stores, 100 cities, 20 states, and it became big. In 2015, we were more than 350 stores. And our products evolved from a classic vada pav to a cheese and a Szechuan vada pav. And franchisees used to ask, give me more products. But we didn't have more products to give. So we say, put a cheese or put a Szechuan sauce. Say, kya Goli deta hai? You know? No, that was what was happening. So we put some vegetables inside the batata vada and it became a mixed vegetable vada pav. You know? Bombay mein kisko mixed vegetable vada pav dega to khan ke niche bajayenge. You know? No, that is the kind of thing. But Bangalore, nobody knew what a vada pav was, majority. So they ate a mixed vegetable vada pav also, Aloo tikki vada pav. And Lucknow gaye, UP gaye, so people started saying, we want samosa. I said, I can't give you samosa. I can put the samosa masala inside a batata vada and we made a masala vada pav. So we never changed the product, Very important in life is focus. In brand especially, we require focus. So just because somebody asked samosa, when we went to Bangalore, coffee day, and people said, corn spinach sandwich we want. What do you want? Corn spinach, palak makai. I said, I can't give you a sandwich. We put corn and spinach inside a batata vada and created a makai palak vada pav. In focus. So what I wanted to say is that between brand dilution and brand evolution, that's a very thin line. And I think you have to focus. 1 spoon of sugar in 1 cup of tea or 6 cups of tea. Light, when it is focused, is laser beam. It can cut through steel. I think brands and consumer business requires focus. Amitabh Bachchan was angry young man. He built his brand on that. And then he evolved over a period of time. In consumer business, what you stand for in the mind of a consumer is very, very important in the consumer business. I think that's what we did, kept on doing. Maharaja Vada Pav, crispy Vada Pav, paneer. Punjab, they said palak paneer do. I said no palak paneer, paneer Vada Pav. That's how we were focusing. Cheese ungli, hamare saath kafi ungli hua tha. Now, business is all about machinery, material, manpower, methods, marketing and money. That's what our business school teaches, Machinery management, material management, manpower management. But entrepreneurship is about, जब machinery होता है, material नहीं होता है, material होता है, manpower नहीं रहता है, manpower रहता है, methods नहीं रहता है. और जिस दिन पैसा आ जाता है, market vanish हो जाता है. Are you all with me? So how you juggle with whatever little you have is the art of entrepreneurship. The science of management is already written. The art is how do you juggle with whatever little you have? That's what I learned while doing this. Now I am coming to marketing, exploring marketing the zero cost way. Somehow Goli was lucky. I'll give you the first example. In Kalyan, when we opened a store, there was Kalyan railway station ke bagal mein tha, and one of the franchisees son, he did his MBA and he came and said, uncle, we want marketing. I said, yes, and bill le lo, baat do. He said, and bill nahi, TV pe ad chahiye. I said, TV पे ad देगा तो तेरा पिताजी भी रोड पे आ जाएगा, हम भी रोड पे आ जाएंगे. He said, नहीं uncle, TV पे ad दो, नहीं तो हम union बुलाते हैं franchisee का. And I tried to cajole him, but he didn't listen. And we were standing outside Kalyan station. It was raining, so I told him, you wait with your mother here. I went with his father to the railway announcer, the guy who is announcing on railway station. Platform number 4 की गाड़ी platform number 6 पे जा रही है. कृपया यात्रियों से निवेदन है कि platform number 6 पे. You remember Bombay में? I went to him and I said, टुन्नू की मम्मी को बोल देना कि टुन्नू खो गया है और गोली वड़ा पाव की दुकान में है. किधर भी रहेगा तो गोली के दुकान में आ जाओ करके. He announced 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. After 8th time, the announcer said, बस हो गया साहब. मैं बोला बस हो गया. We went to our store. Some intuition. Normally 10 बजे माल खत्म हो जाता है. उस दिन 7:30 बजे माल खत्म हो गया. And next day onwards, instead of टुन्नू सुरेश को गया, and it will be announced in Kalyan station, सुरेश को गया है, राजेश को गया है. 3 महीने के बाद रेलवे अथॉरिटीज के जो भी खो जाता है वो क्या गोली वड़ा पाव की दुकान में मिलता है क्या? So I think you have to use some imagination for marketing and then things move to the next level. The next thing is we wanted to do some marketing, no money was available. But if you go to Lakshmi Industrial Estate, Andheri, you find all these filmy people, BR, UP से आते हैं. Everybody wants to be a music director or be a model or a film actor. And coffee day है उधर जाके बैठ जाओ and then इसे एक CD बनाना है, music album, audio. So they will start with 5 lakh. You wait and say 50,000. They will do it at 5,000 rupees, तो 5,000 में, and we did this CD. केत गए बाबा बाजार गई माँ गरम गरम गोली तू कैले बबुआ माझ्या डगाला लागली कळप पाणी तेम तेम गळत चल ग राणी गोलीला जाऊन खाऊया वडा पाव. चोली के पीछे क्या है, गोली के अंदर क्या है. And this CD was done and it was given to all the people in Kalyan area. And as the rickshaw wala started playing these songs, and we used to tell all the rickshaw walas, हफ्ते में एक बार नहीं तो महीने में आके वड़ा पाव एक कूपन दिया था, and in Kalyan it was this song, गोली 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 वड़ा पाव गोली. In fact, customers used to say, "Oh, गाना बंद करो डेली और रिक्शा वाले को." That is all. So marketing is not something, you have to say big subject and you have to have crores of money for marketing. Little money, whatever is there, उसमें करना है. उसमें what we call shoestring, bootstrap marketing. We kept on doing this bootstrap marketing. We created a vada pav Ganpati, a big Ganpati on a vada pav in our kitchen, and we used to do the procession at the end of 10th day. So a lot of these things kept on happening. 2009-10, as we started going to Bangalore, UP, 11 and all, marketing became a big important thing. And people used to say, Venki, now we can't escape marketing. We are still that, money was tight, franchising was happening, but we still were, money was a big issue for us. And at that time, I met a friend called Sanjay Mehta. He's an old friend of mine. He was in the US. He sold, during the dot-com boom, I and he, we both tried a dot-com in 99, and little money and we failed. And he had done, it's called Om India or something, and then the 10 crores he burnt, and then he went to US. He was a CEO of American company, and I saw him in 2009 in Chembur. He said, there is something called social media, Venki. I said, what is social media? In 2008, it was still Orkut, and he took me to his office. There were some 4 or 5 people, and he said, there is something called Facebook. I said, wow. And I said, I need advice or support in marketing. ICAI. He said, जो भी ये इंटरनेट में जाके कर ले वेंकी, फेसबुक में कुछ कर ले, यूट्यूब में कुछ कर ले, ब्लॉग लिख ले, maybe that will help you in marketing. And I came back to office and I started writing blogs. जेब में पैसा नहीं होता तो आदमी क्रिएटिव हो जाता है. And I used to sit till 3 o'clock in the night and do at my home. My father-in-law thought I was doing something else, on the internet. That was the position I got into. And blogs helped, Goli Gyan, YouTube helped, and Facebook, Vada Pav plus Cutting Chai plus Amchi Mumbai. And this was a Vada Pav stall in one of those Thai stalls, I think, yeah. This was, I think, yeah, this is. And Goli Google became important. Because whatever we did, somebody will eat a Vada Pav in Nasik and he'll tell his father, I want to open a Vada Pav store in Aurangabad. He'll say which company it is. And we had hardly 10 people working for us. But on Google, we were very big. Aila badi company hoga na, because so many things was coming on Google about Goli. And people will take up our franchises, So one important thing was to build credibility with our franchises. Because the sons would be agreeing, but the family would say, I have 10 lakhs or 8 lakhs. What is this company? And we were still struggling at that stage. Google definitely helped us. So I'm saying play with technology, whatever it is there, it will help you, And this was Nasik se aate समय एक मराठी picture का shooting हो रहा था. And I and my team was there. So some of my team members said, Sir, हमारा तो band बज गया, आप shooting देखने क्यों जा रहे हो? I told the film director, when is your movie getting released? He said, maybe in 1 month's time or something. He said, what do you want? Move out. I said, I got 75 stores in interior Maharashtra. I can put a big banner of your movie outside the store, and I sell 1,000 vada pavs per store those days. And I got 75 stores. 75,000 butter paper के ऊपर तुम्हारा picture का नाम रहेगा. He said, what do you want? I said, 5 minutes hero-heroine meeting in Goli Vada Pav store. And with that, we gave birth to a new phenomena called Marathi picture में गोली का बस डिपो रहेगा, हीरो-हीरोइन मीटिंग है गोली वड़ा पाव बस डिपो, एंड नासिक में पिक्चर रिलीज होगा, औरंगाबाद में all the franchisees, customers are गोली मोटी कंपनी रहेगा. So a lot of my boys used to say, sir ये film, why are you daily sending me to say किधर shooting हो रहा है क्या देखो करके. तो I used to say, this is called barter. मैं भी फकीर, तू भी फकीर, दोनों के जेब में पैसा नहीं, but we can exchange something. So I think barter is a very important tool that we have to see at a starting stage of business. It will help you in thing. And maybe some 15-20 Marathi movies we were there, and it definitely helped the cause. How does this guy look like? Yes, I saw him in Ludhiana. He was sitting on a truck के ऊपर. तो किधर तो मुझे imagine हुआ कि एक सचिन जैसा दिखेगा. उसको बम्बई बुलाया, विग पहनाया, टी-शर्ट पहना दिया, and sunglasses दिया, and then all my franchises across India say, Venki, लखनऊ में कोई वड़ा पाव खाएगा क्या? बस्ती में कोई वड़ा पाव खाएगा क्या? चंडीगढ़ में कोई वड़ा पाव खाएगा क्या? कोयम्बतूर में कोई वड़ा पाव खाएगा क्या? I used to say, डर मत, हमारा ब्रांड एम्बेसडर आएगा, हाँ? And the day the store will get inaugurated, उससे 4 दिन पहले बस्ती, लखनऊ बड़े-बड़े बैनर्स लगा देता था फ्रेंचाइजी, इसका फोटो रख के, with no description who he is, and with a bat, pad, वड़ा पाव in his hand, and they imagined what the customers, And जिस दिन स्टोर इनॉग्रेट होगा, उस दिन शाम को 3 बजे के बाद ये जीप लेके पूरा गांव में घूम के आ जाएगा, बस्ती, लखनऊ, कानपुर, एंड 6 बजे भी स्टोर इनॉग्रेट होगा, फ्रेंचाइजी बोलेगा पूरा गांव आ गया है, व्हाट अ लॉन्च इट वाज. And that's how we had this guy. And he's a great singer and used to say, Haila, Haila, Haila very beautifully and sing songs like him. And definitely this helped me. In fact, when Bangalore, the stadium, there was a Royal Challengers match and Harsha was in the stadium, Harsha Bogle and I think Sunil Gavaskar. It was a one-day match. And this guy was hawking vada pav. And suddenly all the people in the Bangalore stadium thought he was the big man. And there was a riot that got created. And then Harsha took him into the commentary box, and he was sitting in the commentary box, IPL, and with the Goli Vada Pav t-shirt and a Vada Pav singing, Goli, 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 Vada Pav, Goli. And Harsha is talking to him, 8 minutes. IPL called me up and said, Pepsi told me, हमने 400 करोड़ खर्चा किया ये सब करने के लिए, तू कहाँ से घुस गया? We said sorry and we withdrew. And I think whatever we did Jugaad way, there are so many stories. I can go on and on that. And this was 2009. There was a Thai event in Mumbai. I was still bankrupt, trying to build a business in Nasik, Aurangabad and all. And somebody said, "Us Thai event mein you want to put a vada pav stall. You wanted to put a vada pav stall." Normally I don't go to. There is team members. Some intuition I said, "Let me go." And I went there. I knew it was some technology and all. I didn't know what it was all about. And when I went there, there was somebody called Manak Singh and others. And he said, "Why don't you sell samosa and bhajia also?" I said, "Sorry, I can't sell samosa, bhajia and chai." He said, "If you can't, then I can't give you a stall." And I said something, and there was one more person along with him called Sridhar Iyengar. I didn't know who he was. And he heard me and said, "Can you be a speaker?" And he cut some big name. And before I could realize, I ended up becoming a speaker in the Thai Entrepreneurs Summit in 2009. And I found myself sitting next to Mr. Ratan Tata on day one. And next to me was Mr. Narayan Murthy. And Tata's, and I was a bankrupt company with a winding up petition. Can you have that big round of applause? What do you want to say is, if you have passion, and I was struggling, and we were closed down stores and people thought we were closed. And this happened to us by chance. And when Mr. Tata went on stage and Narayan Murthy went on stage, and I think Shekhar Gupta was asking this question, I saw there are some 100 VCs, PEs, so many big people, and everybody in Mumbai saying that we are closed because we are growing in Nasik, Aurangabad, Nagpur, Amravati, and who goes to that places? And I said, if I ask this question, maybe I can get some money. And at that particular juncture, Shekhar Gupta said one last question. Reluctantly, I was in my jeans and t-shirt. I asked question to Mr. Tata, you had to leave West Bengal because of political situation. I had to leave Mumbai because of political situation. My investors are saying, if Mr. Tata can't handle politics, how are you going to handle? Mr. Tata had tears in his eye and he said, I wanted to do something good for this country and West Bengal, but, and the purpose was served. Out of that 200 people VCP, one person came and tapped my shoulder and said, Venki, I would put my money. And it happened to be Sarath Naru from Venture East. And with that, Goli was able to raise some 21 crores some 1 year later. I discovered that I could speak. So what do you want to say this? Luck is meeting point of opportunities passing by, your alertness to grab is. Luck is meeting point of opportunities passing by, alertness. उस दिन मैं अगर इचक जाता था तो झिझक जा जाता. So entrepreneurs, बेशरम, शर्म हमसे शर्माए. हमें बेशरम, शर्म हमसे शर्माए. And and I also want to say is one important trait as entrepreneurs we have to have is creative thinking, imagination, critical thinking, imagination and communication. Critical thinking, imagination and communication. At that particular point of time, Mr. Tata was there, it clicked up me, there is a similar story. And if I can connect with the audience behind, maybe something will happen. And we connected right sentence. So these are called critical thinking, imagination and communication. So I remember when I went to drop my daughter in US and Sunnyvale, and there was a engineering friend of mine and there was a Gora, and he was still asking, he had come from Italy, and we were eating at Sangeeta, Idli, Dosa and Medu Vada, and he was asking, what do you, how it is all made, what it is karke. He was Italian, and my friend was trying to explain it to him. So I told him, rice and lentil paste, steamed like a momo is idli, rice and lentil paste, pushed on a hot plate is called dosa, rice and lentil paste, fried like a donut is called medu vada. What do you call it? Critical thinking, imagination and communication. Very important trait for entrepreneurs to come out with the right communication. I became a speaker suddenly. Normally I was a reticent guy, and all these talks happened, Velinkar, SP Jain, and 2009 onwards, some 300 odd talks. This is Pramod Sinha from ISB did a case study on us that became popular, and a lot of foreign university students started coming to India thanks to Pramod Sinha and Sridhar Iyengar. They used to talk about, and they used to visit most probably Infosys, ICICI. They also used to eat Goli Vada Pav. So my boys used to say, "Sir, pagar to time pe nahi dete, Goraje ko bhashan zarur sunate." So, so I was a brand building guy, and I felt brand has to be built, The only thing we can do is brand and create a pull, because we didn't have capital at that time. IMD Switzerland did a case study, and Harvard came and did a case study, and all this led to a lot of respect for Vada Pav. Ultimately, what was I looking? A respect for Vada Pav. Can Vada Pav find a place among the burgers and the pizzas of the world? And media started writing, and 2011, and this was what, okay. Bangalore franchisee happened to this Bangalore Mirror article. Somewhere this photograph of Narayan Murthy and Ratan Tata and me was there somewhere on the internet, and newspaper would take some photograph and print it. Luckily, when the Bangalore franchisee and his people were saying, Vada Pav Bangalore mein chalega kya? Tilak took this newspaper and distributed to all his 20 partners, and somewhere they invested in that 20 franchises, and Goli happened. So what do you call it? Beyond you there is something called God. Beyond you there is something called universe. If you are passionate about it, the universe conspires. You have a dream, the dream has come in the womb of the universe. It is the responsibility of the universe to fulfill the dream. The universe conspires to help you achieve your dream. A lot of these Harvard professors and IMD professors, they come and say, Venki, what a strategy. I say, in India we call something called destiny, and destiny. So strategy is one thing. A lot of time we explode with faith. What is it? Faith. What do you call faith? In Draupadi Vastraran you have seen? Draupadi is crying to Krishna, hey Krishna help me, with one hand in her sari. Hey Krishna help me. Did Krishna come? This is 99% faith. When you leave both your hands, this is called 100% faith. Krishna comes. I think faith is the most important thing entrepreneurs have to show on themselves and on their business. And Paulo Coelho has said this beautiful sentence. The story of the world is written in one single language, and the language is called courage, courage, and courage. And I think we can have a big round of applause for this session. "20 states, 100 cities, 300 plus stores, 150 crores. 2011 we got funding. VC firm pays 21 crores for a bite of city Vada Pav company. And suddenly we had Deloitte coming and doing a due diligence on us. Suddenly we had I don't know, the big law firm, Grant Thornton did the due diligence, and a big law firm, he did the due diligence. We had Shailesh Haribhakti, was Reliance auditor becoming our audit, and we recruited people from Unilever, Colgate, and McDonald, and the ant cart which was there on the footpath of Mumbai suddenly became a corporate, and we found a place for Vada Pav amongst the burgers and the pizzas of the world. And this is Goli Vada Pav got the Golden Spoon Award along with Domino's for 3 years, and we were rated as the 6th largest fast food chain in India after Domino's. Travel and Leisure rated as the 18th best fast food chain in the world. And CNBC came and did a book, My Journey with Vada Pav, and helped the cause. But I say picture abhi baki hai. What I have done is exploration. What do you call? Vasco da Gama and Columbus. I have still not done the British Empire job. To build an institution, it requires a totally different kind of skill set, a different kind of approach. What I have done is a hunter's job. I still have to do the farmer's job. What I have done is imagination. I still have to do the analytics. And I think we have a long way to go. So most of the business, what Captain Gopinath was here, we also did exploration, he also did hunters. What still did? And I'm still in that transition. Can I become from a explorer to a operator? I think once you get, the first part was the width of the business. The second part is called the depth of the business, the people, process, and other things. And I think with that, I would like to end my talk. Thanks a lot.
I think all members would agree कि सर क्या इंस्पिरेशन की गोली दी है हमें. क्या आप लोग जिंदा हो? Then one more round of applause for Amitabh Bachchan and Mr. Iyer, please. Now, I would like to call upon the new partner of BDO, Samson George, along with our chairperson, CA Mahesh, to give the memento to Mr. Iyer.
I was on time.
Just a quick note. Myself and our speaker, Venkatesh Iyer, share three things in common. Besides the gender, I was also raised in Dombivli and for about 20 years. And Venkatesh's journey of Goli Vada Pav started in Dombivli. Venkatesh graduated from the Mullen College of Commerce. I also graduated from the Mullen College of Commerce. So I feel happy and proud that Venkatesh accepted our invitation despite his busy schedule of raising more money to be here with us and share his wonderful experience of making his dreams to destiny story. Thank you, Venkatesh Iyer, on a personal note from my side. Thanks.
Next, I would like to call our chairperson, CA Sandeep Shah, for another round of raffles, please. Vice chairperson, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. Hope you all had a wonderful and enlightening sessions today. First of all, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to His Excellency Zayed Al Zayani, Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Kingdom of Bahrain, for the patronage of the event. Mr. Ali Abdul Hussein Maki, representing the ministry, addressed the gathering and extended continuous support to our chapter programs in Bahrain. Let me quickly summarize today's session before we move to exciting raffles. We witnessed a wonderful start of 11th Annual International Conference with an inaugural dance by yogic postures by little yoginis. This was followed by inaugural session by an array of dignitaries who addressed our annual international conference a great success. Our guest of honor, Shri Suresh Prabhuji's invaluable message is very pertinent to us. We are very thankful to His Excellency Shri Alok Kumar Sinha, our ambassador to Bahrain. His presence and significant address has always been our source of strength and support. We express our gratitude to our parent body, ICAI, that has been instrumental in our growth year on year. Our President, CA Praful Chajed, and Vice President, CA Atul Gupta, who, though could not travel due to other commitment, have sent their best wishes and for our conference. CA Rajendra Kumar, one of our representatives in Central Council, has conveyed a relatable and important message from ICAI. A special thanks to Mr. Abbas Radi, Chairman, Bahrain Accountants Association, for his continuing support. Thanks to Mr. Ramchandran from KPMG, representing KPMG, for his words and appreciation. Our guest of honor, CA Suresh Prabhuji, they started the keynote address. He beautifully narrated his vision for 5 trillion economy of India. His Highness Abdul Nabi Al Shola told how Gandhi disrupted British colonization by non-violence and non-cooperative movement. Khalid Saad spoke about fintech ecosystem in Bahrain and Bahrain's Vision 2030. Captain G.R. Gopinath and John Kuruvilla took us through a very interactive talk. Captain Gopinath revealed how he handled his disruption. Mr. Leth told us how best use of data can help in transforming the business and facing the today's challenges. Krish spoke about fundamentals which are essential for building successful and sustainable organization. Mr. Venkatesh Iyer, he gave tip of the day. If your product and your approach is right, you can crack any market. Finally, a big thank to our sponsor, media partners, volunteers, ExCom team, Diplomat Hotel, plus photographer Mastan. Let's move to today's very exciting raffle session. We have few raffles from Metro, Gulf Hotel, Cineco, Vox Movies, and Mukta Movies. And there will be one final, for today's, one final raffle from Tele, that will be Samsung Tab. So may I request Raghu? Raffles. Here. Yes. For Metromart Trafco, there is a one voucher of BD20. So who is the lucky one? CA Raymond Palkhiwala. He's here. He's really lucky. May I invite our past president, CA Sridhar. Our next raffles is for Gulf Hotel vouchers. We have 3 vouchers. Can I see who are the 3 lucky ones? CA. Before that, may I invite CA Suresh Surana ji. So let's see who is the lucky one who will be getting raffles from our luckiest person, CA Surana ji. CA Sudhakar Yalmanchali Raman Narsimha. It's a very short name. Is he here? Can I move to next? 1, 2, tick, tick, 3. CA Ramesh Dadich. Ramesh, you should thank to Sudhakar, because of him you got the award. And also thank to me because my name is not there. CA D. Chandrasekhar. CA D. Chandrasekhar. I can see hands moving that he is not here. 1, 2, and 3. Next one. CA Sharan Radhakrishnan. Not yet. Can we move to next? CA Ramesh Sambhav. He's here. The third winner is Ajay Kumar Mishra. Ajay, Ajay, are you here? Mishra. Can we move to next? CA Vasudevan. Yeah. Our next vouchers are lunch for two from Crown Plaza Hotel. So the lucky one is Sharmila. Yeah. Mahesh, may I invite you to give the refers to all the winners? Abhijit Uponi. Abhijit, 1, 2, 3. Who is next? Manikandan Subramanyam. Okay, next. CA Krishna Udeshi. Krishna is here. I request Mahesh to be here. There are more raffles. There are 3 movie tickets for 2, sponsored by Mukta. CA Ankush Malhotra. Next. Sandeep Rajpopat. Seems he is not here. He is here. Next. CA Ajit Ramchandran. Yeah. Yeah. Our next referrals are from Cineco. May I invite Mr. CA Ugandar if he is here? Yeah. CA Subhash Gupta. And who is the next, please? CA Balkrishnan.
Bala is not here. Or is he?
Now I move to today's very exciting raffle, that is for Samsung Tab, sponsored by Tele. May I invite Mr. Nandarajan from Tele. Let's see who is the lucky one. Vistap Supariwala. Vistap is here. Congratulations, Vistap. With this, I conclude today's session. Looking forward to see you all tomorrow for another exciting day. Tomorrow. Yeah. And today, just to announce, we have one family event. The members who have registered and all our guests. It will be at this venue at 8 o'clock. So I request all of you to be on time.
All the ExCom on the stage.
I would invite all the ExCom on the stage for a pic.
T-shirts. That's okay, everybody's gone. Okay, fine. I request all the ExCom members to please come onto the stage at the earliest. ExCom members 2019-20. I request all the ExCom members who are there in this venue to please come onto the stage. Jagdish is not here? CA Jagdish?
All the members leaving are again reminded to collect their t-shirts, which can be worn tomorrow. The dress code for tomorrow will be smart casuals.